Chapter 501 Six-Armed Snake Demon. The visit of the six-armed snake demon made many conspiracies emerge in Gordon's mind. Does it want to enter the city and kill people? Or does it want to simply chat with the seducing demon? The former is very likely. And Gordon ruled out the latter idea almost no matter how he thought about it. What a joke. A six-armed snake demon, who wants to destroy everything at the slightest disagreement, and who has 6 kitchen knives from the bottomless abyss to the heaven mountain, will come to a human city just to simply chat. Gordon subconsciously wanted Lilith, the incarnation of the seducing demon, to refuse this request, or simply not answer, but thought that this might arouse the vigilance of the six-armed snake demon, and thus suspect that the seducing demon has rebelled. So, it thought for a while, and decided to let the seducing demon agree to let the six-armed snake demon in. At worst, if there is any movement, Gordon will directly pull the desperate situation and lock it and himself in the same place, so that even if it wants to attack and hurt people, no one can hurt it. Moreover, Gordon was quite confident in his own strength. Why not take the high-level talent that was delivered to his door? It could be used as an appetizer before the battle. Of course, if the six-armed snake demon didn't know what was good for him, if it wasn't necessary, it didn't want to act so early, so as not to alert the enemy. It coveted a lot, and a mere six-armed snake demon couldn't satisfy its appetite. Gordon's message was transmitted to the mind of the seducing demon through telepathy, and the seducing demon was a little surprised. After all, this could be a demon of the highest level in the abyss. Although it was not as destructive as the Baylor Flame Demon, but it was still easy to destroy half a city. How dare it? According to rumors in the city, this poor seducer finally figured out Gordon Camp. The giant dragon that believed in the righteous God of mankind was also the messenger of a certain God. This made it a little unacceptable. But life and death were in its hands, and it had no choice but to follow Gordon's orders and take the initiative to let the six-armed snake demon in. For some reason, it was not worried about the people in the city, but mourned for the six-armed snake demon who had rashly broken in like her. The famous mother of snake demons in the eastern plains, Mafari Jones. It can go more peacefully. The seducer, who was carrying a mission, was quickly sent to the city gate with the help of the servants of the city lord mansion, and saw the six-armed snake demon sitting leisurely on a withered wooden stake. If the incarnation of the seducing demon, the wilderness witch Lilith, is naturally charming and her every move is fascinating, then the blonde girl in front of him is like an angel sent by God to the world, with an undefiled holiness in her beauty. What a bad taste. Looking at the human appearance disguised by the famous demon lord of the plains, not to mention the seducing demon. Even Gordon, who followed behind, couldn't help but be amazed. Do demons like to play this tune now? Scratching his head, Gordon decided to keep a closer eye on it to see what the six-armed snake demon hidden under the skin of the pure girl was planning. Soon, with the warrant of the city lord mansion and the guarantee of the unfathomable and mysterious female mage in front of him, the evil protection barrier surrounding the city quickly and easily accepted the girl from the wilderness. As soon as they met, the pure and holy blonde girl called Mayumo's sister very sweetly. But Mayumo didn't dare to respond rashly. After all, the master in front of her was famous for turning her face and not recognizing people. If she recognized it now, what would she do if she came to trouble her after the battle? Although it was also a high-level demon, it was still much worse than the six-armed snake demon that was close to legendary strength. What are you doing here? Don't you trust me? Mayumo asked in a low voice, with a somewhat helpless tone, as if worried that its arrival would ruin the plan here. Originally, a stranger coming to the city was enough to attract attention, and now there are two. However, before Mayumo finished speaking, he was interrupted by the sweet voice of the girl. No, it just so happens that there are still a few days before the siege, and my army will go to conquer those hateful followers first. There is a short rest time, and I don't want to stay in the camp with those stinky demons. The rest of the words, of course, need not be said. It is obviously bored, and plans to come to the human city to experience it. Really? The seducer was a little unconvinced. But the six-armed snake demon didn't need to lie to it. After all, if there is really a plan or evil ceremony, it must be inevitable to go around it. It has successfully charmed the city lord into her servant in the city lord mansion to carry out the plan. With his help, the risk of being discovered will be much lower. Looking at the snake demon's unconcealed eyes, the seducer was still a little surprised. Of course, it was naturally convinced, and said yes again and again. That's fine. Lord Jones can order me if you have any instructions. The subtle mental fluctuations of the seducing demon reached the blonde girl mind. Her face remained unchanged, and she just responded lightly. No need. We can part at the next intersection. I will contact you if there is anything. Won't you go back to the City Lord mansion with me? No. The blonde girl coldly refused. And at that moment, she seemed to reveal the arrogant momentum of the little devil lord, which made the seducing demon dare not even reply. He could only stammer and watch the blonde girl go away, gradually disappearing in the crowd on the street. What it didn't notice was that a black cat on the eaves also ran past quietly, like a gust of wind, and also disappeared in the direction where the girl disappeared. Is anyone there? Yes. Yes. What does the customer need? Auntie. How much is this sweet bread? The visitor seemed very entangled, looking at the dazzling array of bread categories in the display cabinet. It was a bit difficult to choose. After a long while, he reported the food he wanted to eat. The middle-aged quilt woman, whose fat barrel waist could not be covered even with a loose skirt, swiftly packed the bread that the blonde girl needed. After a while, the steaming bread was placed in a brown paper bag and handed to the girl. 10 silver coins. Thank you for your patronage. Well, this is all I have. The girl handed over a piece of broken gold stone that had not been cast into a gold coin, which was clumped together and about the size of her palm. Miss, I'm afraid it's hard to find. The owner of the bakery was so dazed by the large amount of refined gold or that she couldn't open her eyes. But there was no evil in her eyes, and she sincerely suggested to the girl in front of her, maybe you can go to the bank in the city hall in front and ask if they accept it. Although the price is lower than the market price, it is safer at least. The black market is expensive. But you are a girl, and those guys like jackals will not let you go. No need. Just change it like this. Next time when I want to eat, I will deduct it from here. The blonde girl smiled sweetly after hearing this, and directly stuffed the gold mine worth at least hundreds of gold coins, enough to buy the entire bakery and even have surplus, into the hands of the chubby aunt in front of her. Then she took the food from the shopkeeper, who was still confused and didn't know what to do. She left the street with the bread in her arms. No matter how the aunt shouted, the girl's steps did not hesitate at all. In the end, the shopkeeper could only look at the hot potato with worry inside. What a strange noble lady. With this money, you can go to the temple to buy some holy water for self-defense. And the price of food has also been rising recently. And the price of bread is 5 or 6 times higher than before. Is it? Forget it. This gold cannot be touched for the time being, and it can be given to her when her family comes back to look for it. While the shop owner was still struggling with how to deal with this windfall, the blonde girl was already happily taking out the small sweet bread in the bag, eating one by one, and almost before she finished the previous one, she had already stuffed the next one in, with her cheeks bulging like a goldfish blowing bubbles. In a short while, she finished the small bag of bread. After that, she entered the famous White Dove Inn in the next city. The 3-story house was used for living except for the 2nd and 3rd floors, and the 1st floor was an open restaurant, which was specially used to receive various adventurers. The oyster soup and stewed quail are well-known delicacies in the neighborhood. Following behind her, Gordon was even more confused. What was she doing in the hotel? And what was she doing eating and shopping like a little girl? If it weren't for the fact that her eyes had already lit up and could see through all disguises, the shadow of the 6-armed snake demon lingering on the girl would still be clearly visible. Gordon even suspected that he had lost her. How can this be a demonic act? It's just like those foodies. In the following time, Gordon watched the girl, who was the incarnation of the 6-armed snake demon, eating and shopping, from the west to the south of the city. Although it was still dark, following the biological clock, it was already time for the lights on the street. It was night, and looking at the closed bakery she had visited a few hours ago, the girl finally stopped, touched her bulging belly slightly, and sighed with satisfaction. Oh, I haven't eaten so well for a long time. Sure enough, compared to the devil delicacies, I can accept human food more. Unfortunately, this city will be destroyed in 2 days. I don't know if I can still eat these delicacies then. The girl smacked her lips, seeming a little unwilling, but after all, she still knew what was more important. The choice between soul and food was obvious. Anyway, this meal will save me from having to eat those stupid fallen devil soups that have been cooked for half a year. And those dark brain dishes that are said to be delicacies of mind suckers. Thinking of this, the girl face became extremely ugly. As if at this moment, she suddenly saw the scene of her servants recommending her the food recipes they had collected and asking her for credit. That's enough. Next time, we go to White Rose and Sky Arm. The satisfied girl patted her belly. Thinking of the delicacies in the city, she barely suppressed the disgusting feeling that was almost destroyed by her servants. After all, the white elf skeleton floated in the thick green broth, sinking and floating in it, and coupled with the bubbles of acid and poison and other parts of food, it didn't look like a decent food at all. God knows how these demons cooked it. She was a little angry. If it weren't for the temptation of delicious food that made her not act on her own, she might have killed people in the city because of her mood just now. And Gordon, who was keenly aware of the murderous aura and then disappeared, looked at the abyss demon with a puzzled look. It followed her for a day and almost accompanied her to run all over the city. But he found that the six-armed snake demon in front of him did almost everything that a demon shouldn't do, and didn't do what he should do. Just like a normal human being. She ate. She visited a store every 10 minutes, and ate a lot each time. So much so that the street alleys were now spreading the legend that there was a beautiful girl who was a big eater. And the food she ate also changed from eating a team's worth of food in one breath to eating a cow, 2 pigs, and 50 pigeons in one meal. The rumors that the food in several hotels was eaten up were really laughable. This also led to a continuous increase in the purchase price of many foods the next day. Of course, this is all later. It can't be that the purpose of its coming here is to taste the food in White Lake City. Gordon's guess was actually not wrong. The main purpose of the six-armed snake demon coming here was really to taste the food to fill another need in his heart besides killing. Even though Gordon had seen many creatures, crazy alchemists, paranoid humans, and queens who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the country. But he had never seen a devil who loved to eat, let alone a six-armed snake devil who loved to eat human food. Some of them were not following the rules. Of course, Gordon didn't know whether this six-armed snake devil had stayed with humans for a period of time. If he had, then all this would make sense. After being used to human delicacies, if you force yourself to eat food made by other races, you might feel uncomfortable. In addition, although the abyss is vast and has cities and everything, pursuing delicacies in the abyss is obviously an extremely niche hobby. It is almost impossible to eat normal food. It was just because the one who pursued this delicacy was a powerful demon that surprised Gordon. But it's good this way. At least it's much better than those guys who want to destroy everything all day long. Gordon stared at it for a while, and found that the six-armed snake demon started to move again. This time its goal was to go to the upper-class area of the nobility. Gordon guessed that it should be looking for the seduction demon. Sure enough, the seduction demon told Gordon that the six-armed snake demon wanted her to come out to pick her up. With this, Gordon could breathe a sigh of relief, finally not having to watch it all the time. So, it notified the seduction demon that the six-armed snake demon should notify it of its orders as soon as there was any movement. It left here and returned to the small house on Lakeview Street. At this time, Enrique was riding in it with an excited look on his face. I know. He was extremely fanatical. Like a fanatical believer who saw the kingdom of God high above heaven. Chapter 502 The Beginning of the War. What do you understand? Gordon looked at Enrique, who was in a state of madness, and asked with some confusion. When Enrique saw that Gordon had returned, he did not care about being respectful. Instead, he took a piece of paper with many scribbled and drawn magic symbols, and spread it in front of Gordon with excitement. And then said with some excitement that he forgot the words. Sir, look. This is the location of White Lake City. The map was twisted, and Gordon could barely see the outline of the continent that seemed to be seen when he was on the spaceship. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Gordon was a little confused. What does this have to do with returning to the main material plane? Of course. And it's very important. Enrique emphasized. Look at this location. And this map of the Shadow Sea. As he said that, he pulled out another piece of paper, which also had a large number of drafts and a similar outline of the continent. But what puzzled Gordon was that the two maps were slightly different. Although it is the same coastline. But, it's like looking at it backwards. The protruding corner of the west coast appears on the east coast. If Enrique hadn't pulled it out for him to see, he might not have realized that it was made up of a map. What is this? Gordon looked at Enrique, and the meaning was self-evident, while Enrique shouted to everyone with a desire to talk. I was wondering why I couldn't find the coordinates before. It turns out that the problem lies here. Sir, you don't know that in Aham's scroll, there was once a bizarre story. That is, two people went to the same abyss plane together. But in the end, they circled the world and even persisted for decades without finding themselves. Do you know why? Lost? Gordon asked tentatively. Although he knew that the answer was obviously wrong, he didn't bother to guess and gave the wrong answer directly, allowing the thin wizard in front of him to continue to speak quickly and swiftly. No, they are trapped in different worlds, although they are in the same plane. One of them is a copy of the other. That is to say, it is a projection. After saying that, Andrews looked at the sky outside the window, which was as thick as fog. The dark clouds seemed to be brewing thunder, but his eyes were brighter than ever. Gordon understood that it was the fire of hope. That plane is the Shadow Sea. In the 521st year of the Dark Calendar, when the Archmage Kajek and his wife, Ms. Vajera, went to the Shadow Sea, they encountered this problem. But he only mentioned it in his notes at that time, because it is very rare for two worlds to appear in one plane. It can be said that it is almost impossible. Why? Gordon asked a question at the right time and let Andrews continue. This is because this projection materializes and becomes the power, or foundation, of another world. It needs the help, or support, of the most powerful being in this plane. Without his help, the entire continent and plane world will be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Enrique's eyes were filled with fear, but he seemed to have thought of something and said seriously, Sir, I think you should know who he is. Of course, the King of the Deep Sea. That's right. The King of the Deep Sea. It is him, and only his power, that can support the entire plane. But all this can only be done when it is asleep. No wonder White Lake City has not been attacked by demons until now. Only a few small lords nearby. Not a single one in the sea. Gordon smiled. His pupils shrank slightly, and it was obvious that his mood was not as calm as it seemed. After all, even for him, it would take some time to digest this news. How did you find out? Gordon asked again. It's like this. Isn't there a new Church of Grace in the city? I originally wanted to go over and see if I could ask this great God for some tips. After all, we are also in the good camp, and I believe he will not ignore it. But God bless me, I just prayed to that great existence in my heart for a while like them. And then I heard something incredible. The man standing in line in front of me was talking to his companions about his experience leaving the city. He said that he saw a very high mountain on the sea in the west from a distance, and it was in a trapezoidal shape. This spectacular scene is something they have never seen in the main material plane. At that time, I seemed to be assisted by God. I suddenly thought of the scenery of the Shadow Sea continent described in the notebook of the famous magic explorer Master Kajek in the library of the Dark Tome of Ahem. The high mountains on the east coast are enough to make people tremble in the depths of their souls. At that moment, I seemed to be looking directly at the gods. This paragraph is about the scenery of the Shadow Sea described in Kajek's travel notes. Just now, I was trying to determine Kajek's location at that time to avoid making a mistake. And just now, I figured it out. Yes, this is the world projected by the consciousness of the King of the Deep Sea. It is the opposite here. So there are no coordinates. The magic circle has located the real Shadow Sea plane from the beginning, not the reverse world here. Aham's disciples are now full of enthusiasm and excitement. Obviously, they have suddenly realized that the difficulties they encountered are now gone like water, never to return. It seems that there is no problem that can stump him anymore. But these demons? These demons are of course real. And these humans are also real. But these are all poor creatures who came to this world through various accidents. Some shuttled through a fog, and some are washed into the coast after drowning. This is why the bodies of demons here disappear so quickly. Because this world is originally alive. When it wakes up, the entire plane will become its food. This may also be the reason why no sea demons come to attack White Lake City. When Andrews' meaningful speculations were made, the problems that originally troubled Gordon also disappeared. But then he thought that when Galmadon came to the Sea of Shadows hundreds of years ago, it should not be in the Sea of Shadows in this reflection world. But Gordon wrote down the words in the notebook, and then found a mirror to match it. The words that originally belonged to the Cave of the End were displayed in the mirror as Sleeping Valley. Sleeping Valley. And Ruzi, do you know where Sleeping Valley is? Gordon suddenly asked. Sleeping Valley? Of course I know. It's not far from here. Just north of the mountain in the eastern continent. About in the middle of the southwest corner. Andrews, who was familiar with the Shadow Sea and had been prepared for a long time, said the location that Gordon mentioned in one sentence, and even marked the specific direction for it. Really? Of course. It is said that people who enter that place will unconsciously fall into a coma. And even demons dare not approach there. By the way, sir, where did you know about the Sleeping Valley? I learned this from a senior explorer. In the past, according to my level, I would never be able to get this level of information. He knew where I was going. And he specifically told me where I couldn't go and where I couldn't touch. And the Sleeping Valley is one of them. But I don't know about the Cave of the End you mentioned last time. Maybe only those of higher levels, or even the reader, can know it. By the way, I heard that you are the messenger of His Majesty Alduin? I can't believe that your faith is so pure. And Reese seemed to have thought of something, and asked with a gossipy look on his face. Gordon's response was simple, straightforward and powerful. Yes. I will always be loyal to the great and immortal Dragon of Grace. Why? You also want to throw yourself into the arms of my lord? Gordon looked at Aham's disciple with a half-smile. But he waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it. I have already been infected with the bad habits of the Abyss. It is impossible for me to return to the Order camp. However, I am willing to bear the consequences of my past. His expression was serious and didn't look fake. And it was another string of words that seemed to be intended to dispel Gordon's idea. Sir, don't pity me. If it weren't for the village night watchman who helped me repel the demon's attack, I'm afraid I would have been buried deep in the ever-wet land of Kylar like my childhood playmates. Since then, I swore that I would take revenge in this life. Revenge on the demons of the entire Abyss. They took away what I loved and destroyed my hometown in my heart. Unforgivable. Although after successfully entering Aham's Dark Scroll organization, I gradually realized that the oath I made was like a joke. But now more than 30 years have passed. I still haven't given up any plan to cause trouble for the demons. The same is true for saving White Lake City. Including this time. It is hard to imagine a wizard who is almost a century old, looking angry in front of a cat. And Gordon was silent in his heart. But since Andrews said so, he didn't make it difficult. What's more, force preaching is not advisable. And only finding it yourself is the best. Gordon knew the reason very well. So he happily changed the topic, and put the most important issue on the table. How long will it take for the ritual array to be effective? Gordon asked Andrews. It was looking forward to the scene after the city returned to the main material plane. But by then, if more than 60% of the 100 believers could stay, Gordon would be very lucky. Don't look at the small proportion, but compared with the huge number of believers, it feels that it is still acceptable. After all, they were all believers who were obtained for free, which could be regarded as an unexpected fortune. And it also played a vital role in promoting the church of the main material plane. Of course, Gordon felt that in the future, before the adventure team went to the Abyss, they might have to find its statue to worship. However, the most important thing is, which adventurer can resist the temptation of having a god escorting him when he goes to the Abyss? It will take about a month. It will take a lot of effort to modify this ritual. And by then, we have to go to the real boundary of this plane and the position opposite to White Lake City to redraw a guiding array, so that White Lake City can ignore the traction and return to the main material plane. But the resources to activate the ritual array require a huge amount of corpses. And Reese was silent for a while, and finally vomited it out. It seemed a little hard to accept. But there was nothing he could do. There must be a war, so that the flesh and blood mill will work, and everyone will have hope to escape. After all, this place is more dangerous than the other place, the real Shadow Sea, because no one knows how long it will take for the King of the Deep Sea to wake up next time. 300 years? 500 years? Or 1,000 years? For humans, 100 years is still long enough. But for gods, it is really sloppy. Just sleeping is enough for an elf to experience a lifetime. Even Gordon himself clearly realized that his next sleep would probably be like this Dagon. 100 years of dreaming. It passed in a flash. However, when Gordon was thinking about this, he looked at the number of extra soul fragments in the column of the talent car. This thought was ignored instantly. What a joke. It is still a long way from the adult advancement. Unless there are 1,800 of them in the next battlefield. It is still possible to think about it. But this is normal. When he saw this panel for the first time, Gordon knew that this was something he would have to experience in the future. Just like the number of dragons will never be as many as goblins and goblins. It can kill 500 or even 1,000 murlocs. But if it is replaced by dragons, let alone 500, even if there are 50 dragons, the ecological chain of some areas of the entire continent will be reshuffled. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. And the impact caused later is even greater. This is why Gordon chose to come to the Abyss. Because only here can he kill wantonly. No matter the meabies, vultures, and berserkers he killed before. It is difficult to find a second one in an area in the main material plane. It is not like here, where they are all crazy and everywhere. If there is a chance in the future, it will definitely go to the bloody battlefield for a tour. Even the legendary demons, like Baylor Flame Demon, are only officers under the Legion, not high-level generals. Just when Gordon was immersed in the broken picture of the future, Andrewis was very tactful and did not disturb it. He continued to lie on the table, constructing the ritual array and painting. He was making plans for the war in a few days. There were not enough resources, but it was impossible to break the shackles of this place on the city. Therefore, the war in a few days must not only be fierce, but also keep the corpses of demons here as much as possible. Otherwise, the corpses of humans will be used as fuel. And Andrewis always feels guilty, although he is now considered a chaotic camp. As a kind-hearted person, he still can't bear to see that kind of scene. But there is not much he can do. The only thing is how to free these people from the Abyss. Chapter 503, The Light of Grace. Time passed quickly. And in the blink of an eye, it was 3 days later. On the second to last day, the six-armed snake demon that entered White Lake City quietly left the city where it had a big meal. So that many hotel and tavern owners felt a little regretful that they did not see this extremely gluttonous girl with an appetite like a dragon at noon on the third day. It would be great if she could eat for a few more days. They looked at the piles of broken gold in their hands. You know, each of these pieces is enough to buy a floor and a half of real estate on the surface. That is, the main material plane. And almost every hotel and restaurant owner has at least 2 fist-sized gold ores in his hands. Who said it wasn't? What a generous lady. But I don't know whose lady she is. She looks a little strange. I heard that she is not a local, but the sister of the city lord New Beauty. It seems that she lives in this demonic land. An informed guest interrupted. Really? What? The audience was a little bit unbelievable. Even the young man who told the news swallowed his saliva and nodded seriously. Yes. 2 days ago, the elder sister of the Gel family worked in the city lord mansion, and saw the 2 sisters there. They were so beautiful. According to the elder sister of the Gel family, she and them were like the ugly duckling and the white swan in the fairy tale. When everyone heard this, they immediately showed envy on their faces, and some teasing voices followed. Oh, our city lord, Count Kalania, is really lucky. He turned into a frog outside and picked up 2 beautiful sisters. Ha ha ha. Yes, when I was turned into a frog by the wizard that day, I was thinking, if I can't change back, then when I stand on our high platform and give a speech, won't I have to ask the druids in the nearby White Feather Forest to translate what it says? Quack quack. Ha ha ha. There was another round of laughter. But the laughter was interrupted by a whistle that resounded throughout the city. And the guests with smiles on their faces suddenly changed their faces. Panic. Fear. Fear. All kinds of negative emotions were like an overturned 5-flavor bottle, colorfully presented on the faces of many spectators. This whistle sound is particularly clear as long as it is the title of the White Lake City drama. In addition to the warning effect, this is also a call to arms, which will only sound when the city encounters extremely powerful difficulties. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The whistle continued to sound, almost 3 times in a row, and then slowly stopped. Outside, the originally quiet streets appeared noisy, and the sound of panicked footsteps and the cries of the crowd appeared outside the tavern. They could vaguely hear words like the demon army is coming. Hide. Help. Oh! Who can come and save me? Come up to the city wall with me. Let's protect White Lake City together. Etc. The people who were originally laughing and making noises in the tavern also dispersed. Some of them were ready to climb the city wall. Some were ready to hide in the cellar. And of course some were shaking and couldn't move their legs. Demons. These were the terrible creatures that they had only heard of and seen in stories on the main material plane. They ate human flesh and blood and sucked out their souls. This was common in stories about demons. Although they have been in the Shadow Sea, the land of demons, for so long, it does not prevent them from being afraid like insects when the real demon army comes. Now White Lake City has become an iron wall under the construction of many mages and stonemasons. The original gate made of fine iron has been closed by a high wall made of square rocks. As if there is no door in this city. The wall has also changed from 13 feet thick to 30 feet thick. It took a lot of effort for the mages to almost use up all their spell slots every day to build the wall a few days before the arrival of the demons. The wall has become thicker and taller, stretching in front of the main gate, giving some comfort and courage to many warriors who have just stepped onto the high platform. Such a tall wall. I hope those demons can't get in. This is what the soldiers and adventurers, who can only use ladders to enter and exit the high wall, and use ropes to lift goods pray for in their hearts. At this moment, in the flat wilderness, under the rolling hills, a mass of black things are rapidly approaching the city wall, with dark clouds rolling and the earth shaking. However, long before this group of black things came into the human vision, the druid had his falcon bring a shared vision, and saw clearly who the group of galloping guys were. This is also the root of the whistle in White Lake City. Demons. Endless demons. They galloped on the wilderness, like wild beasts released from the cage of the arena, without reason and full of cruelty. Original demons, deformed demons, iron cavalry demons, wax-melting demons, giant bull demons, and the berserker demons and eagle demons that Gordon had killed were all clearly visible. Of course, the most conspicuous one was the one that was supported in the center of the demon army, the skeletal throne surrounded by a group of 4-armed female snake demons. And under the throne, 8 male 6-armed snake demons were carrying this huge throne more than 10 meters high and advancing in the wilderness. In the population of abyssal snake demons, status is linked to strength, which leads to the fact that females who are born with the ability to cast spells have a higher status than males. Similarly, as the snake demons grow, the more arms they have, the stronger they are. So more arms are better than fewer arms. Whether these 4-armed snake demon wizards or 6-armed snake demon warriors, they are all elites of the abyssal snake demon clan, except for a part of the troops who stayed in the old nest to protect the tribe. They can be said to have come out in full force, in the cruel vertical pupils unique to snakes. Everything behind the high wall built by humans that rises on the other side of the earth is reflected. Their queen told them that there were countless delicious souls waiting for them to taste, countless human buildings waiting for them to destroy, countless human flesh waiting for them to eat, and the screams and groans that seemed to come from billions of throats waiting for them to listen to. The enthusiasm was not reduced by half because of the gradually cut high walls, but it made them work harder to get closer to the city. The human side naturally would not let this group of strange but highly deterrent demon army rush directly to the city wall. As the sea-like demon army approached and the distance was shortened, the priests and wizards on the city wall began to chant together. As the first round, the firepower should include not only the crossbow arrows that have been soaked in holy water, but also this powerful spell. After all, when the demons get closer, it will be much more difficult to use such a powerful spell. One after another, the spell auras lit up from the city wall, and the air vibrated. Blizzards, rain of fire, and poisonous clouds that can corrode everything appeared one by one on the path that the demons must pass. And thunder appeared from time to make their presence felt. After all, the highest level of druids here is only the 6th level, and they can't use the 8th ring spell, Lightning Storm. Otherwise, lightning is still effective against demons. Whether it is attacking or suppressing his regeneration ability, it is a good effect. But even so, the demon army that has undergone the baptism of spells has only eliminated some cannon fodder and debris that can't even climb the city wall. The demons that are really threatening to White Lake City, such as berserker demons and giant bull demons, basically have no effect on these spells. Compared with spells, arrows soaked in holy water have reduced the number of middle-level demons of about the 3rd and 4th levels, and have made a lot of contributions. Seeing the arrows, the demons left a pile of corpses and rushed through the first line of defense. A wizard wearing a blue wizard robe and a priest wearing a priest's costume on the city wall nodded slightly, as the 2 leaders who participated in the entire parliamentary meeting and had their own understanding of the war plan. They naturally knew the next action. It's time to start. as the message reached the towering temple in the center of the city through a special magic artifact. The densely packed white-robed priests and wizards inside began to chant in unison on two ritual arrays painted with strange patterns. This is the magic array left by the elves in White Lake City. And it is also a lost elf mystery lock. It has always been sealed under the prayer hall of the Dawn Temple. It was not used much when the demons ravaged the main material plane. And it was not used until today. The demon army was gradually approaching. And the gray clouds in the sky had turned red at some point. The fire clouds that only appear in the evening appeared in the open space 10 miles away from Baihu City. The red light set off the city wall. And the setting sun was like blood. However, so far, the demon army has not launched any attacks except for the spells given by the group of spellcasters. So the current casualties are very objective. Except for a few spells that were not dispelled by the battle mages on the city wall or the light shield. Most of them were intact on the city wall, shooting arrows soaked in holy water one after another. This war is far from over. Gordon looked at the fire clouds in the sky and naturally knew that it was the magician in the city who took action. And its vertical pupils trembled slightly. And it felt the strong magic breath in it. There is no doubt that this is a legendary spell that can only be cast by a 9-ring wizard. Gordon, who had seen legendary spells before, naturally understood its power, which was enough to force a violent breath of the ancient red dragon. And this power is still increasing, and will reach the top when the demon army reaches the center. This is bad. If they all die, I won't even get a fragment. Gordon was a little stunned. He had never imagined this situation. He originally planned to take advantage of the chaos when the two sides fought hand to hand. His heart began to become restless. The demons also have advanced spellcasters. Knowing that a powerful spell is about to fall, they will naturally not remain indifferent. It is too far to retreat now. And the 6-armed snake demon on the skeleton throne, who had been to White Lake City once, with a vertical pupil full of snake-like indifference, looked at the increasingly red clouds in the sky with a touch of cruelty. It seems that we can only use that. Let the snakeman priest prepare first. Don't waste the effect of the scroll. Facing the approaching danger, the 6-armed snake demon, as the commander of the demon army, also issued a series of orders. Soon, as a halo with magical fluctuations lit up in the demon army, the priest took action. The ancient and long demon language resounded through the world. Mass bloodthirstiness, mass violence. And in the hands of the 6-armed snake demon, there was also a golden scale-shaped scroll, which depicted an obscure snakeman spell. This was the relic of the Saruk who once dominated the continent and became the ruler of the continent when the Abyss Snake Demon plundered the main material plane. Only the Snake Man can release the sealed spell. The Abyss Snake Demon is naturally one of the branches. As the 6-armed snake demon spoke the weird snakeman language, a ripple that was large enough to sweep the entire army instantly covered it. And invisible magic energy was added to it. Group acceleration. The demons, who had become extremely large under the spells of the spellcasters in the Legion, suddenly increased their speed. The 5-meter-tall berserker now soared to 8 meters in height, several times larger in size, and more than twice as fast, like a full-powered king-class truck. And countless low-level demons died under its feet. Just like this, behind the swiftness, there is a road made of flesh and bones. Damn it! They want to avoid the range of the spell by speed. The wizard on the wall saw the demon's plan at a glance. At this speed, it was inevitable that the demons would run out of the range of the spell. I didn't expect there was a group acceleration spell. This is a spell close to the 9th ring, and it can be said to be the closest to time stop except for the legendary spell time stop. Some mages saw the truth that the demons were almost twice as fast, which was something they could not have expected, and was also a missed link in the plan. After all, there are not many mages with acceleration spells, let alone demons, who are born to cast spells and never learn. This made the originally planned spell range that exploded in the demon crowd suddenly become a bubble. It seems that we can only release it now. Notify them. Interrupt the chanting. No need to wait until the spell is at its most powerful. The leading mage elder was also a ruthless person. He forced the ceremony in the temple to stop when the spell was brewing and the power was not yet completed, although it would bring backlash. After using this spell, the casters in the temple would lose their combat power. With the same ending, they would naturally choose a more fruitful one. The people who received the order from the Grand Mage in the temple also knew that something was wrong. Under the organization of the white-robed old man who led the ceremony, The light ball that was gradually lighting up in the center of the ceremony began to melt, which meant that the ceremony was about to end. Soon, a pillar of light that reached the sky lit up from the center of the city temple. At the same time, under the light of the hero, the clouds of fire appeared, and a scene that was difficult to see in the shadows for thousands of years appeared. A golden sphere slowly descended from the fiery red clouds. Finally, just before the demon army reached its fastest speed, the sun descended. The blazing light seemed to be able to flow in the air, and the light was like an unmatched wave, which broke out directly behind the demon army and annihilated everything. It was like the light of the gods. Chapter 504, the end of the prelude. Oh! A huge cheer erupted on the city wall, seeing the demon army melt away in the sun. It would be a lie to say that everyone was not excited. Everyone had a happy look on their faces. But soon, when they saw the black shadow walking out of the white light, they were all stunned. For a moment, the cheers gradually became low, and finally silent. Six-armed snake demon. Her skeletal throne had disappeared, and her fellow tribesmen around her were already seriously injured. But from her peerless face, it was not clear that she was troubled by this spell, because huge figures began to appear one after another, including giant bull demons, berserker demons, wolf snake demons, and even another seducer demon who had transformed into his original form. They all had injuries to varying degrees. But as the black mist of the six-armed snake demon spread, the demon power flashed in it, and the demons that walked out were in full condition again, and even more ferocious. Obviously, although the meteor explosion just now caused more than half of the demons in the demon army to fall directly under the blazing light, the truly powerful ones can still rely on the acceleration technique and the defense of their own scales to resist the damage from the sky. Therefore, although this attack successfully blocked the pace of the demon army, it did not cause any damage at all. What is even more terrifying is that the remaining demons have begun to summon demons. That's right. Demon summoning is a skill that every high-level demon must learn. Even the six-armed snake demon summoned a small team of priests composed of four-armed snake men, and the other surviving priests summoned a demon gate. It can continuously transport low-level creatures such as the little demons and original demons that have just been born near the sticks to this battlefield. Fortunately, the summoner summoned by the demon could not continue to summon, and the portal also had a time limit. Otherwise, it would be a pity for the casters, who were now limp on the floor of the temple, foaming at the mouth, weak, epileptic, and other negative buffs due to the backlash of the forced interruption of the spell. Well, this is the only way to go. Looking at the approach of the demon army, the mage, who had already made up his mind, no longer hesitated, but used the loudspeaker to speak loudly to the group of people who were nervously looking at the approaching demon army in the distance on the city wall. People of White Lake City, I know you are afraid. I also know you are terrified. Death and pain are what we want to get rid of. But please always remember that our home is behind us. If we protect this place, we will protect our home. My home is there too. So, people of White Lake City, please join me and take up arms. Roar at the devil. If you want to destroy this place, you must first step over my body. For our home. For the ones we love. Fight. Until death. Fight. Until death. Morale is high, and the voices are like thunder. Looking at the momentum of the common hatred erupting from the city wall not far away, Gordon couldn't help but sigh secretly. Humans are always like this. At the critical moment of life and death, they will put aside all frictions and contradictions and fight against foreign enemies with all their strength. Of course, in Gordon vision, there are also a few people who are not satisfied and tremble and want to leave the city wall. But these people don't need Gordon to do anything at all. They are caught and imprisoned by the guards stationed in the shadows. Although he escaped the war, if nothing unexpected happens, he will have to pay the price for his escape after the war. Under the city wall, the demon army is less than 200 meters away. Their scales, horns, and even the terrifying mouth full of knife-like teeth that is still drooling with saliva are so frightening that the timid will feel weak in the knees. But in the end, the courage of the team overwhelms the insignificant retreat and cowardice of the individual, fighting side by side with comrades. Even if they are demons, what does it matter? Thinking of this, the morale is getting higher and higher, and it seems that they can't wait to jump off the city wall and have a man-to-man duel with this group of demons with an average height of more than 5 meters. The portal continuously transported the lowest level demons into the city. facing the city wall reinforced and raised by the wizard. These demons were not just scarecrows standing under the city and letting people shoot arrows and cast spells. The furious tide followed the order of the six-armed snake demon. All the demons swarmed up. Some even used the flying spell to float in the air, trying to directly cross the city wall, and others inserted their claw-like hands into the rock wall and climbed up quickly. The rising demon had not yet soared to the height of the city wall, and a magic removal made its floating disappear. And the demon climbing up along the city wall and rock wall was hit head-on by everyone. Kerosene. Fierce fire. In an instant, the city wall turned into a musket, and there were creatures that kept wailing and smoking, under the impact of gravity or other things. They broke away from the city wall and fell into the demon army below. And then the fire quickly disappeared and annihilated in the sea of dark scales. It was as if it had never been lit. Hurry up. New recruits. Aaron heard the voice of Prussia, the veteran who had taken good care of him these days. For some reason, amid the shouts of killing and the roars of demons, Prussia's voice was so kind. Okay. Okay. He quickly handed the fire glue in the round glass bottle stored in the supply box to Prussia carefully. Just now, he took advantage of the gap to see how powerful the explosion of this thing was. The area of 10 meters in radius was burned into a white area by the flames. It was not until he delivered the glass bottle for the 5th time that it was extinguished. If it exploded here, Aaron didn't dare to think about the scene. Get out. You demons raised by women. Go back to your mother arms to suckle. Prussia's fierce voice was particularly clear. He took the fire glue handed to him by Aaron and threw it to the place where the most demons were. Buzz, accompanied by the roar of the demon. The sound rose by 1 decibel. The kerosene after the explosion of the fiery glue suddenly exploded when it met the air. A large ball of flame appeared in the open space under the city wall. Several vulture demons and primal demons covered by the fiery glue were burned by the flames and rolled on the ground. Humph. Let them make noise here. Go back to your hometown in the abyss. After throwing the fire bottle, Prussia took out the arrows from the quiver behind him, and a smile appeared on his stubbled mouth. Uncle Prussia. We are in the abyss now. Aaron inserted the additional arrows into another spare quiver, looking helplessly at the White Lake City veteran, who usually liked to tease him after drinking, and asked him which pretty girl he liked in the tavern. Never mind. Let them roll back into their mother belly. Anyway, they will never be allowed to take a single step on my wall. Unless I die. Prussian tree. Don't say that. The pressure here is not great. We will all be fine. The battle can be safely over. Aaron whispered. There were many new recruits like him, all of whom were temporarily recruited. Before the abyss fell into the White Lake City, he was just an ordinary bakery apprentice, learning to make bread with his Aunt Anna who raised him. Not to mention fighting. He rarely touched weapons. The thing he held most often in his hand was probably the rolling pin that weighed less than 1 kilogram. Although Aaron had a dream of being an adventurer when he was young, he also waved a wooden sword with his friends at the door when he was young, and made a vow with them to go out on adventures together when they grew up. Defeat the dragon and save the princess, so that Uncle Henry and Aunt Gina would look at him with new eyes. Become a hero of the kingdom. This was Aaron's childhood dream. But this dream ended when his best friend left White Lake City and headed for the neighboring Blackstone town. The caravan they were riding on was ambushed and killed by a small group of jackals in the wilderness. Since hearing about the death of his best friend, Aaron had nightmares every night. He dreamed that Colin, who was covered in blood and ragged clothes, held the wooden sword they often played with in his left hand, stretched out his right hand to her, and said with a smile, Aaron, we agreed to go out on an adventure together. It was like a roar from the throat rubbing against the knife, which made the young Aaron afraid to sleep for several nights. Even during the day, he would light a candle to illuminate every corner of the attic. Soon, he fell ill, and his Aunt Anna, who raised him, rushed him to the temple of the Lord of Dawn. After the treatment of the priests of the temple, Aaron gradually woke up from his coma. A week after he recovered, he threw his wooden sword into the furnace and burned it, along with his dream of becoming a hero. Afterwards, he took the initiative to ask his Aunt Anna to learn how to make bread, which made Anna, who was originally worried about what kind of job her nephew would do to support himself in the future, overjoyed. After all, he had rejected the idea of becoming a bakery owner a long time ago. Although he liked to eat bread, he really couldn't stand the chattering of the neighbors. It took a long time to buy a piece of bread. Only his aunt would smile and perfunctorily deal with the trivial things they said. But now, Aaron looked at the thick wall behind him, as if he could penetrate space and distance, and saw a middle-aged woman in an apron sitting at home in a street in White Lake City, praying to the Woking shrine enshrined in her home. He also has people he wants to protect, and he is not afraid of death. In a sense, he seems to have become a hero. Great. Hurry up. New recruit. You will be fully responsible if I lose the game with old Sam later. Prussia's cursing voice came from the wall again, and Uncle Sam's sarcastic laughter in the distance. Hey, old sly guy. Don't put the blame on little Aaron. Okay? Now I have killed 17 demons. No. The 18th? After saying that, Sam, who used to be a battlefield scout, drew his bow and shot the coward who was halfway up the wall down the wall with one arrow, and disappeared into the vast black ocean. Humph. You will die sooner or later. The victory will be mine then. Prussia looked at the complacent bald archer with disdain, and said indifferently, while urging Aaron behind him, New recruit, hurry up. I also need you to prepare a finger guard for me. Go to the quartermaster to get it. Hurry. It's worn out. After saying that, he threw Aaron a worn finger glove with blood on it. Aaron took it and hesitated when he saw the blood in the glove. For some reason, he looked at this middle-aged ranger who was originally strong and scary in his impression. But now, he was so hunched and insignificant. Small. His arrows were insignificant in the vast army. But he still insisted on the front line, insisting on resisting the attack of the demon, even if his arm, that was pulling the bow, was trembling slightly, and his fingers were bruised. So, not long after, Aaron brought back new knuckles and new weapons. He gave the new iron knuckles to the middle-aged ranger, who was concentrating on aiming at a vulture demon that was flying into the air. The ranger took it and released the string with his right hand. Almost without a pause, the hastily bandaged right hand pulled the bow again, strung it, and aimed at the target. When he shot down another vulture demon, he found that Aaron, who was originally his assistant, the young recruit, and the child entrusted to him by his sweetheart Anna, had disappeared. But when he turned his head, he heard a whoosh in his ear. This was the sound of an arrow being shot. The arrow covered with holy water hit the belly of the demon climbing up below. The demon monster that looked like a human, but not a human, immediately fell down, holding its belly. Aaron, you? This was the first time he didn't use the title of recruit. He looked at this child who had grown up with him and hesitated. I thought it through, Uncle Prussia. Although I also have people I want to protect. But what I should do more is to bring you some help. Although it's insignificant, at least I can relieve some of your pressure by shooting an arrow. That's enough for me. Ah. Prussia hadn't recovered yet. And Aaron smiled again. By the way, Uncle Prussia, I got a new bow and arrow from the quartermaster. In your name. You won't blame me, will you? Hee hee. Okay. Prussia didn't hesitate too much. He always respected Aaron's choice. So he could only look at Aaron with a curse. And then added another sentence. Smelly boy. Stay by my side. Be careful that the demons will drag you down. Okay. It must be said that the demons' human wave tactics are indeed effective. After a while, many people were exhausted, and the force of the arrows they shot was not as strong as before. The arrows that could originally penetrate the armor scales now only left a shallow white mark on the scales, as well as traces of corrosion. The six-armed snake demon's tactic of consuming the low-level demons from the portal first was a wise strategy, and everyone had to accept it. The effect of the human wave tactics was beyond imagination, although the loss ratio was very high. As long as the city's manpower and spell slots could be consumed, it would be the victory of the snake demon. So, the highlight came with the last wave of low-level demons crossing the portal, as the spell ripples that were difficult for everyone to see appeared. The red hexagram formation was rising in countless open spaces, attics, and even on the city walls inside the city. Mass random teleportation. Chapter 505, Dragon Tribute. The six-armed snake demon was very steady in using the random teleportation spell. It was not reckless enough to use this spell, which could only be used once a day, in the first attack. Instead, it slowly used low-level demons to consume the strength of the human defenders, and waited until the casualties accumulated to a certain extent, and then lowered their vigilance to a certain extent, thinking that the demons only had this method. Then, with the force of thunder, it threw its high-level demons into the battlefield one by one. Boom! The phantom of the demon suddenly appeared on the dark red magic circle, twisted like the shadow of a six-armed monster, huge as a hill, and a beast with 3 strange heads of an elder. Various brutal monster phantoms appeared in Baihu City, and 7 or 8 similar magic circles appeared on the streets, roofs, and even courtyards. Everyone looked at the blood-red magic circle that suddenly appeared, and they were suddenly a little slow to react until someone screamed loudly, "Teleportation magic circle! Mage! Counterattack!" They woke up from their dreams and rushed to attack the culprit. However, the 6-armed snake demon was thousands of meters away from the city wall, and there were abyss snake demon warriors holding snake-headed shields around it. It was still a bit difficult to break through their defense and interfere with the 6-armed snake demon. What's more, the magic circle has been formed. If you want to destroy all the phantoms of these demons, you must use a large-scale dispel spell or the city's own counter spell. No! Something big happened. And how is this possible? Even the old wizard on the city wall with gray hair and drooping eyebrows frowned or was surprised. In addition to summoning demons, they had considered the famous teleportation spell a long time ago and applied countermeasures. The evil protection array that has now shrunk to the edge of the city wall is an example. With the protection of this array, it should take some time for the demon's teleportation spell or other spells to break through this barrier, and this time is just enough for them to prepare for it. However, the sudden attack of the teleportation array caught them off guard, because with the protection of the evil protection array, even the random teleportation spell could not be teleported to White Lake City, because it has already expelled the evil aura. For the Shadow Sea Plane, White Lake City is like another dimension, and the two are incompatible, and the random teleportation array is limited to this plane. Could it be? Looking at the demon's phantom that gradually turned from virtual to real, the human wizard heart sank. Are there coordinates left by the demon in the city? Or are there demons in the city? Only in this way can it be explained why the evil protection array they set up would be ignored by random teleportation. Quick! Notify the mage conference. There may be hidden demon spies in the city. Please ask them to be extremely careful. The first people he notified were the people in the mage conference. After all, as mages, their defense is the lowest without the protection of magic, and they are also the easiest to be assassinated. Therefore, reminding them to guard against the people around them is also to prevent the important combat resources of White Lake City from being stolen by demons. At the same time, he also issued other orders. Let those teams enter the venue. They were originally used for the decapitation plan. It seems that we can only maintain order now. The great mage waved his hand. As White Lake City, it is next to the most famous trade route from north to south. And there is also the vast forgotten forest. Adventurers are naturally like merchants, and there is an endless stream of them. There is no shortage of long-term and powerful adventure teams in the city. They often accept tasks from merchants, such as escorting or eliminating monster forces on the road for a living. And this time, there is also a group of adventurers who are taken into the abyss together. They are more open-minded than most people in the city. Some people even feel more excited than the fear of being trapped in a desperate situation. After all, as adventurers, in fact, to a certain extent, just like Goliath, some people take risks to satisfy their curiosity. Some people take risks for money. And some people just want to see more different places. As a traveler, from the desolate snowy land and wild ice fields in the north to the wealthy towns in the south, from the coastal town that is like a pearl inlaid at the junction of the sea and the land to the desolate Gobi and desert with no people and wind and sand, they are eager to take on various tasks. Not for money, but to enjoy the adventure. Challenging adventures can make the fire in their hearts burn. Of course, such people are rare. But the adventure teams that can persist to the end and gradually emerge in the adventure must have such characteristics. If it is purely for money, adventurers are really not as good as those traders who travel around and trade, and the underground gangs that parasitize in the city. These two make more money and faster. Soon, under the order of the Great Wizard, the adventure teams that have been accumulating strength in the barracks and waiting for the opportunity to be recruited finally came out and looked at the scarlet lights in the city. The members of these teams were not afraid at all, but were eager to try. Grizzly. This time, let's see who kills more demons. In the adventure teams dressed in different styles, the captains of each team were in the front. One of the warriors in fine half-body armor stared at a burly man not far away with a smile. I heard that your fastest record was to destroy a Knoll tribe with more than 100 elite Knoll warriors of level 3 in 5 minutes. Including Knoll Saints whose challenge level has reached level 6. Humph. Isn't this the defeated General Kosi? I hope you won't make excuses this time. Last time, you blamed the liquor in our Grizzly Inn for something wrong. You felt dizzy the next day after drinking it, which caused you to miss the opportunity and lose to me. This time, I don't want to hear your excuses again. The tall northern barbarian with Goliath blood grinned. It must be said that a mouth full of white teeth appeared from the bearded jaw, which was quite funny. Last time, it was definitely your Grizzly's wine that was problematic, and I only lost to you this time. This time, I will definitely win back. This time, I'm going to bet on the honor of the ancestral Highland Knight Codgas. Failure is not my future. It's yours. Humph. Kid, I hope you can come back alive. I think so too. I don't want to throw your head away like garbage when I clean up the battlefield. I doubt you have a corpse left. Among the dozens of teams, there were familiar ones and some that they didn't like. But at this moment, they all tacitly didn't interfere with each other and looked harmonious. After that, they went to their respective areas of responsibility under the commander's assignment. In this way, when the demons appeared in the city, they were not faced with the scene of people running around in panic, but a pair of elite adventurers, under the cover of their teammates, launched a swift and powerful attack on them. It must be said that after Andros came, although he did not directly help White Lake City, the books and knowledge of demonology left behind did open up the horizons of many adventurers and let them understand their weaknesses. The giant bull demon is afraid of fire. Although it is powerful, it is not agile enough in agility or turning. Come on. Hill. Prepare the maze quickly. Let's change places. This battlefield is too empty. We have to find a place with buildings. Got it. Captain. As a team that can become famous. None of them is simple. They have an orderly division of labor, and are methodical. Except for the dangers of facing two powerful enemies. Most of the time, they are hammering the demons. After all, it is a home advantage in White Lake City. The city will not completely let the demons be dealt with by the adventure team. And other people will be sent to assist. For example, a certain block. Roar! The berserker let out a soul-stirring roar. The ground began to shake, and the entire block seemed to be shaking. The rangers of the adventure team aimed their arrows at the berserker's softest eyes, but they were all blocked by his millstone-sized hands, and the other arrows hit its thick scales, except for some that happened to get stuck in the gaps between the scales. Most of the others were bounced back, leaving only half a scratch on the wet scales. Be careful. Tracy. Someone saw the berserker pick up a stone bench for people to rest on the street, and smash it towards the most vulnerable and troublesome spellcaster position. So he quickly reminded him. Tracy, who was preparing the next spell, saw the boulder flying over and looked a little embarrassed. But she was not desperate. Obviously, she also had a way to deal with it. She wiped the ring on her right hand with her left hand, and saw a portal with brown light appear 10 meters in front of her body, summoning of alien creatures. In less than a second, a wild beast summoned from the alien world, a violent pig, rushed out, and it was at this time that it just blocked the way of the flying boulder. Bang! The violent pig was immediately crushed by the head-on blow, and blood flowed from its mouth and nose. It didn't even have room to struggle. It was covered with a thick layer of mud, and the natural armor that was comparable to ordinary extraordinary armor was smashed into pieces. The onlookers could not help but secretly marvel at the power of the berserker. If it was hit, even if the mage had armor, force field and other aura protection, it would probably suffer a great loss if it resisted head-on. This power was already beyond the pressure that the shield of an ordinary mage could bear, and it would inevitably lose its combat effectiveness in a short period of time. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the huge berserker started charging, stepped forward with its left foot, and the 3-foot-thick bluestone slab suddenly cracked in half. The lines were like thunder, and instantly appeared on all the bluestone slabs in front of the berserker on this street. Destroy it. And, demon language. Although the IQ is very high, the berserker, who doesn't like to talk, said the lines that were suppressed in his heart. But the next second, a holy and magnificent voice came from behind. God said, "Let there be light." Then a strong light lit up from the back, and soon reached the maximum brightness. But the adventure team as an ally. I just felt that this light was particularly comfortable, and the muscle stiffness caused by long-term fighting was instantly eliminated. The fatigue and burden were instantly relieved, and the abundant energy flowed into his heart like a continuous mountain spring. But the berserker screamed in fear. The scorching white light blinded its eyes, and it couldn't even open its eyes. It could only feel the roars coming from its ears, some of which were from its companions and adventurers. However, these are not important. What is important is that its end is doomed. It lost its sight and lost its target of attack. It can only blindly be beaten to death by various sneak attacks from adventurers. Of course, some adventure teams are happier. Some demons just teleported over and disappeared, which made them think that the teleportation failed. As a result, many redundant teams were able to assist other teams besieging demons. This happened many times, and with the timely support of the temple priests, the situation quickly stabilized. The demons on the city wall were also dealt with by specialized high-level professionals, in order not to affect the people around. The high-level professionals even took the initiative to take the demon down the city and fight in the sea of demons. However, such actions are often taken when a crisis has already been reached. There is no need to deliberately seek death without caring about life and death. Of course, it is not ruled out that these high-level professionals have their own trump cards. In short, except for the fact that the demon teleportation did have a significant impact on the city at the beginning, with the help of the garrison and adventurers in the city, the first batch of high-level demons were crushed by them. Although many soldiers were lost, at least the defense line was held and there was no collapse. That's enough. On the other side, many soldiers who retreated from the battlefield dragged their tired bodies and hurried to the temple in the street. Although there was a long queue at the door, they could even hear familiar prayers coming from all over the street. They looked at each other and found that each other's faces were full of expectations. Hey, I heard that as long as we kill the enemy, we can get a reward from the God of Grace. Will they deceive us? I heard from the priest that this is the case, and the reward is likely to be the power of killing the enemy. But I heard that it will be more effective if we bring spoils to the sacrifice. The guardian has already appeared. Why are you deceiving us? But the effect may not be that good. We will know after we go in and take a look. The demons they killed naturally had no spoils, and they all fell into the city that merged into the Black Ocean. But this did not affect their sacrifice. Soon, when a group of soldiers who returned from the battlefield and believed in the Lord of Grace gathered in sufficient numbers, the temple's independent grace platform was opened. The dark golden vertical pupil emblem was at the top, staring at the humans under the altar with trepidation. Chapter 506 Madness in the City. This dark golden vertical pupil emblem contains majesty and a unique sacred breath. It makes people unconsciously lower their heads, which are never proud at that moment, and look up at this kind and generous God. At this time, a young man who was standing beside the shrine, wearing a solemn black holy robe, with the same emblem of the temple on his chest, and holding a thick religious book in his hand, walked out of the inner hall. He looked at the densely packed line of believers below, which was exactly 100 people, and showed a warm smile. At the same time, when he saw the soldiers covered with wounds and blood seeping out of the gauze, he frowned and said with pity, God said, my believers will be free from suffering. Pain and torture will disappear from his body. After saying this, the thick note in the man hand burst into a white light, instantly covering the entire hall, and all the injured and uninjured people were bathed in it. An indescribable comfort immediately filled the entire space, and everyone in the hall also felt that all the impurities in their bodies, and the wounds that had not yet healed had undergone visible changes. The scabs on the wounds, impurities and blood stasis, and other harmful substances that could not be seen from the outside, all immediately rushed to the brightest position, as if being pulled by something. My wounds don't hurt anymore. My feet are healed too. My eyes can see. For a while, various joyful voices rang out in the hall, and everyone was shocked by the changes in their bodies. After closing the note, the young temple priest, Galeofran, who had just used the divine power that Gordon lent to his believers, and who was also the young man with the highest faith value in this temple, breathed a sigh of relief. It's too much of a stretch. Use the power that my Lord has bestowed upon me. He looked at the panel, which was extremely low, and almost difficult to use even the most common light spell, and his face twitched slightly, and he could clearly see the gray status bar below his vision. Blessing light, rage of repentance, purification, glory, all were gray skill bars, and the blessing light was rotating. Obviously, the light that was similar to group healing just now was this magic. This was not his own power. Only when he held this notebook could he use the magic power accumulated from his daily prayers to release the magic gifted to him by the Lord. But looking at the sound of the believer's piety values in his retina, and his contribution to the temple also increased. These were nothing. Okay. Be quiet. The land illuminated by my Lord light should not be as casual as the market outside. Galeofren clapped his hands, and said to the people below. The commotion was soon quelled, and many people tacitly kept silent, looking at the temple priest friend, who was not older than them, or even younger, with admiration. Even if some people had not finished speaking and were still unsatisfied, they also shut up tactfully when they saw the silence around them. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Galeofren put on his signature smile again, raised his hand, and smiled. Now, the brave believers off the field. I hope your piety and faith can satisfy the great, merciful Lord of Gifts, the King of Molten Fire. The ceremony is now underway, and I hope you will not yell like you did just now when you see anything. As he spoke, his brows sternly, and a majestic aura that was not suitable for his age appeared on him. Alduin also said that we should treat everything with a normal heart, explore the unknown, analyze the known. Shouting will only increase useless emotions. Got it, priest. After the first one started, everyone hurriedly expressed that they would absolutely abide by the rules. At this time, Galeofren, as a priest, quietly opened the spell book again. And this time, what appeared in Galeofren's eyes was not the spell just now, but a brand new status bar. For this novelty, Galeofren has long been tired of it. He is more eager to show the glory of the God of Gift to the believers in the temple. After he gently touched the button of ceremony start with his consciousness, the divine eye embedded in the wall above the temple began to light up with a barely visible light. As the time of gathering became longer and longer, the light inside the vertical pupil became like substance, just like the feeling of other gods looking down on the world. My Lord, the great dragon of grace, the God who brings hope to believers. Although it was not in order, it turned into a harmonious voice in the dark and echoed in the hall. Begin the ceremony. After feeling the overwhelming pressure coming again, Galeofren knew that the ceremony had begun according to the process. As he stood on a high platform, he officially announced. At the same time, the magnificent divine power swept the entire temple as his voice fell, and the vision of the crowd began to change. In addition to the priest standing on the high platform, the altar under his feet, the towering holy stone tablet behind him, and the thick carved beams and stone pillars around him were all like illusory bubbles, and began to show irregular distortion. Soon, the scenery in front of everyone began to change. Light, infinite light came directly from above, as if it could penetrate people's hearts. When the dazzling light recovered, everyone found themselves in a land of rolling magma, with red curved walls and cracks under the red and black scorched earth under their feet, all rolling with scorching flames. The altar where the temple priest was located turned into a high platform surrounded by a magma lake. Right above him, there was a bright moon, hanging high above the dome, and a beam of cold light shone on him, making him, who had a solemn expression, even more covered with a layer of holy veil. This is the high platform created by the dragon of my Lord Gift with divine power. Unlike the tall and holy temple, my Lord prefers to use magma and fire to hint to us believers that obtaining gifts must carry certain risks. If there is a slight mistake, there will be no recovery. There is no second chance in life. So I hope you will choose carefully. Thank you for the teachings of Priest Fran. Most of the 100 people looked panicked, and they seemed to have not yet reacted to why they came from the holy temple to this hot and unbearable magma cave. But there were still a few who had stabilized their minds and understood the teachings of Galeofren to them, and at the same time offered their highest respect. Although others were a little confused, they saw that the leading believers had thanked Fran, so they followed blindly. Galeofren took in all of this inside, but in the end, he did not say much, but said quietly, "The sacrifice begins. Start from the first row now." One by one, there was a little excitement in Galeofren's voice. He described the priest's procedures according to the rules in the notebook given to him by the Lord of Gifts. It was his first time to be a priest. It was also his first time to witness the miracles that burst out from his presidency. Soon, a handsome young man with bare arms, half-leather armor, and long black hair walked out of the front row with his sword. Galeofren knew him. Mad Kazia was a member of a famous mercenary group in the city. If he remembered correctly, his profession seemed to be a death guard who was a warrior. It was said that he was a ruthless guy who had never lost in the arena. He liked to pursue excitement and the unknown. If he fell into the bottomless abyss, others might be sad, but he would never be. He would only be eager to try and want to have a good fight with the creatures of the abyss until he finally fell on this scorched earth full of sulfur. His catchphrase is, "Friend, everything will die. My job is to make sure you do the same." The name of the madman Kazuya is well deserved. He actually believes in a new god now. Many believers who recognized him have begun to whisper to each other, and seem to be very shocked by his arrival. You know, the priest of the war king Kuragos, who was believed by many warriors on the continent before, personally invited him to join. But he didn't expect to join this unknown temple. However, this originally tyrannical madman was unusually respectful in front of the priest, and did not say any rebellious words at all. Instead, he lowered his head silently, standing on the edge of the magma boundary, waiting for the next move of the priest on the high platform. Next, reach out your hand to the lava. Your victory is already in your heart. Go get everything you want. The priest's voice was extremely solemn, and people could not help but believe it. With this, Kazuya reached his hand into the hot and bubbling speech amid the shock of everyone. But unexpectedly, there was no pain at all, but a warm current that was more comfortable than the previous gift of light. When his hand touched the magma, it was refreshing, and Galeofran, who was standing on the high platform, also began to chant the necessary spells for the sacrifice. As the long and mysterious prayers echoed in this scorching temple, Kazuya, a believer at the bottom of the high platform, by the speech lake, saw the magma gradually forming a vortex of fire clouds in his vision. Finally, the vortex became larger and larger, gradually spreading to the entire lake, and a series of ancient and heavy rocks suddenly floated up from the bottom of the magma. These floating stones formed a row of erected stone tablets, on which the common language was engraved. They were multiple weapon mastery, bleeding heavy strike, blind fight. A yellow light spot the size of an egg rose up along with it, which could dance with his will. On the surface of the magma lake, the 3 floating stone tablets were all specialties that required training to obtain. The grooves on the stone tablets were clearly visible, and there happened to be a light spot in his hand. Kazuya could naturally understand what it meant at a glance. So, he thought for a while, and without hesitation, he put the light spot into the talent groove of the special car. Multiple weapon mastery. When the light spot touched the groove, the originally gradually calm speech lake surface boiled again, and the magma rolling like a waterfall even erected a red flame curtain wall from bottom to top in an anti-gravity posture, which was tens of meters high and majestic. At the same time, runes made of flames also formed arc-shaped stripes on the wallpaper and began to wrap around the black-haired strong young man, like a chain, but soon disappeared. This sacrifice came and went quickly. When the magma fire curtain fell, Kazuya had already stood up and looked at his hands in surprise, as if he knew himself for the first time, or the first time he knew his body. How could it be? How could it be? So refreshing. My hands. And, ha ha ha. The black-haired man laughed crazily, making the next person who was about to enter the ceremony swallow his saliva. What kind of feeling was it? He didn't dare to ask or think. He could only pass by the laughing man silently and resolutely walked on his own path. Believers come and go, and some of them are given simple weapon specializations. But the feeling of getting a power that does not belong to them without training is really exciting. It can even be said to be eager. 100 out of 100 people are not willing to choose only one talent, or only 3 talents to choose from. They want more. Human desires are like rolling stones on a mountain. Once they start, they can no longer stop. They are looking forward to the next gift. This belief also made many people famous in the subsequent battles with demons. For example, Mad Kazuya has been honored as Three-Sword Sword Saint. The mastery of multiple weapons has taught him how to control the direction of his weapons with his mouth, which also makes his killing range and killing angle more tricky and treacherous. At the same time, the name of the Temple of Grace spread further and further as Kazuya rose, step by step, and the first batch of strong men in the city approached. Killing monsters can get gifts. This attraction is an irresistible poison for all those who want to become stronger, even if they know that there may be some unknown secrets inside. The gate of the Temple of Grace was still trampled by the crowds of people, even if they received people day and night. It may not be solved in 10 days or half a month. Therefore, Galeophran, the highest-ranking priest of the Temple of Grace, joined forces with the Council of Deliberation in the city. A soldier channel was opened, which was specially used to provide convenience for those warriors and adventurers who were about to go to the battlefield or had already gone to the battlefield, without having to queue up. But even so, there were still many people who could not become believers under the baptism of the priest in time. And at this moment, the messenger of the Temple of Grace, the pitch-black dragon roaring to the sky, appeared. My Lord said that I can help baptize your entire city. Don't worry about the temple. You can also receive his gifts in my shadow. So, when this news spread throughout the White Lake City, the whole city was boiling. Chapter 507 Divine Power Breakthrough. Have you heard? The Lord of Grace's messenger intends to bless everyone in the citizen square. Really? Will it be a little? No. Even the nobles in the city are rushing to occupy the first row. Don't worry. Follow me. You won't be able to find a good position if you are late. The vision is raised. This is just an inconspicuous little spot in the crowd. If you look from above, you can see countless black spots, heading towards the largest square in the city with slow but firm steps. In this ruined city, there is still the smoke of the aftermath of the war. They have survived the first wave of the demon army's attack. When the demon army, as the siege party, disappeared on the horizon, all the soldiers, including the Archon, had to breathe a sigh of relief. This is the biggest battle that White Lake City has faced so far. If it weren't for the brave adventurers in the city, who went forward one after another to stop the teleported demons, I'm afraid the battle line would have been torn open by them. By then, if the follow-up flow was cut off and the support was not in place, the fall of the city wall would be a big deal. It is not impossible that White Lake City was breached. Of course, according to more adventure teams after the war, they should really thank the powerful creature who kept pulling the demons into another dimension. Otherwise, even if the adventure team was more powerful, they would not be able to deal with the high-level demons that were 2 to 3 times their number and much higher in challenge level. Afterwards, some people wanted to investigate, but apart from the chaotic spatial fluctuations in the area, they did not capture any useful information about the creatures, as if they had never appeared at all. Without a trace. After a careful search, no traces were found. So they gave up. Many people also attributed the credit to the god who had performed miracles not long ago, the Lord of Grace, Alduin. If Gordon knew about this guess, he would probably be very angry. He could guess it by accident. It can only be said that there are too few suspects and too few things for people to associate with. There is no way, because its name has always been the focus of discussion among passers-by and friends in White Lake City recently. How is the Grace Temple? What is the origin of the Grace Temple? Have you joined the Grace Temple? This is the most asked question. The instigator was squatting on the bell tower of the city hall at this time, overlooking the increasingly dense crowd in the square, with the cunning eyes unique to cats. There are quite a lot of people. No wonder people are said to be social animals. How should I appear later to inspire the fear in their hearts? Should I suddenly fall from the sky? No. If I accidentally collapse the square, I will have to pay for it. What about standing in the air, blocking the sun with wings to create a feeling that I am the sky? No. It feels too stupid. Just when Gordon's mind was full of struggles between heaven and man, there was a commotion below. Looking closely, it turned out that people from other churches had also arrived, including several priests of the temple, who seemed to have a high status, and followed by a group of temple believers. They cleared another piece of land not far from the square, and seemed to want to observe the so-called blessing of God with their own eyes. Gordon was not panicking at all. Moreover, with its current strength, there was no need to panic. Soon, as the bells in the city tower rang for the last time, everyone felt a beam of light appear in the sky. They looked up and saw that the dark clouds had been burning at some point. They were red and shining brightly. The clouds were also slowly rotating while shining, and finally formed an eye of the storm that spread throughout the city. Boom boom. Under the silent suppression, the thunder was like the thunder of the beginning of the world, which made everyone's mind tense. Then, in the eye of the huge storm vortex, a star was seen, like a meteorite from outer space, falling obliquely. If it followed the flight trajectory, it would definitely fall into White Lake City without any accidents. However, the star soon stopped its decline, and its speed became slower and slower. and finally it stretched across the sky. People also saw clearly what this creature that looked like the sun was. It turned out to be a fiery red dragon with its wings folded and wrapped around its body. Its scales seemed to be burned, revealing the red eyes of iron. Streams of magma also slowly flowed under the gaps between its scales. Its 4 ferocious horns proved its identity. It was the powerful dragon that cleared the group of demon army that attacked in the wilderness. It was also said to be the messenger of the new temple in the city. The Lord of Grace, Alduin, Molten Dragon Gordon. Since believing in the Lord of Grace, it has not only abandoned the chaos and tyranny that existed in the nature of the Molten Dragon, but also become rational and wise. Its eyes are like those of an ancient golden or silver dragon. Only when it shows its majesty can you appreciate its style as a molten dragon from its body. Mr. Envoy, as the head of the Temple of Grace, Galeofren was the first to speak, and greeted the dragon whose status was obviously more than twice his. The other believers in the temple were also like this, but they were more cautious, mixed with a little excitement, and even a little proud. After all, with such a big backer, and coming in such a domineering manner, they, as believers of the Temple of Grace, felt a sense of honor. Fellow believers of my Lord, no need to be polite. Gordon looked at this emerging star with a kind look, and his panel 2-0 experimental product, no matter how he looked at it, he liked it. After all, his rise was cultivated by it, and it could be said that it was not an exaggeration to raise it personally. And seeing that the timid and weak boy in the past has now become the chief priest who can stand on his own and even talk and laugh with other temple priests face to face, it would be a lie for Gordon to say that he was not happy. Then I trouble you, Lord Messenger. The residents below are all believers who sincerely want to join our temple. But, Galeofren said this, as if he was ashamed of his lack of ability. But he soon said what he hadn't said yet. But my ability is limited, and their faith in our Lord is unquestionable. So, please help us, Lord Messenger. Although the news that Gordon was going to bless the square had spread throughout the city long ago, the necessary steps still needed to be taken. Otherwise it would seem very abrupt. Of course, there is no doubt about it. It is human instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. In the current crisis, even a dog-headed man would probably want to climb up to its golden thigh. Gordon wanted to complain, but he held back. He just nodded slightly to show that he knew. Let's get started. It's not a good habit to waste time. I believe you won't want to listen to my nagging. But I'm not a brass dragon. I'm better at communicating with physics. Gordon went straight to the point simply and clearly, or directly revealed his purpose. The people in the audience were naturally delighted. They thought they would have to wait for a while, but they didn't expect it to be so straightforward now. They looked forward to the next baptism. Gordon brooded for a moment, and waited until he confirmed that there were no omissions in the plan before hanging it directly above everyone's head. And at the same time, a magnificent voice came out of his mouth. I hope you mortals don't need to kneel on the ground later. My lord doesn't want to see the scene. It first emphasized the rules. To be honest, it has been decades since it became a dragon. But the memory of the previous life is deeply rooted. At most, it will forget everything when it wakes up from sleep. But most of the time it thinks about everything with human thinking. After it had divine power and believers, it felt that these rituals were cumbersome. Although without rituals, it might lose its dignity as a god. But Gordon felt that dignity was not proved by kneeling. Some people stood, but they had already kneeled in their hearts. Some people knelt, but their hearts were still standing. The topic went far away. After seeing the people in the square welcoming the baptism with piety and solemnity, Gordon no longer hesitated and let his divine power float down. Under the fanning of its dragon wings, countless invisible or visible flame runes fell from the sky, like drifting Mars. And in the fiery red sky, it was like a beam of blazing light, directly covering everyone. Accept it. Don't resist. Soon, in the prayer of Galeofren, others also expressed their piety to the great existence in the sacred force, trying to make him accept them. Across time, the eternal master, the hope of those in pain and distress, the king born in the lava, please accept my insignificant respect. I believe in you, as I believe in myself. I love you, as I love myself. The prayers lingering in the square were only 1 or 2 people at the beginning. But as time passed, the fiery runes fell like rain, and the whole square was buzzing, and the sound was mighty between heaven and earth. Like a huge bell, deafening. Even the temple area sitting aside and observing Gordon stood up in shock. The incarnation of divine power. This is the incarnation of divine power. Watching the incomparably pure divine power emanating from the dragon body and heading towards the residents of White Lake City below. The astonishment in their eyes was not concealed at all, but rather more intense. They were extremely curious about where this true God came from. Why had the continent never heard of him in the past? And even no miracles? I heard that he came from the north. Could he be the best of another northern god? Just amid the doubts of the people in the temple, Gordon stopped releasing divine power with satisfaction. This was one of the ways to use divine power that he had learned a long time ago. As long as the divine power was injected into the body in the form of runes, a rune seed could be left in the heart of the creature. Although this could not control life, the rune seed would take root in the body of the creature and gradually grow stronger with daily prayers. In simple terms, it is just a relatively expensive way to group cast a seed of faith. After all, if you want the seed of faith to be born naturally in the bodies of these creatures, you need their own will and the baptism of the priests one by one. In terms of efficiency, apart from the increase in cost, the former is far superior to the latter in terms of time and energy. Anyway, Gordon has not thought of more uses for divine power for the time being. Moreover, most of the divine power accumulated in these days comes from White Lake City. A small part comes from the lost world of Apol, and then from the Loda Valley in the corner of the northern land in the main material plane. It can only be said that, take it from the people, and use it for the people. Gordon did not feel sorry for scattering the seeds of the spells. Even in the temple area, it quietly controlled a batch of seeds, and scattered them over there with the wind. Anyway, rejection would not affect it. At that time, the spells that no one accepted would be transformed into divine power, and become streams of light, returning to his body. Although there was some loss, it was only a small loss. Therefore, no matter from which angle, it is making a lot of money, unless its divine power is not accepted too much, which will lead to serious losses. However, at present, Gordon saw that everyone in the square was vying to absorb the falling talismans, and he knew that it was right to come to the abyss this time. In any other environment, it would not be as straightforward as it is now. In the main material plane, I am afraid that the gods with powerful divine power cannot replicate the current grand occasion. Tens of thousands of people are vying to believe in a new god, and it is a god that has been known for less than half a year. It can only be said that the right time, the right place, and the right people are indispensable. Gordon looked at the flood of information that was swiping across his retina, and the number of believers on the panel that kept jumping in the second digit, suppressing his inner joy. Now the number of pan-believers has exceeded 10,000. And is still growing at a terrifying speed. And the number of devout believers and fanatics has also begun to increase. Although there are still a few saints, Gordon believes that if his panel 2.0 is popularized, saints are actually just a matter of time. I just don't know how Andrews is preparing. If they can escape from the cage, it's better to escape. Gordon still thinks it's unnecessary to use endless wars to make them increase their faith in him. Just like before in Loda Valley, it didn't force all residents to believe in this church. Otherwise they would be expelled and not protected. Because, if it is not necessary, it would rather that their faith is not kidnapped, but their own willingness. There is no inducement, nor so-called deception. However, things are not as simple as Gordon thought. Andrews, who was busy preparing the ascension plan in the attic, smiled when he heard Gordon's words. Lord Gordon, do you know how many souls are needed to escape from the Sea of Shadows according to historical records? I don't know. He crossed his fingers and made a gesture. 100,000. 100,000 souls are needed to activate this ritual. So, we have to fight like yesterday 9 more times. And in the first month of spreading the divine power seeds in Gordon Square, after the 7th siege of the demons failed, and seeing the number of believers increase several times compared to a month ago, Gordon divine power column finally broke through the 500 mark. Then, a new ability emerged in the column. God Kingdom. Chapter 508 The Prototype of the Kingdom of God. The Kingdom of God. This is the destination that all believers desire. And it is also paradise. If it were not for the fact that most good and lawful pantheons had clearly stipulated that suicides could not enter the Kingdom of God, I am afraid that most believers of gods would not be willing to stay in the main material plane as mortals. After all, compared to the Kingdom of God, which is like heaven for the petitioners, carefree, and free from illness, pain, and hunger, compared to the main material plane, which has to suffer from war, limited lifespan, and has to worry about everything, and has to endure pain. It is obviously more like a hell furnace. Like the punishment in the elven mythology, the petitioners in the kingdom of God are reincarnated into an elf with a long lifespan. Right. That's right. A long lifespan is a punishment in a sense in the elf sense. And in the elven pantheon, it is also strictly forbidden for elves to commit suicide. Otherwise, they cannot return to the kingdom of God in Corellon. This is why many elven girls are caught in the human kingdom. And humans will feel at ease and bold without restrictions. The inability to commit suicide is their Achilles heel. Gordon seemed to understand something when he saw the birth of the power of the kingdom of God. It seems that his divinity has finally climbed up from demigod to a higher level. In the creation myth, the weakest gods have a vast territory of the kingdom of God. And in the kingdom of God, as long as the petitioners inside are not dead, the kingdom of God is almost invincible. In history, even the great Arcanist of Netheril, the strongest empire of mankind, could not do anything to the gods in the kingdom of gods at that time. It is even more absurd to drive a floating city to blast open the gate of the kingdom of God. After all, not only are gods immortal in the kingdom of God, but gods in it can also use the power of gods across levels. No matter how legendary, they may not be able to survive the storm of divine power that can only be mastered by medium divine power, or the most basic elemental disaster in the kingdom of God, can be used almost unlimitedly and consumably in his hands. If you want to really kill a god, it is better to reduce its influence in various planes, so that the number of petitioners will be reduced, so that the gods will be left with nothing. In the end, the gods who became gods by faith will also die at the hands of believers. This is also the defect of divine power. Of course, if the true body of the gods leaves the kingdom of God, there is also the risk of falling. This is why most gods rarely come to the world in their true bodies, but walk in the world in the form of saints or divine incarnations. One is lazy, and the other is naturally like Gordon. The former has no risk. If they die, they die. Even if the clone is caught by someone, they can return to the star realm in the end, as long as they want to leave. Nothing can stop the gods. But the real body is different. If the real body leaves the kingdom of God, many artifacts with divine power rules can still stop the god. Although after the god reaches a weak level, both the dimensional anchor and the space blockade are ineffective for the god, and the spells that restrict movement and other effects are useless to him. But the rules of another god can make him unable to move, such as the Saint Catastrophe, which is the god of gods Io taking back the management authority, divinity, of all gods, which led to the gods in the sky being unable to stay in the kingdom of God, and could only walk in the world in the form of saints. The deprivation of divine power, the expertise and ability of the gods also dissipated, and only the personal strength that was not worth mentioning compared to the past was left. In short, the kingdom of God is the strongest backing and the most comfortable home for a god, whether it is the destination of the dead believers who are transformed into the petitioners, or how to use the dead believers to continue to create value for themselves. The role of the kingdom of God is of utmost importance. It seems that the long-standing saying that 3,000 believers can become gods is not false. But the believers here do not refer to the number of general believers, but the number of devout believers and fanatics. Gordon looked at the data that was still rising on the panel and suddenly had some enlightenment. Many rules that he did not understand in the past became clear. I believe that when it truly surpasses the demigod and becomes a weaker divine power, the divine power expertise that automatically appears when the gods are promoted, such as omniscience and omnipotence, everything within 10 kilometers is as clear as a fire. This perverted talent, I am afraid that it will give him a new and indescribable experience. Unfortunately, you need to have a mature demiplane to try to use divine power to change its state, which is a skill that consumes a lot of divine power. In the long run, I am afraid that all the divine power that Gordon has accumulated in the past few years will have to be invested in it to create a satisfactory kingdom of God. Choice of demiplane. Gordon has several targets to choose from. Whether it is to use divine power to tear off a piece of the abyss plane nearby and turn it into a kingdom of God, or to use the demiplane Songqing City in Galmadan, which is located in the main material plane, as the kingdom of God, they are all good choices. Of course, compared to the latter, Gordon prefers the kingdom of God plane created by himself, rather than copying others and picking up the spot. However, a picture flashed through Gordon's mind at the right time. The boundless ocean, The continental islands derived from vines. The barrier washed by the power of time. Boundless sea. The suspected location of the time dragon lair seems to be a good choice. After all, as the kingdom of God, the attribute of time is crucial, which is why many gods like to build the kingdom of God in the astral world, where the kingdom of gods will be in an eternal state. Gordon thought carefully for a moment, and found that the boundless sea is better and safer than the other two half-planes. Moreover, it relies on the main material plane, and can get close to its believers without moving. No matter how you think about it, it is a perfect embryo for the kingdom of God. Well, it seems that after returning to the main material plane, it has to look for it carefully. Gordon made up his mind secretly in his heart. Of course, it was not idle at the same time. The arrival of the demon army these days made it eat a lot of talent fragments without knowing it. Both the quantity and quality made Gordon satisfied. Level 5 and 6 monsters here are like cabbages. There is no need for Gordon to go out and find them. They come to him one by one. If he ignores the location, Gordon may even think this is heaven. No! Even heaven is not so comfortable. At least the risk-free crushing and liquidation made Gordon ignore the price behind it for a while. On the other hand, the successive setbacks of the demon army also made the army's commander. The six-armed snake demon's majestic rule is not as good as before, and the high-level demons under his command are even more restless and malicious, and have already been a bit hypocritical. However, the six-armed snake demon was very smart to save some of her strength before each battle, so that her subordinates were not much inferior to other demon lords. Therefore, even if they suffered setbacks one after another, and their strength was not as good as before, they were still slightly better. Lord Jones, this can't go on. If it goes on like this, we are afraid. Her subordinates made suggestions to the succubus leader, who was still loyal to her. She actually wanted her to give up. After all, they had collected a lot of mortal souls during the siege, and most of them were in their hands. Other demon lords were intimidated by the majesty of the six-armed snake demon and almost didn't share the profits. In fact, if she stopped now, even if she lost money, she would not lose money in terms of soul trading, and even made a small profit. But this kind of God-given gift, a small profit is equal to a big loss. So the six-armed snake demon sitting cross-legged on the skeleton throne said without raising his eyes, "To be continued tomorrow." No need to say more. She had confidence. Confidence in suppressing those commanders who were ready to make a move with absolute strength, and confidence in using human wave tactics to drag down this human city that was already in a desperate struggle. It was only a matter of time before it fell. As long as it was broken, wouldn't those defenseless and tender souls beckon to it? How could it let go of something that was within its reach by only consuming some of the demon army's strength? After all, demons were always at war. Instead of wasting their strength in internal fighting, it was better to let them die on the road to the demon lord ladder for themselves to ascend to the plane. As if thinking of something, the six-armed snake demon suddenly opened its evil eyes, and said to the succubus lord under its command, "By the way, has the demon in Baihu City reacted yet? Since they were defeated several times in a row, many demons have placed their hopes on the insider in Baihu City, hoping that he could secretly open the city gate and let the demon army in. Without the protection of the city wall, the city would surely fall much faster. Even the speed of plundering souls would definitely be much higher than before." Thinking of this, the six-armed snake demon couldn't help but take out his trophies to admire. A fist-sized octagonal diamond-shaped blue gemstone was pinned on his chest. The carving angle of the gemstone was very strange, as if it was opening outward and shrinking inward. The picture you see is different at different angles, and there are also floating bubbles similar to twisted souls struggling in it like fish. If there are soldiers on the city wall who look carefully, they can see the souls of many compatriots who died in the battle. Among the ghosts, the empty eye sockets that may have been eyes looked out sadly from the wall of this almost translucent gem prison. This is inevitable. When the demons die, humans will naturally be buried with them. The human coalition cannot be unscathed. Moreover, in the bottomless abyss, even if the priests want to collect souls from the demons, it is simply a fantasy. Before the ritual preparation time has even begun, the souls have already drifted to the depths of the abyss. The six-armed snake demon smelled the blue soul gem filled with human souls almost intoxicatedly. 671 souls. I can really smell the fragrance through the gem. It was a little obsessed for a while, but it had to be patient. Now was not the time to use this blue gem. If it wanted to continue to maintain the fragile balance of this demon army, Then fairness, which was originally called a joke among the demons, was crucial. At least the number of human souls in the soul gem cannot be small. Otherwise, the originally huge demon coalition will probably fall apart immediately. It can indeed occupy this gem completely. But not now. Even the devil will wait until the contract is established before settling accounts. And it is the same. It is not too late to regret after the war is over. By then, this group of useless demons will not be able to make any waves. No response. Lord Jones, I have sent more than 5 mental messages to it. But it is still like a stone sinking into the sea. Just like before. There is no response. This succubus lord, who can be regarded as first class in both appearance and figure, looked at the soul gem filled with human souls infatuatedly. And her eyes were extremely jealous. But she still understood that this thing was not something she could have. At least before she had strong strength. Even if she got it, she couldn't keep it. Therefore, she could only continue to answer the questions of the 6-armed snake demon in front of her honestly, and dared not look at the soul gem for half a second. Even if it was the confidant and ally of the 6-armed snake demon, it was not worth mentioning in front of such a huge wealth. Humph! What a waste! The 6-armed snake demon snorted coldly, not knowing whether to scold the seducing demons in the city or the succubus, who had not yet grasped any information. What about the ones who sneaked into the city? It asked again. The previous random teleportation spells had teleported many hidden sword soul demons, who tried to take advantage of the opportunity to cause chaos. There is no news. Maybe they were discovered by humans. My lord. The succubus stuttered a little, and she was helpless about this. After all, she didn't know why the spellcasters in the city could identify the demons so accurately. As if she had seen the whole process of the demons from teleportation to invisibility with her own eyes. You should know that as a sword soul demon that can attach to weapons, its concealment ability is better than most demons. Unless it exposes itself, it is difficult to be discovered. However, several times in a row, the 6th level sword soul demon team with advanced invisibility gave up their bodies and teleported to Baihu City. At first, they could receive some subtle messages, indicating that they had lurked in the weapon of a soldier on the city wall, intending to control him to kill his teammates at a critical moment and create opportunities for the demon army in front. But as expected, within 3 minutes, their communication with the sword soul demon was interrupted. And what was even more terrifying was that each of them was like this. As if there was an invisible big hand in the shadows, controlling everything. But if they really had this kind of strength, why did they hide it and watch humans on the city wall guarding the city at the cost of their lives and souls? The succubus didn't understand. And the 6-armed snake demon didn't understand either. They only knew that it was almost impossible to capture the city at present. But no one dared to say it out loud. The latter was for more souls, and the former was for their lives. How the 6-armed snake demon exhaled lightly. If it doesn't work, just wait for the day when the end of the world comes. It won't be long. By then, even if the city is strong, it will be crushed to dust in front of the endless storm. It's just a pity. The 6-armed snake demon's eyes seemed to be filled with unwillingness. But the current situation was so clear that it seemed that it had not found a better solution. It could only give another order to the succubus. Speed up. You have to make them move quickly. Tell those high-level demons not to be reluctant to give up their troops. If you don't collect more souls before that day, I won't give them anything. After saying that, she snorted coldly, returned to the skeleton throne, and closed her eyes to rest. Chapter 509 The End of the War. The demon army surged towards the wall of White Lake City like a black tide. The towering blue and white walls of White Lake City had turned reddish-brown after a series of battles, and were covered with the blood of demons and humans. However, looking at the human wall on the wall that was still as strong as an iron wall, this touch of reddish-brown was like an outstanding achievement, engraved on this human city. Look! They are here again! These demons are really persistent. After nearly a month of baptism, the soldiers on the wall were able to look at those hideous monsters that did not belong to the human world without changing their expressions. Or sometimes they could tease many demons, such as snake demons and succubi. Talking nonsense. It makes people feel itchy, and they want to rub and touch them. Who cares? I came just in time. It won't be long before the next sacrifice of our Lord. I have to kill 20 of them this time. Otherwise how can I be worthy of Sokka and the others? A young man looked at the demon army in the distance with an angry face. Gritting his teeth, as if he saw the scene of his compatriots dying tragically and being swallowed by demons. If he hadn't jumped down and died without a doubt, he would have wanted to have a good fight with those bastards earlier. Anyway, his current strength is no longer the same as before. After many battles, most of the believers of the Lord of Gifts, who have survived to this day, have many demon specialties. Sometimes, they are even more demonic than demons. And the flaming red eyes bursting out of the young man's eyes at this moment are the talents he got from a babu demon called the Caster Killer and the Assassin of the Abyss. Eyes of Killing. In combat, both reflection and insight are enhanced. And there is also an effect similar to Dark Vision, which can be regarded as a very versatile talent in combat. Kill those bastards. I also want to avenge Gordon. He died for me. This time I have to take 10 demon souls to comfort his lost life. One of them gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. And the originally serious atmosphere was also opened up by his curse. For a time, all kinds of empathy after experiencing the killing of fellow countrymen by demons suddenly became united against the enemy. Of course, even without this, after many battles, most soldiers can safely leave their backs to their comrades behind them. Even if they are strangers, they still believe in them. This is the light of hope that humans have ignited in despair. Yes, that's right. If we don't kill 10 or 8 people, how can we be worthy of our dead brothers? And the sacrifice of the Lord of Grace will start soon. This time we have to have a great harvest. Otherwise, I will not have the face to see the priest of Pharaoh. Someone laughed loudly while carrying a giant sword as big as a door panel. The hearty laughter almost spread throughout the entire city wall, even under the city tower. The priest's holy light was healing the soldiers in the barracks. It seems that the demon army is coming. Hearing the buzzing coming from the city wall, these severely disabled veterans have naturally experienced this, and their faces are slightly gloomy. Most of them are seriously injured, and ordinary magic cannot heal them directly. They can only rely on low-level magic to recover slowly every day. It's a lie to say that they don't want to fight, since the glory of the Lord of Gifts illuminated the entire White Lake City. With the help of gifts and gifts, no one is afraid of fighting. They wish they could fight harder in this battle, so that they can have more strength in the next sacrifice. As for death, they have long forgotten it. After all, as believers of the Lord of Gifts, they firmly believe that after they die, they can go to the kingdom of the new God and start another new journey. Of course, even if they know that the Lord of Gifts now has no kingdom, they have no way out. Brothers, kill all these cubs. I treat you to the Brown Bear Hotel tonight. It just so happens that I killed a berserker last time and accumulated a lot of military merit. Hee hee. But I won't give you any of my lord's sacrifices. Ha ha. One of the barbarians, who was as tall as an upright violent bear, was carrying a door panel with a one-handed axe that had not been wiped of blood, and said generously. Many people looked at this barbarian with envy and awe. Mad Bull Patton. This is the name many people gave him, because he was fearless and dared to fight even demons that were 5 or 6 times bigger than him. And almost every time he was in danger, he barely survived. Of course, between life and death, this man, who was not tall and burly among the northern Gormans, also made this man, who was not tall and burly among the northern Gormans, in a short period of time, after obtaining the high strength of the Berserker demon and the unyielding soul of the Soul Judge demon. His physique and size were comparable to a land Tyrannosaurus, coupled with the axe wielded with unparalleled bravery. No one would underestimate him even if he went head-on with the dragon. Okay. If I can still survive after tonight, I won't go home until I'm drunk. I won't go home until I'm drunk. The clamor on the city wall had nothing to do with Gordon. It watched everything with a cold eye. The people here, the believers, were not as good as the picture in its mind at this moment. The color between heaven and earth turned gray. Under the bell tower where it was, countless white and blue souls swayed and shone. And on the other side of the sky behind the city wall, on the boundless horizon, the surging red light like a raging fire spit out its tongue and eroded, gradually spreading to the entire sky, until the blood-red light almost occupied all the sky except the White Lake City before it stopped. So, Gordon sighed leisurely. This was another divine power awakened, after accumulating 1,000 points of divine power. It included how to convert his believers into petitioners, and how to infuse divine power into the believers, making them spellcasters, who could cast high-level divine arts. Unfortunately, due to Gordon's lack of divinity and godhood, he could only raise the level of a devout believer to level 5. That is, A mid-level priest who could cast resurrection. Of course, fanatics could be level 6. And saints could be level 7. In short, as long as it wanted, it could now completely make a saint who was extremely loyal to its faith, from scratch, instantly become a 7-ring priest. And such people who were infused with divine power were generally called the chosen ones of God. Only those who were most favored and favored by the gods could receive such a gift, because the divine power consumed to upgrade to the 5th level is calculated in 3 digits. That is to say, even if Gordon's current divine power is used up, he can only create 10 5th level, 2 6th level, and 1 7th level. However, this way of upgrading without sequelae, which is even better than practicing hard, is no different from ordinary people, and also has many gifts from God, such as the expertise of the gods. Like the chosen people of the magic goddess, they are naturally immune to low-level magic, and have a high bonus in the level of spell casting, and can cast spells instantly. They also have the silver flame specially given to them by the magic goddess, which can even hurt the gods. It can be said that every chosen person of the gods has a power far beyond the same level. The ability given to them by the gods gives them the authority to challenge across levels. No wonder Gordon did not fall into a trance at this time. With this ability, the first person Gordon wanted to give to in his mind, almost without a moment's pause, emerged the slender and weak figure of the girl, maybe even shorter. In his memory, the silver hair like moonlight and the cunning little face that he would never get tired of looking at made Gordon stunned for a moment. He seemed to have not reacted yet, and the troubles he had been worried about seemed to be solved at this moment, because as long as they are the chosen of the gods, even if they die, the gods can easily pull them back from the sticks without any damage as long as they want, and they will not be affected at all. In other words, until today, Gordon and Nina have achieved true life and death, and nothing can separate them. Thinking of this, Gordon, who was in a good mood, smelled the dull air and felt a little happy. His dark golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly, and the cat's small fangs were exposed and sharpened. The battle should be over. It looked at the talent values it had accumulated over the past few days. The 5th level talent, 371, and the 6th level talent, 139, which were enough for Gordon to enter the next dormant period. Although Gordon still had no clue about the cave of the end mentioned in Galmadin's notebook for more than a month, he was eager to go back, and had already made plans to go back. However, the premise was that it had to watch the city return to the main material plane. Aham's disciple Andrews had said that if nothing unexpected happened, the ritual would start and White Lake City would soon break through the shackles of the plane. After all, the souls needed to return to the main material plane were almost enough. Now it was waiting for the ritual to get enough souls and officially light up. By that time, even if the Lord of the Abyss took action in time, he would probably only be able to sigh at the human city that had left the Shadow Sea. So, when Gordon had made up his mind that this was the last war, White Lake City let out its first roar. This is the dragon roar. The first reaction of the people on the wall was this. They all swallowed their saliva. They knew who it was. Melting Dragon Godin, the messenger of the Lord of Grace. Alduin, the dragon with absolute power. No creature can resist its breath that burns everything. Lord Godin has taken action. Roar! The noise on the wall was even more exciting. The morale was rising at an extremely terrifying speed until it reached a peak. Everyone was flushed and excited, although no one knew how strong the messenger of Alduin was. The previous record and its identity were enough to make them have an unshakable determination against this dragon. Which of the messengers under the Lord of Grace is simple? I am afraid they have the power to rival the demon lords of this plane. If it is not for taking care of them or training them, what is this group of demons? This is what many people who believe in the Lord of Grace think. The spread of doctrines in these days has made them believe in this omnipotent God wholeheartedly. It also shrouds his messengers, priests, and pastors with a mysterious and powerful aura. Although they don't know why the molten dragon, which was originally stationed in the city and rarely took action, roared at this moment. But what is in front of them is that when the huge wings of the black dragon, dragging a long tail, more than 50 meters long, flew low in the sky, the darkness on the city wall for 10 seconds made it difficult for everyone not to be moved. Charge! Follow Lord Gordon. For the Lord of Grace. Kill all those bastards. I don't know who started it. Someone jumped down directly from the 20-meter high wall. Their agile limbs and strong bodies almost made a big pit in the red land full of demon flesh and blood. Their bodies were just slightly startled. And then, they recovered. And then followed the dragon shadow cruising above the land. 1, 2, 3. On the wall. The believers who believed in the Lord of Grace went crazy and jumped down one by one. Fortunately, they had received no less than 4 sacrifice enhancements in the past few days. The increase in talent made them jump down from the high wall that would have killed them or seriously injured them. And now they can walk on flat ground. They followed the dragon with weapons in hand, as if they had endless courage, and then rushed towards the demon army that had revealed familiar and hideous outlines on the horizon. What is that? On the high skeletal throne, the 6-armed snake demon was playing with a sapphire filled with human souls. She would never get tired of this magnificent creation no matter how many times she looked at it. Just when it was about to take advantage of the dim light under the gloomy clouds to carefully observe the lovely soul imprisoned in the gem, it saw a dark knight flying out from behind the city wall, and then disappeared into the layers of dark clouds. Bird? The distance was too far for the 6-armed snake demon to react for a while, and she only knew that it was the outline of a flying creature, and she was a little surprised and doubtful. But as the humans on the city wall acted crazy, jumping off the city wall without a gate one by one like dumplings, it was stunned. Are you crazy? These humans? They actually dared to abandon their positions and fight head-on with a demon army under its command. This made the 6-armed snake demon, who was originally worried that this battle would be fruitless, suddenly happy. Other high-level demons, who also saw the scene on the city wall, couldn't help laughing. The opportunity has come. Chief Jones. Humans are indeed timid and cowardly creatures. Finally, under the influence of the will of the abyss, they fell into endless madness. Ha ha ha. My descendants, go drink the flesh and soul of humans. Go! The leaders of the giant bull demon, the berserker demon, and other demon armies issued orders. The demon army, which was originally extremely thirsty for flesh and blood, could not even maintain a simple order. They ran very fast and trampled to death countless low-level demons. However, as the distance got closer, for some reason, a trace of palpitations came from the heart of the 6-armed snake demon, just as it was looking for the source. At some point in the sky, a sun fell. Breath enhancement. Melting core. Chapter 510 Visitors to the Tavern. A red-billed gull flew along the monsoon from the endless sea level, and its companion soon found a place to land or hunt. A seaside valley full of red, white, and orange buildings. In the valley, the morning smoke had already risen, and the early fishing boats finally returned to this increasingly prosperous port when the sun rose to a 45-degree angle. Since the north of the winter city in the north fell into a curse of darkness, few merchants dared to take the risk to enter that land of no return. Maybe, at least in these days, many foreigners in Lahal Valley have been buying food and daily necessities here, renting carriages here and taking a guide from the north, and then resolutely rushed into the sunless land. Of course, the coming and going of these travelers and merchants did not affect Loda Valley. At least, that was the case for now. Under the leadership of Baron Gordon, Loda Valley had not had any problems for a long time. And there were rumors recently that the red dragon that appeared in the Bell Hill was ordered by Baron Gordon, which made the Baron, who had just returned but had already made dozens of drastic reforms, shrouded in mystery. Soon, more than 20 flocks of red-billed gulls landed at the highest point of a manor with red tiles and white walls, surrounded by dense fir trees. Its favorite food, the white striata insect, which only reproduces in the coastal temperate monsoon climate, parasitizes on the fir trees in its juvenile stage until it becomes an adult, and then gradually migrates south. But that will be in June. It is only March now, and it is the time for white-headed gulls to breed and lay eggs. Occasionally, red-headed gulls will gather in groups near the fir trees to enjoy this delicious feast once a year. After all, compared with creatures that eat snail shells, small fish and shrimps every day, the soft and sticky taste of insects still makes them a little fascinated. However, at this time, under the roof where the red-headed gulls fell, the window was pushed open, and the creaking sound of the window frame immediately startled the group of white-headed gulls that were alert to any movement and flew up in groups. A silver-haired girl appeared at the window. She squinted her eyes and looked at the sunlight that had just risen to the center outside the window. She stretched her waist, and a slender aqua-blue dragon tail behind her was shaking intentionally or unintentionally. For some reason, although her transformation technique can now completely hide the dragon tail behind her, she still subconsciously changes it to the original dragon tail posture when she sleeps. This may be related to the fact that she needs to sleep with a dragon tail with smooth and delicate scales every day. Although this one is much more slender and tender than the other one, and not as thick as the previous one, it is at least better than nothing. Feeling the warm sunshine pouring in from the window, the silver-haired girl showed an extremely lazy look, just like the look of a kitten basking in the sun in winter with its eyes slightly opened. I don't know if Sister Celia is up. We made an appointment to pray at the temple last night. Let's go to the tavern to find her. The girl was Nina. As she said this, the dragon tail under her nightgown skillfully hooked up a male noble costume full of kingdom characteristics from the hanger beside her. The slim fabric fit her almost flat figure very well, and then her hands began to skillfully roll up the silver hair that grew to her waist, and then put on the jazz hat that could set off her particularly small and cute head. After a while, as Nina dressed herself up, a sunny and handsome noble boy smiled at her from the other side of the mirror. You are getting more and more handsome. Nina's voice sank slightly, disguising a calm voice that was difficult to distinguish gender. It was hard to imagine that this was said by a young girl, but she had learned the art of mimicry and shape-shifting, so she could do this easily without being discovered. It can be said that so far, except for the earliest group of people who followed Nina Gordon and others to open up this land in Loda Valley, almost no one has noticed the true identity of the so-called Baron Gordon. After tidying up her clothes and confirming that there was no problem, Nina stepped out of the hut, went downstairs, and walked out of the manor. She is currently the only one living in this manor. She has no maids or servants. All the cleaning is done by magic servants. She is not used to being served by others. In her heart, she is still the girl who struggled tenaciously in the Black Street. If it weren't for Gordon, she would rather stay in an inconspicuous place like before and wait for his return if she hadn't helped govern the territory when he was away. I don't know what Mr. Gordon is doing now, and how long it will take for him to come back. Nina's face didn't show any worry. She went to the Temple of Grace to pray every day. As a saint, she could clearly feel the growth of Gordon's strength and the speed of his divinity from the messages fed back to her. The statue in her heart was getting taller and taller. Obviously, Gordon's growth rate was far faster than that in the main material plane. Is this another adventure? Nina didn't know, but her heart had told her everything. Gordon's strength would only make her happy from the bottom of her heart. After all, its strength meant less danger and a smooth journey, rather than full of hardships and tribulations. But this thought was fleeting in Nina's mind. After all, whether Gordon came back early or late, she would be here, waiting for him. Just like in the Kalanda sewer, she is now the same as before, as always, and has never changed. But when Nina took the manor's carriage, passed through the prosperous Loda Valley, and passed through the narrow ice path that could only pass 2 carriages, the only way out of the valley, and came to the tavern outside the valley, the hustle and bustle in the tavern during the day exceeded that at night. 1 cup of beer and rum after another was poured into the stomachs of these revelers. Nina frowned slightly after entering. These were all strangers she had never seen before. They looked like they came from the south. Their bare arms were as dark as stones washed by the waves, hard and with distinct edges. The most important thing was the aura they exuded. They seemed like warriors who had emerged from the sea of blood and slaughter. Every move they made carried a certain kind of majestic dignity, which surprised Nina. You know, ordinary auras could not alarm her as a dragon. Only when there was a threat, and a very high threat, would she feel this way. You know, she was now a 4th-level spellcaster. Although she was not as good as the adventurers in the legendary team, she was already the best among her peers. If Celia had not advanced to Thunder Fury with the help of Gordon, Nina might have left her far behind. However, it was not uncommon for several strong men to suddenly appear in the tavern. As long as they did not cause trouble on her chassis, Nina would not pay much attention to them. But what Nina did not expect was that, just as she was about to pass the tavern and go to the 3rd floor of the tavern to find Celia, intending to go to the Temple of Grace with her to pray, a surprise scream came from behind. Look, Gran, what is that noble boy wearing on his chest? The emblem of my lord. What? The scream seemed to hit the mute button in the tavern. In an instant, the whole tavern became quiet. Nina was slightly startled. Looking back, she found that the group of strange visitors in the tavern were staring at the emblem on her chest. This was the emblem made for her by Gordon himself. It looked more rustic and simple than the one made by the temple itself. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to imagine that this is an emblem representing saints. Any questions? Adventurers, this is the emblem of the God I believe in, the Lord of Grace. If you want to know. Nina smiled very brightly. Of course, she heard the most crucial sentence. My Lord. But she didn't know the reason. And she decided to play hard to get and pretend not to hear it. To see which branch temple these outsiders came from. She couldn't remember which temple in Godin could accept so many powerful believers, each of whom had enough power to intimidate her. But as she was talking, the outsiders stood up enthusiastically. I said I knew this place. And you said I was wrong? Well, this noble boy. We are believers of the Lord of Grace just like you. I and my companions behind me came here in accordance with his oracle. Among them, a leader of this group of outsiders walked in front of Nina. He had a burly body, long red hair that reached his shoulders, and a resolute face full of intimacy, which made Nina a little confused. Oracle? Why hasn't she heard that Mr. Gordon issued an oracle? Could it be that these people in front of her are lying to her? But Nina's suspicion was quickly dispelled by the divine emblems containing divine power on the chests of these outsiders. And now her mouth is wide open, because each of the divine emblems on it represents the emblem of the fanatic. You know, there are 30 or 40 people in the tavern. 30 or 40 fanatics. What a concept. There are only 20 to 30 people in the Temple of Grace who can wear the fanatic badge. And this is the result of Nina propaganda among the masses day after day these days. Otherwise, the Temple of Grace today is probably only the group of dog-headed people and lizard men who just followed Gordon to select the fanatics. There is no way. The two levels of fanatics and devout believers are difficult even for other temples. Most creatures have a general level of faith, unless they have experienced some major changes. It is extremely difficult to make them become devout believers, let alone fanatics. This is also why Nina was surprised when she saw Gordon's unique fiery red vertical pupil emblem, because this group of people seemed to have appeared out of thin air, without any trace. Excuse me, where are you from? I remember that the temple of our Lord has not spread far. Or, we are from White Lake City. The leader-like red-haired man answered very straightforwardly. Nina's height only reached his waist. He squatted down politely, looked at the blue eyes of the noble boy in front of him, and said seriously, White Lake City. Nina searched for information about this city in her mind. Or rather, she didn't need to search. And soon the information about this city came up by itself. White Lake City is not far from the town where the shapeshifter is located, and it is only 2 days away from Loda Valley. A few months ago, I heard that a temple was also built there. But, didn't White Lake City disappear? This is the information Nina received. She was even more shocked. You know, after she returned to Loda Valley from the overseas archipelago, she first appeased the princess of the AM Empire and sent her back. She and Celia have been collecting information from all over the place. And the news of White Lake City has also been passed on to Nina and Celia. The city that disappeared out of thin air. It seemed to be wiped out by some powerful existence. At that time, Nina was worried that Rhoda Valley might also encounter such behavior. At that time, many residents in the valley were extremely scared and panicked. After a month, there was no follow-up, and the panic gradually faded. And now, this group of people in front of them came from White Lake City. And they claimed that they came with Mr. Gordon Oracle, which made Nina a little unable to adapt for a while. White Lake City has now returned to this world. And it is precisely because of this that we are fortunate to meet our Lord. What? You met His Majesty the Lord of Grace? Nina resisted the urge to blurt out. Her eyes widened. Yes. But this is a long story. Your Excellency. It doesn't matter. I have time. A lot of time. 2 minutes later. Baron and I. Baron got on. You're here. What are you talking about downstairs? Finally, Celia, who heard Nina's disguised voice upstairs, also felt that something was wrong on the first floor. She looked down and was a little surprised to see the two parties talking happily. But she soon saw the current situation clearly. It seemed that the atmosphere was relatively friendly, and they were friends rather than enemies. Sister Celia, come down quickly. They said they were believers of our Lord. From White Lake City. We even met the messenger of our Lord there. Nina blinked at Celia, signaling her to be at ease. So, seeing Nina little move, Celia was relieved and quickly came down and took Nina to sit in a corner of the tavern. watching the fanatics, who were said to come from White Lake City and believe in the Lord of Gifts, talking about another journey. Among them, the name of Molten Dragon Gordon occupies a large part of this story. Although these believers don't know why the name of the envoy is the same as the name of the noble boy in front of them, it does not affect the fanaticism on their faces when they call that Lord. Once, just once, under the explosive breath of Lord Gordon, 2/3 of the powerful demon army evaporated out of thin air. Chapter 511, Changes in the Abyss. In the tavern, the outsiders' passionate voices almost broke through the gray wood roof tiles, and the noise went straight to the sky. Amidst the noise, Nina and Celia also roughly understood where Gordon had gone. The Abyss, the most chaotic and evil plane in the multiverse, the home of the demons that ravaged the continent. They looked at each other in bewilderment after hearing this. After all, Gordon had not told them where he was going, but just said that he would take a long plane journey. They thought it was like before, traveling in an unknown small plane, or other normal planes, but they didn't expect it turned out to be the Abyss. The danger of the Abyss is self-evident, which led to the two people being worried about the twists and turns in the story told by the red-haired man in the lead. Of course, what they were more puzzled about was why these believers of White Lake City returned to the main material plane. But Gordon did not come back with them. However, this question soon had an answer with the story told by the fanatic in front of him. Bottomless Abyss. Shadow Sea. The violent explosion wave instantly swept across the entire plane, and the aftermath even reached the ocean that was constantly hitting the shore not far away. Even the ruling group standing on the city wall watching the battle felt the scorching air wave. "Sir, why did you take action?" They all looked at each other, as if they couldn't figure out why this giant dragon, which had not taken action in the previous 7 or 8 times in the city, suddenly took action at this moment. But the fanatical believers in the city had already thought of this reason for Gordon. It must be the great Lord of Grace who gave the oracle. Our prayers and worships day and night move the immortal dragon god. So he instructed Lord Gordon to give the oracle to save us from suffering. Yes, that's right. I was wondering why my heart was throbbing after I prayed this morning. I also dreamed of him last night. The supreme dark golden vertical pupil stared at me in the darkness of nothingness. It brought light and drove away darkness. Could this be a divine revelation? You and I explained Gordon's motives and causes in all aspects. If this continues, even if Gordon himself came out to deny that it was not the above reason, he would probably be criticized by this group of crazy believers. It can only be said that believers who have lost their minds, or who blindly put all the credit on the gods they believe in, are particularly terrifying. No wonder the pagan Inquisition is the most shocking place in every closed kingdom. Gordon didn't care about the believers who disturbed the city because of it. He no longer cared about the torrent of data that was flashing across the screen. Now he was full of the red flame battlefield, the outlines of the black shadows that were madly fleeing out, and even the magic fluctuations. Gordon snorted coldly after seeing it, and an invisible sticky barrier emanated from his huge body, which expanded as the scope of the flame battlefield expanded. Gordon was particularly clear that this was not the time to save divine power. Only when his divine power enveloped the surroundings and blocked the unstable space in the Shadow Sea could he completely cut off the last retreat of these bottomless abyss demons. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Looking at the ferocious dragon head sticking out from the lingering smoke, many high-level demons began to try to actively communicate when they found that the space around them had been blocked. However, more demons secretly cast an invisibility spell on themselves, or fake death spells, in an attempt to escape the battle directly in front of Gordon. Gordon naturally would not be polite to this group of demons. As long as there were more people fleeing, it would fly there without stopping for a moment, roaring and adding wind pressure, and then wash the ground with a wave of dragon flames, and deal with this group of demons clearly. As for those high-level demons, Gordon decided not to pay attention to them for the time being, because now time is talent, and wasting time is wasting talent. Its net closing operation has not yet ended, so where is the time to chatter with this group of demons? Besides, if it wants to communicate, it has to finish the task at hand first. Otherwise, if it gives up halfway, these demons will probably think it is afraid of them. This hole cannot be opened. Thinking of it, Gordon cracked his mouth that was like a mouth full of sharp blades and swords, and his silent roar made all the demons feel frightened from the bottom of their hearts at that moment. The realm of silence. The fierce momentum. You can't run away. Become a part of me. It seemed that such a bewitching magic sound was lingering in the minds of these creatures. The weaker ones broke the string directly under the pressure just now, and became stupid, unable to tell the east, west, south, and north. Of course, most demons were still between confusion and fear. They lost their fighting ability directly. The effect of that sentence was like a nightmare that emerged in sleep, reminding them all the time and disturbing their minds and thoughts. Soon, the dragon with a head and tail length of nearly 50 meters rushed back and forth several times with fierce momentum. Not to mention ordinary demons. Even those high-level demons were not much better at this moment. They looked at the dragon shadow passing across the sky with pale faces and fear. What they never understood in their hearts was why a legendary dragon that came out of nowhere suddenly appeared in the weak human city in front of them. No, a high-level legendary ancient dragon. Let alone the demons themselves. Even their immediate boss, the demon lord of the Abyrus demon, would probably find it difficult to do anything with this ancient dragon. In addition to the age and terrifying size of the ancient dragon, the most terrifying thing about it is its other hard power. It is well known that in addition to the powerful power brought by the years, the dragon also has the wealth accumulated over countless years. A few legendary items in the treasure house can make many new legends jealous. This is why there are so many dragon slayers. And the demons are not surprised by what strange things the giant dragon in front of them can take out. Otherwise, how could it grow so big? You know, the first thing that colored dragons like red dragons, green dragons do after they grow up is two things. One is to build a nest, and the other is to collect treasures. Although the real dragon in front of them does not seem to belong to the color dragon, just by the indifference and greed in its vertical pupils, it can be seen that it is definitely not a good person. Although, it seems that there is no kindness in the bottomless abyss. Why are you not moving? Some demons looked at the dragon that suddenly stopped attacking and was suspended in the air, and they were a little confused. However, what they couldn't see was that after all the demons died, they actually emitted a little bit of fluorescent light. Most of the light balls were shining with bronze and silver colors, and a small part was gold and platinum. There were also a few light balls that flashed with diamonds under the scorching flames. In this way, the talent gathered into a stream like raindrops, and then turned into a bridge rising from the ground with an anti-gravity posture, pouring into Gordon's heart. The data torrent that was denser than before once again covered the vision in Gordon's eyes. Gordon had to hide it, so that this world ignited by the blazing flames became much clearer. It's enough this time. Estimating the number, Gordon already felt that the talent points that would allow him to enter the next sleep and growth stage had been settled, and he was overjoyed. But on the face of this ferocious dragon, it would only look more ferocious. Only those who truly understand Gordon, such as Nina, can judge Gordon's mood from the scales under the dragon eyes, and the arc of the tail swinging behind it. At this point, Gordon's mind flashed the lovely figure again. He was a little impatient, and this place could not make him linger, because he knew that even if there were enough talent points here, there would be another batch after killing one batch. But he could not hold on for long, even if he had a perfect body. If he continued like this, his continuous killing and destruction would only add more stains that were difficult to wipe off to his already dusty heart. The possible result of this is that it will gradually live in the abyss under the subtle changes of the will of the abyss, unable to leave, or reluctant to leave, just like those plain dragons. After all, their ancestors were originally the same as the colored dragons and metal dragons of the main material plane. Whether it is the shining dragon of Mount Heaven, the shadow black dragon of the shadow world, or the purgatory red dragon in the bottomless abyss, they are all the results of distinctive plane transformation. Gordon thought about the chaotic thoughts and fragmented images in his mind, and finally shook his head and threw them out of his mind. The chaotic thoughts would only interfere with his next judgment. The battle is not over yet. Its dark golden vertical pupils looked at the participating troops of the demon army, who were still resisting stubbornly, with a little playfulness in its eyes, when the effect of confining space like a dimensional anchor enveloped the battlefield. Jones, the six-armed snake demon, the well-deserved leader of the Eastern Plains demon tribe, felt unprecedented pressure when she was barely using defensive spells to resist the powerful dragon breath of the huge dragon that seemed to be an ancient dragon in front of her. This pressure came with the dragon breath and rushed to her face, forcing her to jump off the skeleton throne directly and flee into the pile of demons. The trophy throne made of various demon corpses was also turned into powder in the grand explosion. It's really embarrassing. However, If it hadn't cleverly let its confidant or face-to-face block the shock wave after the first wave of the molten core explosion, it might be even more embarrassed now. Am I destined not to have this opportunity? Looking at the huge black dragon suspended in the air, the six-armed snake demon's charming eyes were full of unwillingness. She hadn't felt this feeling for a long time, since she became the patriarch of the Abyss Snake Demon clan. At this time, there was a movement in the city behind the black dragon. A bunch of red lines rose from the city, directly attracting everyone's attention. Even the demon lying on the ground couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Red line, it seems to be absorbing something. If there is a necromancer or a person who is proficient in negative energy, they can clearly feel that the souls on this piece of land that were originally broken and about to be reincarnated in the stick seem to be attracted by something at this moment. And they all fly towards the red line that goes straight to the sky. The red line became thicker and thicker. In less than a minute, it changed from a red line that could only be seen just now to a light column as thick as a finger, then as thick as an arm, until finally a huge red light column as thick as a dragon body stood in this war-torn city. And Ruzi? Success? Watching the activation of the suspected ritual formation, Gordon smelled a familiar smell from the air, which made him subconsciously think of Ahim's disciples, who had been working hard in the city to get White Lake City out of the Shadow Sea. It's not easy. But which part of the other continent does this inverted light column correspond to? Ever since he learned from Enruzi that the Shadow Sea he was in was very likely the dream of the Demon Lord, Gordon had been extremely irritable, fearing that the slightest disturbance would cause Enruzi's ritual to fail, thus leaving White Lake City in the bottomless abyss. The believers it had worked so hard to cultivate these days turned into a bubble. This scene was naturally not what Gordon wanted to see. But fortunately, as the light column evolved, the second and third light columns also began to gradually break through the foggy gray sky like the first light column, looking for the position of the array point on the other side of the sky. And according to Andrew's previous idea, the main purpose of the red light column was to find all the 8 main directions of the real plane and correspond to them. Then White Lake City could use the mirror principle to successfully ignite the ceremony in the real Shadow Sea, thus completely getting rid of the constraints of the abyss while on its foreign enclave. Gordon knew it very well. However, when the 5th red light column was lit, the invisible and silent vortex on the other side of the originally turbulent sea surface had already approached the coast, and the dark clouds had not been known to be much lower, making people feel that they could touch the clouds by standing on the roof. What's going on? Gordon, who felt something was wrong, immediately looked around and found the movement of the ocean and the lowering of the clouds. With full vigilance, he used flash to move horizontally to a position 20 meters away almost instantly. At his original location, slippery tentacles emerged from under the clouds and on the ground. If Gordon had not flashed just now, he would probably have been surrounded by tentacles. It was above, but it asked about the breath of absorbing energy absorption and other absorption spells. If it was really caught, although the gods were not affected by any energy absorption spells. Just in case, Gordon did not let those tentacles touch him. Just when Gordon fled from the original place, a huge black shadow with a flame appeared above the sea level in the whirlpool. The demons all held their breath and concentrated, including the 6-armed snake demon, and lowered the 6 hands that were casting spells and resisting stubbornly, and closed them together, as if to pay tribute to the great existence floating on the sea surface. As the fire became brighter, the appearance of the demon rising from the sea was reflected in Gordon's vertical pupils. Its upper body was the grinning mouth of a nightmare deep-sea predator, and its lower body was rolling and twisting tentacles and slippery coiled snakes. It was the king of the deep sea, Dagon. Chapter 512, The Vanishing Demon. Outsider, you are slaughtering my people. You also took away their souls after death. This is not allowed by the Shadow Sea. As the huge and terrifying monster rose from the ocean, a magnificent chant with a strange and humming tone appeared in Gordon's mind. The voice was strange and reminded Gordon of the ancient language in the memory inheritance of the Dragon Clan. But it was different from the ancient language. It estimated that it was the Abyss language, the earliest language of the Abyss natives. But this strange and ancient language passed through Gordon's mind. But it was told to him in the most authentic dragon language. Dagon, the king of the deep sea. Gordon naturally saw the origin of the giant monster in front of him that exuded a majestic momentum, and the divinity in its body was sprouting and blooming at an astonishing speed. It was like a hungry young bird, greedily telling Gordon its desire for the things in front of it. Faced with the desire for divinity, Godin naturally cursed inwardly. It was a question whether he could return intact today, let alone swallow the demon lord who had roamed the abyss for tens of thousands of years. If it was so easy to kill Dagon, the king of the deep sea, he would not be allowed to exist in the abyss as an Abyrus demon. You know, those Abyrus demon lords, who once occupied various parts of the abyss, were either killed by Tanari demons or sealed in the well of darkness. And there is obviously a reason why Dagon, the king of the deep sea, can survive to this day. Maybe others or gods can kill him, but it is definitely not Godin now. Godin did not expect to be able to kill him. Now his hair stood up, his scales were spread out, and his alert was pulled to the highest level. How shameless. You're at this level, and you're still attacking by surprise. Simply. Gordon looked at the approaching giant demon and couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, he did what he had to do, and almost instantly moved his body hundreds of meters away from the monster in front of him, and stopped only after the feeling of being on edge disappeared. Then he looked at the White Lake City, which was still emitting red light beams in the air, and knew that the most urgent thing was to send the city back to the main material plane. Therefore, he decisively planned to delay the footsteps of the demon lord in front of him for a while. Or maybe he didn't have any feet. After watching Dagon come ashore, his lower body was all wrapped in tentacles, and he remained silent. In his mind, he had already sent a message to the demon lord who was looking at him. I can leave, but not now. Also, I didn't take the soul. You can't slander someone's innocence out of thin air. Gordon guessed that the loss of the soul might be related to his talent fragment, but this topic was a perfect excuse to divert attention. It was naturally impossible for it to admit it so quickly. Anyway, with the protection of divinity, it didn't have to worry that the demon lord in front of it could see that it was lying. As long as it could make it confused, or distract its attention to find the mastermind behind the plunder of the demon souls here, it would be his victory. Of course, this demon who has lived for tens of thousands of years, and sleeps for hundreds or thousands of years, is obviously not so easy to fool. Its wisdom is as vast as the sea and deep. It only paused for a few seconds, and figured out why Gordon said that, and the most likely reason behind it. Are you scared, little guy? The voice that spoke to it in a difficult language echoed in its mind again. The divinity in you is a little strange to me. It doesn't seem to belong to the twin heaven, the wilderness, or the beast garden. Little guy, where are you from? The nagging words were like a lonely old man chatting with a young man passing by. And there were even a lot of interesting anecdotes about gods in between. It was quite interesting. But when it asked where it came from, it still felt a little entangled. But after a while, it told the demon lord in front of it, who seemed to have just awakened the rehearsal it had prepared when it came according to the plan. I'm from Apol. Apol? I seem to have heard of it. A lost world? I didn't expect that a creature like you could be born there. No. My origin is in the fire elemental world. But I arrived in Apol by chance. Gordon corrected its words, although it knew that Dagon must have seen its origin. The molten dragons of the fire elemental world might be rare in the main material plane, but as the bottomless abyss connected to the Styx, what kind of fallen souls have Dagon not seen for thousands of years? It is estimated that there are a dozen fallen seraphim messengers, and there is an estimated legion of ordinary metal dragons, not to mention the molten dragons that are common in this other plane. Well, no matter where you come from, you can now tell me why you came to the Sea of Shadows. The people here will not allow you to slaughter them at will. Didn't the people who guided you here tell you? These are all my food. Touch the food. Die. The chaotic nature and the advantage of the camp made the Dagon in front of him fall into a chaotic decision. He was talking just now, but now he began to question loudly. At the same time, his countless tentacles had firmly grasped the remaining demon army on the ground. However, as Dagon's tentacles flew, the wailing of the bound demons was gentle and long, like a blooming musical feast. All mine. No one is allowed to touch my food. Help. Save me. Whether it was a high-level demon or a low-level demon, they could only watch the tentacles dancing, but they were powerless. Under this strong pressure, moving a little became a luxury. So, the huge demon army was like a plate of delicious snacks in a restaurant in an instant, allowing diners to feast on it. Even the leader of many demons, the six-armed snake demon, had a look of fear on her charming face. Her pretty face was twisted into a ball, but her 6 arms were drooping vertically with her body. and she could not make any response. She was just treated as ordinary food and stuffed directly into the mouth of the newly awakened demon lord. During the chewing, she turned into a pool of meat paste, and her soul was annihilated. Then I will compensate you with some food? Gordon wanted to appease the hungry giant demon first, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was greeted by a thunderous roar. Who is it? Who dares to invade my territory? Dagon seemed to sense something, and its huge eyes, like dead fish, began to stare into the void, without saying a word, and even the demons on its tentacles stopped eating. And Gordon followed Dagon's gaze, and used his divinity to capture the message that only demigods could receive. Someone broke into the Shadow Sea. Gordon looked at the red light that suddenly spread on the land of the Shadow Sea. It was obvious that some creatures had opened a portal to occupy the core position. And there is more than one. The red light of the portal gradually lit up, and even several red lights lit up on the seabed. This is a group of demon armies. As the information increased, Gordon also captured the types of these red glowing demons. A demon army with a bull head and a human body, holding a giant axe. Even the figure of the Baylor Flame demon was seen. Based on the proportion of the demon army, Gordon subconsciously guessed that it might be a legion belonging to the Minotaur King Baphomet. However, why Baphomet came here? Gordon was a little confused. But Dagon was furious. How dare you challenge me? You bastard from the labyrinth. The provocation of the demon lord of Tanari made it even more angry than when it found someone invading. Gordon didn't know the current situation of hell, but as the lord of the Shadow Sea and an ally of Demogorgon, how could he not know? Baphomet's greed had already grown with the help of the death serpent Ongado, after he killed Yinagu, the god of gnolls. But he never expected it. This stupid bull dared to set his mind on it. It was simply ignorant of life and death. Don't think that after swallowing a low-ranking demon lord, it dared to challenge the deep-sea master who is as famous as the three giants of the abyss, the home of the ocean and sea monsters, and the shadow of the ocean. The dignity of being an Abyrus demon made it feel that it was provoked. So the next moment, the ocean that had been gradually calming began to boil, and the tsunami hundreds of meters high became higher and higher in the voice of Dagon. The tentacles on its body also began to sweep towards Godin. Let's end it soon. Let's end it here. I still have to go and deal with that hateful bull. It seems that under the threat of the Minotaur Baphomet, this demon lord who roams the ocean and is a mixture of fish, mollusks and sea eels has become more and more impatient. He no longer wants to play house with the dragon in front of him and plans to kill it once and for all. Swallow this dragon. Then expel Baphomet who dared to invade the Shadow Sea, and teach it a lesson. However, the attack speed of the tentacles has increased, and the dragon has various displacement skills, which can be said to be useless. But this is not all of Dagon's trump cards. With a buzzing sound, the vast dark clouds between heaven and earth began to surge, and the waves hitting the land began to hum, and a sound that seemed to come from the ancient wilderness resounded through the world. Give up the struggle and embrace the ocean. Sink into bliss with me. Dagon's voice was like a mermaid's ballad. Even Gordon was startled by the strong mental suggestion. However, the approach of danger and the warning of divinity, or the strangeness of the soul, made it quickly get rid of this mental suggestion and continue to shuttle flexibly among the tentacles, breathing out from time to time. Damn! How is it possible? Dagon never expected that this trick would fail. The giant dragon in front of him was not affected by its magic sound. The tempting sound that was originally invincible seemed to be completely ineffective in front of it. No! This is impossible. All souls born in this multiverse are restricted by me, and they will never be eliminated so quickly. As an Abyrus demon, Dagon's natural expertise is the omnipotent ecstasy, which can make any creature become like a puppet after hearing its voice. Even demons with a higher level than it cannot avoid it. This is why Dagon can suddenly rise from the Abyrus demons, whose number is too huge to count, and become the final winner in several eras. However, even though it is called the sage among demons, and the wisest existence in the abyss by many demons, the great prophet still cannot calculate how far away in the universe the real soul of this dragon in front of him comes from. Like the god on God Io, the dimension outside the universe comes from a distant country that cannot be explored. Therefore, the mark set by its ecstasy is invalid. But this is not something that can be figured out in a short time. He only thinks that the dragon in front of him may have some artifacts that he does not know. And Gordon has never felt that the sound just now is too strong. so that he almost thought that the monster in front of him was not the king of the deep sea that can devour everything and destroy everything in the rumors. After all, how strong can a demon lord who can fight it evenly be? You know, it has made plans to destroy this projection and return to the main material plane. I also wanted to see if I could delay White Lake City for a little more time before leaving. But I didn't expect that the so-called deep sea king in front of me seemed to be a useless thing. I fought with it for several minutes and still couldn't kill me. Of course, if Gordon knew the ability of the ecstasy, he wouldn't be so surprised. After all, it can't be blamed on Dagon's lack of ability. It's really that its source doesn't play by the rules. Dagon found that he might not be able to deal with the dragon in front of him in a short time. So he decided to leave the other half of the harvest first. And he did not intend to force the demigod dragon Gordon. After all, before he figured out why the dragon was immune to his ecstasy. As long as Gordon continued to dodge and avoid fighting with it, he really had no way to deal with the dragon. Perhaps its strength and attack were much higher than that of the dragon, and a series of legendary feats could easily defeat the dragon without crushing it. However, these feats only brought him strength, not the capital to catch the dragon. In the past, he either used the touch of magic to grab the prey or used the divine pressure to control it. But facing this dragon that was not affected by the divine pressure, and whose body was sensitive enough to avoid the tentacles in the sky, it could only sigh. However, it was still easy to capture the human city that could not escape and was motionless. The huge tsunami, with its tentacles everywhere, suddenly turned to the human city with a rolling momentum. And the ending seemed to be doomed. In the melodious lute of the tavern, the cold March air was blocked by the stove of the tavern. Nina's face was flushed, and her eyes were bright as she watched the story in front of her about the evil demon carrying the tsunami and destroying the city. Her heart was lifted up. She asked subconsciously, "Then what?" The red-haired man touched the emblem on his chest, and said leisurely with a hint of yearning, "Then it disappeared." The terrifying demon and the messenger of Godin disappeared together. Chapter 513 Ambition of Adulthood. The disappearance was naturally done by Gordon, in order to prevent the furious demon lord in front of him from destroying his hard work for several months. Gordon could only give up his first blood. The forced entry of the death zone made the Abiris demon, who had been the overlord of the deep sea for tens of thousands of years, feel crazy for the first time in his life. The feeling of being forcibly interrupted was not pleasant, but the more uncomfortable thing was yet to come. 15 minutes later, when Dagon finally forced the dragon to the brink of death in the demi-plane with his flying tentacles and had nowhere to escape, he did not see any fear or panic on its face. Instead, the body that was dull due to weakness began to gradually shine. The multi-purpose red light and the hot magma appeared again in the body of the dragon in front of him like a last ray of light. Useless move. Now, it's time for you to pay the price. Your soul will be suppressed by me in the Samana trench of the Shadow Sea for eternity. And thousands of eels will chew your flesh and devour every bit of flesh and blood on your bones. The ancient-like Abiris language seemed particularly angry at this moment, as if it wanted to suppress Gordon deep in the sea. However, a leisurely tone made Dagon's eel-like head twisted immediately. "Really? I'm sorry to disappoint you. Great king of the deep sea. My soul will leave first. I will wait for your arrival in other planes." Godin, who was in a desperate situation, was like a noble gentleman at this moment, answering humbly and politely. But this was somewhat inconsistent with his current state. The body of the molten dragon gradually expanded, like an inflated doll. Its ferocious face became cute and chubby, like an oversized cartoon toy. But the next sentence it said made Dagon's heart sink. Burning explosion. In the abyss, the burning explosion is not the unique skill of the Baylor Flame demon family. A few cowardly demons and original demons will also have this talent after they have the possibility of advancing to the Baylor Flame demon. However, its power is much worse than the Baylor Flame demon's burning explosion that can normally blow up half a city. The weakest one may barely blow up a house. But this cannot affect Gordon acquisition. Almost as soon as the burning explosion was confirmed and twisted in the talent column, a large number of talent points directly piled it up to the 6th level talent level that Gordon can currently control, although the power was greatly reduced. In such a small demiplane, the self-sacrificing explosion of a legendary dragon before its death, although it was impossible to seriously injure Dagon, would at least cause him some minor injuries. Gordon was very satisfied with this. At least he was happy to see this mad demon lord suffer a setback on him. Anyway, He had the talent of a plane walker, so he didn't have to worry that the traces and flesh left here could be traced back to the main material plane by the demon lord in front of him. Just make a fuss as much as you want. Not to mention that he still remembered that the demon army of other demon lords had already entered the Shadow Sea. Obviously, the war in the Abyss had spread to this plane that appeared since the birth of the Abyss. If he wanted to seek revenge on Gordon, he had to at least solve the urgent matter. The Abyss War was basically calculated in years, just like the War of Gods. If the gods of both sides started a war, it would even be calculated in thousands of years. Otherwise, if you want to completely wipe out this god, the vast number of petitioners is the source of the immortality of the gods. It may take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. In short, if you want to kill the god, you must completely kill him in several fields and levels, so that the god will unwillingly enter the tomb of the gods. Star Realm. Therefore, in the short term, even in the past few decades, Gordon should not worry about facing the troubles of this demon lord coming to his door. Not to mention that it is not certain who will come to whom in a few decades. If this trend continues, the growth rate of the number of Gordon believers will definitely be much faster than those false gods, who rely on deception and incitement to try to pull creatures into the religion. It won't take decades. If this continues, Gordon will even feel that the turbulent years have not ended yet. It can take advantage of this favorable wind and rise straight to the top and be directly deified. 3,000 fanatics. More than 10 saints. The number of these believers even exceeds the number of believers of some weak and insignificant gods. For example, the gods of the elemental plane. Except for the faith brought by storm giants and winged elves in the mortal world, the faith of other creatures is negligible. If you want to have 3,000 active fanatics, it is probably difficult to multiply them by 10 and then double them. Of course, this cannot underestimate these elemental gods. The former gods are only a minority, and the elemental kings, who have powerful power, and even great divine names in each plane, are the top priority. They themselves are not deified because of faith, but like the dragon, they rely on the vast power bursting out of their bodies. The powerful power can even make the entire plane tremble for his will. The fantasy came to an end. The power of the burning body explosion instantly shattered the half-plane that had lost its master control, turning it into a sky full of starlight. Scattered in the dark sky, Dagon only felt the violent air waves surging, and it only had time to use its tentacles to resist and protect its body from the impact of the explosion. However, as the tentacle shattered and the air wave disappeared, Dagon's vision suddenly changed, and he immediately found something wrong. It came out? It's dead? At this time, on the continent where he landed, in addition to the demon flesh and blood all over the ground, and the war that had not yet been extinguished, there were only the remnants of the demons. The huge city that originally stood on a corner of the coastline now only had a bumpy surface, and the oval holes seemed to prove the traces left by the city on this land. Dagon clearly understood that not only did he not get half a human soul on this trip, but even the half-dragon was probably only an incarnation that died here. His unwilling roar sounded again under the sky, but it had no effect except that the increasingly weak demons became more trembling and panicked. What's more, Dagon looked up at the white outline of the continent revealed in a corner of the sky, knowing that he could not delay any longer, and it was not the time to complain about himself. No matter how long he slept, he dared not forget this unforgettable hatred. It was only a matter of time before he settled the score. Dagon was very confident about this. In the bottomless abyss of the past, his enemies were either dead or sunk in the well of darkness. Dagon felt that the next time he met a half-god dragon, it would be its death. He has not really been asleep for tens of thousands of years. He has many artifacts hidden in his chest, and one of them is the one that can restrain this kind of incarnation. Then let him understand what the grace of the Deep-Sea King is. Thinking of this, the Deep-Sea King Dagon, who was in a much better mood, immediately twisted his newly grown tender red tentacles like an old lady, and slowly crawled towards the ocean on the ground. Now he has to deal with the Minotaur god who dared to invade the Shadow Sea. Today, he wants to see where he got his support from to dare to challenge him. Who is the most notorious except Demogorgon? After all, in the main material plane, it is said that every 700 years, an island with people will be sacrificed to the master under the deep sea, Dagon, and this rumor will gradually spread throughout the continent as the bards travel. Not to mention how Dagon concocted the demon lord who challenged him. The main material plane. Storm Islands. In a well-hidden underground cave, a huge black dragon with obsidian scales was lying on a huge red rock that was not much larger than its body and covered thousands of square meters. It was sleeping, but its breathing brought vitality to this silent cave. Like a heartbeat, full of vitality. If you look closely at the red rock where it was lying, you will find that there are dozens of streams of magma flowing down all day and night. This is leaking from the scales of Gordon. After being inhabited by this real dragon of the fire element for some time, the nest effect of the original dark cave has begun to change the environment. It began to extend in the direction of the volcanic cave in Gordon impression. If it slept longer, the temperature would not cool the flowing magma, and it would probably not be a problem to accumulate an artificial volcanic lake. However, such a high temperature did not affect the dragon deep sleep at all. Instead, it opened its wings and tail more. In a short while, its sleeping posture changed from lying down to a big shape. However, at the 30th breath of the black molten dragon, its originally closed eyes suddenly opened, and the pair of dark golden vertical pupils that were still not covered by dust were extremely sharp at this moment. It was Gordon who had just abandoned the astral projection incarnation in the bottomless abyss and returned to the main material plane. It was not surprised to see that its sleeping posture was completely different from before it left, because this was the backup plan left by Gordon. Before going to the bottomless abyss, it specifically left a suspected subconsciousness in this body, in order to prevent its consciousness from being in the bottomless abyss, causing the body in the main material plane to be attacked and unable to resist in time. However, Gordon looked around the cave environment, which was surprisingly different from before he left here. If it weren't for the unforgettable memory, it would be difficult for him to connect the dark, deep, hollow and humid cave with the warm and spring-like fiery red cave where every scale could open up comfortably. If it weren't for the subconscious telling it that it had never left the platform and no one had ever entered this cave, it would even suspect that someone had secretly moved it to a new home as a prank. As Gordon's awakening consciousness spread, he broke through this winding cave located under the island, and soon felt the long-lost warm sunshine again. The sunlight shining on its consciousness when it went out to explore was very comfortable, making it want to lazily bask in the sun. Fortunately, Gordon still remembered the real purpose of his exploration. Misty Port. It needed to understand the current situation of Misty Port in order to grasp the actions of the Dragon Witch cult, and it was not clear how much time was left before it left. These were all what it wanted to know. However, when Gordon derived consciousness saw the island that originally belonged to Misty Port, it found that it was still a noisy atmosphere, and the land of broken walls and ruins, without any trace of renovation. There were even a few bodies lying on the ground on the streets of Misty Port, and no one could deal with them. Gordon was relieved immediately. It seemed that it would not take long, and it should even be shorter than he imagined. So, after finding out the situation, Gordon immediately took back this consciousness, and then turned himself into a seagull. The most common seagull on pirates, flapped his wings, and flew out of the gap in the cave he had just made. Although it has met the conditions for sleeping now, the scene it just detected made it eager to investigate the traces of the demigod sun and the group of dragon witch cultists that appeared that night. Gordon still remembered the grudge. Now that he has returned from the abyss, he naturally wants to compete with these guys and test his strength. In addition to the full talent, it now also has the blessing of divinity. The dragon witch cultists had no way to deal with it before, and now they are probably even more helpless. After Gordon flew to the market in Misty Port, he learned from the malice of those ruined pirates that the big ship that the dragon witch cult took when they left at night. A few days ago, someone saw a stranded ship in the jungle of the island southwest of Storm Islands, east of Misty Port, and the flag on the mast was exactly the same. Obviously, they have not left the Storm Islands, but just hid on the other side. Gordon was a little surprised when he heard the news. Very close. It immediately estimated the location where it had been hiding before, and found that it was only 20 minutes away from its location to the location of the ship in a straight line, and couldn't help but sigh. After knowing the traces of the dragon witch cultists, Gordon had no intention of staying in Misty Harbor to listen to the pirates' enthusiastic description of the next Misty Harbor reconstruction plan. He just paused slightly and listened attentively when he heard that Misty Harbor had a girl whose strength was comparable to the only female pirate king among the 5 pirate kings. Only to hear that this powerful girl, who suddenly appeared in the mouths of these pirates, had extremely bright black hair and black eyes, and was extremely violent. She used her bare hands, and her physical strength was extremely strong. She directly conquered all the western blocks of Misty Harbor. Gordon had a plan in his mind, and his pace slowed down slightly, and began to communicate with the believers on this land through his heart. Soon, like a radar, Gordon soon found the spiritual flame belonging to the fanatic in the world full of blue spiritual flames. Gordon used his consciousness to touch the heart of the black-haired girl, and soon, the connection was established. The girl's pious voice also came from the heart in time. "My lord, your most loyal believer, the Black Dragon Didac, greets you." Chapter 514 Familiar Taste. Listening to the girl's unique soft voice, Gordon's mind recalled the appearance of the two Black Dragon brothers when he met them in the fairy wilds. Thin body, short horns, and not so smooth scales. Gordon shuddered and quickly threw this picture out of his mind, and sighed after a while. "You did a good job here." Gordon just passed through his spiritual consciousness and knew that the young black dragon in front of him had already ruled half of Misty Harbor. If nothing unexpected happened, the Pirate King would definitely have a place for it after the reconstruction of Misty Harbor in the future. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a colored dragon known for its evil. Whether it is conquest or destruction, it has accomplished it particularly well. Whether it is transformed into a human, it has not affected her evil dragon style when she gathers her subordinates now. Submit or die. Choose one of the two, or I will help you choose. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Didac's voice was flattered. After all, in his impression, this dragon god named Lord of Grace was always stern and difficult to communicate with normally. Of course, he admired and believed in him from the bottom of his heart. After all, without him, he would not be what he is today. The power gift he brought was enough to make him devoted to this god. Of course, this was before he found another suitable god to believe in. I have something I need you to do now. Gordon's mind turned very quickly. After learning that Didac had occupied a small area of power in Misty Harbor, he immediately decided to use it. My lord, just give me your orders. I will not hesitate to turn Misty Harbor upside down. Didac answered so firmly that the resoluteness revealed in reality made many of her subordinates, who were staring at her, misunderstand that this violent boss was going to start trouble with some unlucky guy in Misty Harbor again. They began to rub their hands and couldn't wait to show their strength in front of her. Males always want to show their strength in front of the opposite sex, and these pirates are no exception. Of course, they didn't know the true identity of the black-haired and black-eyed girl in front of them. Otherwise, let alone surrendering, even if they were to pay for it, there might not be any guy among these pirates who dared to have the dream of Dragon Knight. After all, although there are many races in this world and humans have many more choices in taste, but if they really let them be a Dragon Knight, or a Black Dragon Knight, I'm afraid no one dares to try except those liches. After all, if they really went up, which warrior could withstand the acid secreted by the Black Dragon? This was no more than the drizzle of the Dragonborn. Without a strong constitution, I'm afraid they would be powerless. Nothing. I don't know if you know about the dragon cult. Gordon's voice was as serious as ever, which made Didac nervous. You mean? Before? Yes. I need you to investigate their whereabouts now. At the other end of the Storm Islands. Gordon didn't want to alert the enemy. Maybe using the pirates in Misty Harbor would be a good way to lure them out. And he wasn't sure if they could still summon the colorful Prince of Hell like that day. If they could, then if they really did it, it would be in trouble. Gordon still tried his best to make a perfect plan. Perfect enough to allow it to easily steal the fruits of victory of the dragon cult, and not be discovered by them, so as not to be remembered by Tiamat. Perhaps before the Saints' catastrophe. It would be tantamount to humiliating itself if it wanted to do so. For a god like Tiamat, almost every dragon cultist is his eyes and ears. As long as he wants, he can trace the appearance of the culprit without any ceremony. But now the effect of divine power has been greatly reduced. Otherwise Gordon would not be so timid about a colorful prince weakened by the main material plane, and would just rush over. Of course, there are pros and cons. If he rushes over, he will have to bear the consequences of provoking Tiamat hatred. Even if Gordon succeeds in becoming a god, it does not want to provoke that crazy female dragon for the time being. Perhaps, after this matter is over, it can try to find Bahamut to see what this platinum dragon god is planning now. However, it stands to reason that when Tiamat is wreaking havoc, there must be a shadow standing by to stop him. But this time is different from before. In addition to the metal dragons that came on their own initiative, Gordon did not even see a priest of Bahamut. which is not in line with common sense. After all, the celestial envoys have won over a group of metal dragons for the prophecy on the scroll. And there is no reason for these metal dragons not to tell the current highest metal dragon meeting on the main material plane about the matters they are carrying out. And then through the old golden dragons of the council, they can be linked to Bahamut's will. This is the process in the past. But this time, forget it. This is not something it can worry about. Godin still has too little information about Bahamut's plan. Maybe he has more important things to do. Or maybe he is not so eager to stop Tiamat appearance. Anyway, no matter what the reason, the only people it can rely on at present are itself and its believers. After it learned about the actions of the Dragon Witch cult, if there is still a chance, it will try. If there is no chance, forget it. It is not interested in being a savior. At most, it will pack up and take Nina and others to another world. Now that it has experienced the abyss, it seems to have seen a lot more open-mindedly. Which plane cannot be their new home? There is no need to put itself in danger for an illusory name. No! How could it think of this? Gordon frowned slightly and rejected the thoughts that just emerged again. Although the thinking of the dragon is always changeable, Gordon would never believe that its determination would become so swift and fast after experiencing a plane trip. This is not like it. But after thinking hard, Gordon could not find the root cause, and finally could only attribute it to the events it experienced that caused it to transform. Perhaps it was related to the pain of death it felt when it was destroyed by Dagon just now. Or perhaps it was the rise of divinity that made its thinking gradually rational, moving in a more favorable direction for itself, rather than moving in accordance with the will of ordinary people. In short, in the eyes of the dragon, this is completely cowardly thinking. It is also not in line with the original intention of Gordon to come here, to challenge himself, without the courage to fight and face difficulties. How can we control the world and conquer the plane? In reality, Didac has already begun to prepare for the oracle issued by Gordon. You bastards of the Dragon Witch cult. Now I have to let you taste the power of Uncle Didac. This is the only thought in the mind of this black dragon, who looks delicate and weak, but has a brain full of muscles. Time comes and goes fast. When Gordon received the prayers from Didac again, it was already afternoon. She was fast and efficient. At this moment, the sun in the sky was dazzling and extremely hot. Well, what a good day. Just as Gordon was lazily sunbathing on a bare sea rock in the waves, his cat-like vertical pupils turned slightly. The heart had sunk, and the voice of Didac in the mind. My lord, my men have already investigated it clearly. The Dragon Witch cult seems to be hidden on the island you mentioned. But what? But there are only a group of abandoned guys on the island. My subordinates and I did not find any traces of the powerful people of the Dragon Witch cult there. They all live in poverty. The ship is also dilapidated. Didac told Gordon the results of his investigation in a serious manner. And Gordon consciousness had already tried to touch the island and the information on the edge of the Storm Islands. The increase in divinity allowed him to lie still on the sea and sense the slightest movement around. If it condensed into a bundle, it would be longer. It's a pity that it doesn't know when it can cross the vast ocean and go directly to the north from the overseas border, so that it can chat with Nina in the far north of Loda Valley directly in Misty Port. It has been 2 days since it came back, and it doesn't know how Nina is doing, how Loda Valley is doing, and whether the group of believers in White Lake City have followed his will and completed the tasks he assigned to them. Gordon diffused thinking continued to operate, and at the same time, his consciousness began to scan the island only a dozen miles away from Gordon. The island was just as Didac said. Apart from the weak Dragon Witch cultists, he did not feel any traces of high-level people living on the island. He did not even find a Dragon Witch cultist above the 3rd-level dragon wing. What was even more terrifying was that the shrine had been broken. What was going on? Was this? Gordon planned to catch a tongue and ask. But on the other side, Didac had already told it the answer. According to the Dragon Witch cultist I caught, even the shrine used for sacrifice could not be repaired. It can be seen that there is really no high-end combat power on the island. I heard that they all disappeared overnight, and no one knows where they went. Well, that's it. It's a bit strange, but I seem to have some clues. The sharp Gordon grasped the key point of disappearing overnight, and immediately shifted the focus to how and where they disappeared. As a result, he soon knew that the island definitely hid a secret. Maybe it should go to the island in person to see it. Gordon thought so. Maybe he could find something that Didac didn't notice. So, Gordon barely stopped at the sea rock and immediately headed towards the island. And when it stepped on the soft land in the sunshine, the followers of the dragon cult were carrying out a self-rescue ceremony. Family members of the dragon house. We can't go on like this. The great immortal dragon queen is watching us. Even if the shrine is temporarily damaged, it still can't shake our determination. Go back to the contact point with the headquarters. Tell them about our situation here. The camp of the Dragon Witch cult is backed by a valley on an island, surrounded by highlands, and they live in the cracks between the highlands, with a stream running down from the highlands next to them. It is simple and monotonous, and it is obvious that they have not considered the living environment at all. In front of these simple wooden sheds, with a few straw leaves hastily placed on them to protect them from wind and rain, a thin believer with tattoos on his hands, thin lips, and eyes narrowed like a snake is wearing a wide robe that does not match him. He stands on the high platform and speaks sternly to the many Dragon Witch cult believers who are looking at him eagerly. Every time he speaks, his empty palm tightens several points, as if he is nervous and brewing. Of course, the reactions of the Dragon Witch cult believers in the audience are also different. Some are the first to stand up for him, and some sneer and say that a certain master has told them before leaving that they must wait here for them to come back. Others are neutral. Neither side helps each other. In short, it is a mess. Without a leader, it was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Dragon Witch who was giving the speech had a gloomy face and did not continue to speak, as if he was planning something. Gordon did not want to guess. He smelled a familiar smell here, but he could not tell where he had encountered it before. So he did not give the Dragon Witches too many opportunities to perform, when everyone was still arguing about what to do next. At some point, the sound was gradually swallowed up. Under the scorching sun, even the sound of insects seemed to suddenly disappear from this world, along with a strong sense of oppression. The shadow descended. No one knew when this behemoth arrived. Anyway, when they saw this behemoth, they had already lost the ability to fight. The momentum that was stronger than all the dragons they had seen swept the entire highland. On the river bank, the half-human high reef seemed to be bent by this invisible momentum. "Sir, are you here to save us?" Under Gordon's deliberate control, someone overcame the fierce momentum that almost suffocated him, half lying on the ground, ignoring the filth of the soil, and asked stutteringly. The only answer he got was endless silence and the eyes that looked down like a god, scanning around, as if the sound just now was just the chirping of ordinary ants. Gordon didn't have a good impression of this group of people. Killing, raping and plundering were commonplace for them. If he hadn't planned to ask something, Gordon would have exhaled and let them report to the kingdom of Tiamat in hell. Sure enough, as Gordon stayed here, the familiar smell became stronger and stronger, as if there was a smell coming out of the ground. Is this the smell of the sea? No. It is more unique than the ordinary sea, with a little fragrance of plants and trees. Although the smell of the sea suddenly emerged in the mountains and forests, it made Gordon a little confused. However, when the previous memories gradually emerged, it immediately thought of something it had never dared to think of. That is, could the familiar smell come from the endless sea, the lair of the time dragon? Chapter 515, Sleep in Adulthood. The endless sea, the legendary plankton that Gordon encountered when he went to the Storm Islands, the demiplane where the Sargassum cluster was located. To this day, Gordon can vaguely remember the scene of the endless black and green seaweed twisting and wriggling. But why is the Dragon Witch cult related to the endless sea? Aren't they going to find artifacts? Could it be that? Yes, the time dragon, like other dragons, also likes to collect treasures. But compared to gold and silver treasures, it prefers to collect those famous historical wonders or equipment. But it rarely puts equipment items in its nest, but likes to bury these things in a corner of the material plane, waiting for its next search. However, there are exceptions to some things, such as the fragments and remains of equipment such as artifacts will be left in the time dragon nest, like an unfinished scattered puzzle. After it is complete, it will be released to the outside world by the time dragon. This is also the main reason why many famous artifacts in history mysteriously disappeared for various reasons. After all, as a being that can travel through the long river of time, it is normal to recycle the remains of the ownerless artifacts. It is worth mentioning that the time dragon will only collect the ownerless artifacts, and will never touch those with owners. Actively touching to change history is a taboo that cannot be violated in the dragon heritage of the time dragon. Of course, How many people in the world today have been affected by the time dragon? I am afraid that the gods cannot tell clearly. It seems that the artifact that can shatter the king of Killing Star is in the Boundless Sea. I don't know if they have found it. Gordon looked at the dragon witch cultists, who were fanatically worshipping Tiamat in the valley in his sight, and fell into a period of contemplation. Now it seems that the most urgent task is to follow the steps of the dragon witch cultists, and enter the Boundless Sea together to see if they can intercept them. After all, as a divine creature, there is no life limit. For the nest effect of the time dragon, which can easily reduce the lifespan and directly wither the serious ones, Gordon still has a certain natural advantage. But Gordon thought about it, and realized that he had not yet completed his slumber. His strength might be higher than before in the misty port, but he could not escape the shackles of legend. If he really faced that group of people, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. After all, there was also a terrifying existence behind them. Although it was not clear whether he could be summoned at will, Gordon felt that after being summoned, the colorful prince would not easily return to hell. After all, it was an extremely difficult thing to lock the beast out of the cage. Not to mention that the key and the cage door were in the hands of the beast. So the combat power of the colorful prince must be taken into account. So Gordon felt that there was no need to rush up to him, and waiting for him to tire himself out might be a good choice. However, it is possible to enter the Boundless Sea. It is just right to use the new ability, God Kingdom, to let this demiplane, which has lost its master for who knows how long, recognize a new master. And it can do both sleeping and construction. Gordon has already made a plan in his mind, so he no longer hesitates. Things that he has determined rarely change. It was the same before, and it is still the same now. All he needs to do now is wait for the moment when the Boundless Sea appears again. Although it is not clear how the group of dragon witch cult grasped the rules. According to the last call for entry, they should be wandering around this sea area regularly. According to the description of the crew that night, before discovering the Sargassum cluster, they found a large area of thick fog. Even the light of the lights could not illuminate the position 3 meters away. It was almost a world in the fog. According to the words of the dragon witch cult that Gordon just heard, there should have been a heavy fog on this island before. But the high level of the dragon witch cult did not let these believers follow at that time. He only told them to wait for him here. Gordon estimated that the anchor point to enter the endless sea was the thick fog. So, feeling as if he had grasped something, Gordon would not miss this opportunity to try. In the next few days, he stared at the island while instructing Didic to send his men to search the surrounding waters for where the fog had appeared recently, in order to try to find the next location where the gate to the endless sea would open. Soon, Gordon learned from Didic's report that the fog had appeared in a shallow beach 50 miles away from the island. This was not discovered by local fishermen, but by Didic himself when he transformed into a black dragon to patrol the territory. Based on the black dragon innate dark vision, he saw that the place that originally belonged to the outline of a corner of the archipelago was surrounded by fog. Originally, it wanted to go in and take a look, but thinking of the task given by Gordon, it still held back its strong curiosity and told Gordon as soon as possible. Gordon also woke up from his short sleep immediately, and according to Didic's instructions, he went to the southwest corner of the Storm Islands without stopping. There was no difference between the island and the sea. A fog of war covered most of the island and a small part of the ocean. Only through some edges and corners on the edge of the fog could we judge whether it was land or ocean below. However, Gordon didn't care about the answer to this question now. The moment he saw the fog, Gordon knew that this was the entrance to the boundless sea that he was looking for. So after giving Didic a reassuring instruction, he quickly plunged into the thick fog that was like dark clouds in the sky without looking back. Unlike the last time he entered the boundless sea while sleeping, this time he was awake and actively crossed the demiplane, which made Gordon feel like he was back in that dark, cramped and damp cave, and entered the blue city of the legendary planeswalker Galmadon. Then again, it seems that he has never been back to that demiplane, although he is still curious about what is hidden in the authorized wizard tower. But now that he thinks about it, it is nothing more than some precious spells collected by Galmadon, magic artifacts and the like. To be honest, Gordon doesn't care much about these. Since he stepped into the threshold of legend, he feels that he is very different from the inside out. Especially after accepting the power transformed from the massive willpower of believers, and the improvement of his talent. He believes in the strength of his own body, not relying on objects. Unless it is a divine weapon. Ahem. I was thinking too far. with the dizziness brought by the power of time and space. Gordon felt that the fog was gradually weakening, and his vision began to become clearer. He was no longer in a typical island forest with lush branches and leaves, but in an endless blue sea. The sky was still bright. It can be said that he had truly walked from the night into the day. Boundless sea. I'm back again. Gordon looked at the sea that was somewhat familiar, and still had the outlines of many broken ship planks on the sea surface. It took a deep breath, and found that this seemed to be the location of the Sargassum before. It seemed that every time it entered the boundless sea, this was the starting point. No wonder there were so many shipwrecks, and the Sargassum could grow so fast. The constantly moving fog is like a never-ending mouth, and the endless supply of fertilizer will send all kinds of creatures in the sea into its mouth. However, since Gordon had previously defeated or killed the Sargassum here, it would take time for the remaining Sargassum clusters to gather into the previous scale. This also led to the dragon witch cult that entered here later being very smooth sailing, at least before facing the barrier formed by the power of time. They did not encounter any real crisis. Thinking of their good luck, Gordon couldn't help but sigh. There was no way. Who made them come here first and encounter that damn Sargassum cluster? But no matter who came first or later, it would not affect Gordon's next plan. It looked at the kingdom of God in the column about divine power in the personal panel. After the consciousness touched it, it immediately gave it some feedback information. Gordon followed the instructions given in the information, and began the first step of transforming this ownerless demi-plane into the kingdom of God. Before the transformation, Gordon looked at the sea in the distance, and then his huge body gradually sank into the turbulent sea. While transforming, it felt that there was no more suitable time to sleep than here. Although the location was not very suitable, it was not worth mentioning after the previous experience in the sewer. On the other side, the same demiplane, in another area of the sea. Compared with the turbulent sea where Gordon was, this side was calm, or lifeless. On the mirror-like sea, there was a small boat riding the waves, moving continuously in an unknown direction. The sail of this boat was useless here, and the power was entirely dependent on the long rope at the bow. And the other end of the long rope was tied to the tail of a hideous green dragon with broken scales and a cracked back, as if it was about to die. It used its broken dragon wings that were enough to cover the boat to hover in the sky in an anti-gravity posture. And on the boat stood several believers wearing strange gray robes and 5-colored dragon head masks on their waists, looking into the distance. What day is this, Gavin? A dragon witch believer who had just walked out with a one-horned blue dragon mask on his waist came out from under the cabin. The one he asked was a young believer who did not wear a mask on his waist, but only had strange patterns painted on his face and hands. If you tear off his clothes on his back, you can see a mark representing the 4th level of the Dragon Soul level of the Dragon Witch cult. But the 4th stage is nothing in front of these 5 dragon speakers. Therefore, Gavin answered the middle-aged man wearing the blue dragon mask very respectfully. Lord Atlantis, it's already the 5th day. If nothing goes wrong, according to the revelation, we will see the island on the 7th day, and then find the last fragment on it. Oh, is that what the inscription says? The middle-aged man's seemingly gloomy face was relieved a lot after hearing this news, and his eyes began to sharpen, as if he had thought of something. This was naturally a casual question from him. As a dragon speaker, he naturally knew how difficult it was to get this prophecy. This came from the efforts made by His Majesty. In order to get this motto, he did not hesitate to despise a catastrophe on the mainland. The battle of this bloody feast caused them to lose several adult-colored dragon allies, and more than 3-digit dragon witch cult members. Even the Lady Clone was defeated by them, and sent back to hell. And they also paid a lot of price. Not to mention the lifespan that was passing away quickly in this strange ocean. Even the potion scrolls used to prepare for self-protection were astronomical. The support from the dragon witch cult alone was far from enough. They also had to pay a lot of their own wealth. Among them, the dragon speaker wearing a white dragon mask, Stride-Eye Kalana, even borrowed a lot of money from lovers in many cities, so that he could gather enough necessary supplies for this trip into the boundless sea to relieve the harm caused by the time poison to the body. But it was all worth it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a few steps forward, past Gavin, and walk to the side of several other dragon speakers, looking at the vague outline of the continent in the distance. His heart was extremely hot at the moment, and several companions around him, who also wore colorful dragon masks, could not hide their enthusiasm. When they looked at each other, they could see the color of desire in each other's eyes. The time for the dragons to reign over the world again is coming soon. At that time, all those who disobey them will tremble and shatter under their powerful strength. The fire of destruction will be ignited again until the world is burned to ashes. However, they did not realize that there was another visitor in this world, and the sea water around it began to heat up at an imperceptible speed. The nest effect after the radiation of Gordon divinity, combined with the bonus brought by the slumber, made the ocean begin to boil. And this area gradually expanded with the initial establishment of the Kingdom of God model and the construction of the base. In the sea area, the fish that felt the change in sea water temperature for the first time also began to get agitated. They all moved away from the sea area that gave them a hot feeling. But more of them lost their vitality before they had time to leave because of the gradually warming sea water. Of course, there were also some that could withstand this distorted environment. As time went by, their bodies began to show some dragon characteristics. Dragon blood transformation. The radiation brought to the surrounding area by the dragon during its slumber can be regarded as a destruction of the ecosystem. But destruction will inevitably lead to reconstruction. These creatures that survive the baptism of momentum and breath have many characteristics of the dragon. Therefore, not all creatures with dragon characteristics have had some unknown stories with dragons. Although dragons are not anxious about meat and vegetables, their aesthetic requirements are also extremely strict. Only the races they admire are qualified to have close contact with them. The slumber continued, and on the other side of the continent, a team quietly moved from a small valley in the north towards the towering snow-capped mountains in the distance, and the outline of a huge city that was so thick that the sky could not be seen. Chapter 516 Winter Festival. Aaron, come sit by the bonfire for a while. The voice came from the only light in the darkness. Aaron, wrapped in thick cotton clothes and cotton hat, with only a pair of eyes left, refused with vague words that he couldn't even hear clearly. No, I still want to stand here. Unfortunately, his voice was immediately swallowed up by the cold wind. He sighed, and could only move his steps helplessly and approach the firelight. And his voice gradually became clear. Cassie, I'm the only scout at night. What should I do if something goes wrong? I don't want to be scolded when the boss gets angry. Aaron walked to the fire, poured a cup of hot goat milk from the hanging iron kettle, which was enough to warm people's hearts in winter, and drank it all in one gulp. He didn't even wipe the milk stains on his lips, and didn't wait for Cassie, who was waiting to take over, to speak, and plunged into the dark and cold wind again. This was the 7th day after they left White Lake City, and the 3rd day after they left Lotha Valley. After being entertained by the lord named Baron Gordon, they continued to head north with lofty ideals. Blessed by the Dragon of Grace, they already had abilities that ordinary people dream of. Not long ago, each of them had obtained the gift of walking on ice from a pack of winter wolves. The wet and slippery ice was no longer a problem for them. Not to mention walking. Even if they walked fast, they were as stable as ever. Otherwise, their progress would not have been so fast. In addition to these, they could also obtain unique talents from various creatures in the north. For example, yesterday he and other teammates teamed up to kill a snow ape. And in the prayer this morning, he gained the fearlessness of the severe cold. Although he is still wearing thick cotton clothes to resist the cold, it doesn't matter if he takes it off. This is much better than when he first entered the north. If it weren't for the iconic southern chestnut eyes, he might be regarded by the people here as a native northern barbarian born under the protection of the goddess of winter. The purpose of their trip was to train themselves, strengthen themselves, and complete the tasks in the church. Before White Lake City left the abyss, the Dragon of Grace distributed tasks to everyone, or opened a task notice board. Only believers of the Dragon of Grace could accept it. Simple tasks such as daily prayer for a month. Difficult tasks such as destroying the cult. Slaughtering evil demons in the main material plane. In short, it was a task platform for people to choose. But the task types were all punishing evil and promoting good, or neutral tasks. And Aaron and his party chose a task with moderate difficulty. Investigating the Northland. North of the Winter City in the Northland, an evil force shrouded the night, making this far northland wrapped in darkness all day long. In addition to the cold, there was also the sense of loneliness isolated from the world, like a deadly venomous snake hissing in people's hearts. They needed to investigate the reason why the Northland fell into the eternal night. This was already the 7th day since they set out. They hadn't even seen the shadow of the towering city in the Northland. They could only rely on the path that showed some road outlines under the strong wind and candlelight to identify the direction. Fortunately, it didn't snow in the past few days. Otherwise, they would probably be trapped in this frozen tundra. However, they also purchased a lot of supplies in Loda Valley, which has now become a bridgehead in the Northland. As long as the snow doesn't fall for too long, there is actually no danger, but the progress will be delayed for a lot of time. But for Aaron and his party, who were thinking about completing the task as soon as possible and returning to White Lake City, this kind of thing was unacceptable. Originally, they were full of expectations for this adventure before they set out. But when they really set out on the journey, after seeing the surrounding environment remain unchanged for several days, boredom and dullness became their daily routine. Now that the time is not long, everyone can bear it. But if it takes a month or a year, I am afraid that except for those ascetics, normal people will find it difficult to bear it. Even if they escape from the nightmare abyss, it is still the same. Huh? Aaron took a deep breath, as if this could make his originally hesitant heart shrink and firmer. While throwing away the distracting thoughts in his mind, he once again cast his eyes into the boundless darkness. On the tundra where day and night are not distinguished, the problem of food shortage is an inevitable problem for both carnivores and herbivores, and the former is the biggest risk at night. For example, the winter wolf packed the day before yesterday. They were so hungry that they would not let go of the fat meat that was delivered to their mouths. The amount of meat of a team of adult teams was enough for them to pay a big price for survival and reproduction. Their madness even reminded Aaron of the demon legions in the abyss, who were not afraid of life and death. He could no longer believe the residents trapped in the dark night and winter. Aaron's team really saw the city on the 10th day after leaving Lothal Valley. Originally, Winter City was only a day's journey away from Lothal Valley by fast horse. But now it has increased tenfold. Although it is related to the baggage and supplies, it is still a bit sensational. Before they saw the gate, they didn't know there was a city in front of them. The night was like a pure black curtain, covering the vision 10 meters away tightly. Even if they had dark vision, it was still the same. It was blurry and illusory, and nothing could be seen clearly, and even the vague outline could not be distinguished. The vision among the five senses was directly deprived. Fortunately, when approaching the city, the wind from the north became smaller and smaller, until it was almost non-existent when approaching the city within 100 meters. And the vision gradually became brighter, with the dim lights gradually emerging in the distance. "There is a fire!" Someone in the team shouted excitedly, and Aaron and others also showed happy smiles on their faces in time. Yes! Who would not be excited to see the lights of others again after walking in the darkness of ice and snow for dozens of days? At least in this equally cold and frosty environment, there are people who gather together to keep warm, which is a little comfort. Not long after, Aaron trotted to the bottom of the wall and was the first to shout to the black iron gate in front of him, which was not sure whether it was frozen or originally a wall. Fortunately, there was not much wind now, and his shouting quickly attracted the attention of the guards in the city. What surprised Aaron and others was that they were not questioned much and were easily let in. Although the city was not brightly lit, it was somewhat lively in winter, and it was not as depressing as they had imagined. Moreover, the faces of the guards were filled with the same happy smiles as theirs. What's going on? Several people looked at each other, as if without their arrival, the city would have been in a comfortable state, living indifferently in the darkness that enveloped everything. Finally, Aaron couldn't help but approach a guard, trying to get to know the whole story from him. The guard was also unprepared and said very directly, "You said eternal night? It has been solved. The god of winter has fallen." When saying this, the guards were full of enthusiasm, as if they had seen it with their own eyes. Now the city is holding a celebration for the returning heroes. You came at the right time. Chapter 517 Conferred God. Celebration? Aaron and his companions looked at each other, with many doubts on their faces. But with the guidance of the guards, they gradually passed through the hexagonal trade area of Winter City, and went to the most central castle area in the city. After the guards explained all the way, as foreign travelers, they finally understood the beginning and end of the celebration. The celebration celebrated the actions of a group of adventurers, who could be remembered by history, and were the bravest adventurers in the north. They were not afraid of the wind and snow around them, nor the difficulties of the journey. They fought the dark forces in the mountains at the risk of their lives until the mastermind fell. And then, they stopped. It was because they held a bonfire and drove away the darkness that they saved the people of the north, who were trapped in eternal darkness. They were brave and wise, strong and humble. Look! Just listening to it can feel the greatness of the masterpiece of this adventure team, especially with the guards' exaggeration and the expansion of information in the continuous communication, which made Aaron and others yearn for it. However, Aaron and others knew that the story of this adventure team had been processed in many versions after it reached their ears. It was fine to just listen to it, but this did not prevent them from admiring the protagonists of this celebration. After all, not everyone can follow the above script to save a kingdom or a city. They must be very powerful adventurers. No matter where you are, strong strength can make people feel awe. This is a principle that works everywhere. After all, even in the eyes of the black-skinned people who are female-oriented in the dark region, strong men will get the treatment they deserve. So, Team Aurora killed the god? Finally, the young man who had been listening all the way and stayed on Aaron's left couldn't help but ask. The guard heard the man's unique southern accent, and looking at his clothes, he knew that he might be from the south, and was hired by a merchant who wanted to take the risk of sending supplies to Winter City and make a fortune. He was not so wary, and said with a smile, "Of course, the fall of the goddess of winter is now known to all the cities and towns north of Winter City. Team Aurora. Oh no! The story of the Aurora Adventure Group is now among the top 3 bedtime stories recited every night in every household. Even 5-year-old children know it. The leader of the Aurora Adventure Group, the Wild Lion of the North, Chonat, not only has dragon blood on his hands, but also the blood of God on his burning blood giant sword given to him by Princess Kana. There is also the magic book that is wise enough to see through and crush all the conspiracies of the goddess of winter, and can always lead the team to escape from traps. Even the blizzard in the sky cannot stop their steps. His Majesty Senado, and the one who is called the strongest wanderer in the north." The guard was very excited when he spoke. Yes, there is nothing more comfortable than seeing the surprised look on the strangers' faces. The admiring look made the guards feel that it was not the Aurora Adventure Group, the Northern Wild Lion Chonat, or the staff of True Senado who did these things, but themselves. This is also one of the reasons why the guards tirelessly told the strangers, who could not speak 3 sentences on weekdays, speaking his half-familiar common language, about the origin of the celebration. Soon, when Aaron and others, led by the guards, crossed the last bridge in front of the castle area, the world was different. It was no longer a cold and deserted street filled with cold wind. Aaron saw dozens of torches burning on both sides of the road, which not only illuminated the clean granite road after the snow was cleared, but also lit up the entire night sky. The source of the fire was the thousands of magical torches burning at the same time in the castle area. In the past, entering the castle area of Winter City not only required a high fee, but also required living in the city and having a guarantee from a noble with a registered house to enter. But today, all the rules were abolished in front of the celebration. Even the nobles were tired of the endless darkness, and they also wanted to have a carnival before the coming dawn. The carnival was held in Winter Square, the most extensive landmark building in the castle area. The square was brightly lit and bustling with people. If the visibility when Aaron and others entered the castle area was normal daytime, then here they came to a world full of flames. The light of the bonfire drove away all the shadows, as if the eternal night dilemma of Winter City was just a joke. The square was divided into 2 levels. The most central one was the upper level, which was occupied by hundreds of nobles in luxurious clothes and elegant manners. They were gathered together, dancing, leaning on high-backed chairs, shaking their red wine glasses, and listening to the melodious music. The area at the lower edge of the square, which temporarily belonged to civilians and guards, was immersed in a sea of wine and food. The drunken mercenaries were constantly shuttling between the tables, the children playing in groups, and the servants who were shuttling in and out of the crowd, carrying plates and pushing dining carts, constructed this bizarre picture. Hundreds of years ago, Duke Lun of Winter City received the canonization ceremony from Bahats, the Lord of the North, the Kingdom of Sinlantra. Here, it was also here that Winter City was declared independent from the Kingdom of Sinlantra and became the free territory of the Lun family. However, the protagonist today is not the Lun family, but the adventure group that left Winter City and returned to Winter City again, Aurora. And this group of brave men who returned from the eternal darkness of the snow and wind are in the upper class of Winter City, enjoying the worship of the nobles and the constant questioning of the busybodies. As long as they get a few words from these heroes who have personally experienced the battle of killing gods, they can become the well-deserved focus of the salon ball held by the nobles recently. However, after the feast, only the decision-makers of the major families in control of Winter City were left, and the atmosphere of the banquet in the center gradually calmed down. Illusory lines began to appear around the open-air round table, and soon a huge tent was formed, which tightly wrapped the round table inside, and all external sounds were isolated, and the conversation inside was also unknown to the outside world. The most eye-catching person at the round table, a burly man who was taller than a normal person when he was standing, stood up first, with a height of more than 3 meters and his ice blue eyes without any emotion. He first scanned the surroundings and found that no one dared to look at him. He said with a smile, "Have you considered my previous proposal? We paid a price for you. Now it's time for you to help me." But one of the nobles wanted to refute in a low voice, but was quickly stopped by a noble man sitting next to him, signaling him not to speak. He was still a little puzzled, but when he lowered his head, he found that a snake-shaped sharp blade was already on his neck. He could feel the coldness of the sharp blade on his neck as soon as he moved. "Do you have any objections?" The giant man cast a cold gaze, and the noble responded with a hurried and loud response. "No, Lord Chaunet." It was loud enough to echo in the tent. "Since there is no objection, the plan is decided. Please forgive my impoliteness, but she has no time, so please announce it after the banquet," the giant ordered in an unbreakable tone. Although the tone was a little softer, no one would doubt the price of refusal. So, not long after Aaron and others arrived in the castle area, when they were full of food and wine at the banquet, they heard a speech given by the ruler of the city to the civilians. And the theme of the speech was, "Remember this adventure, the lost pearl of the north. Senato, real name is His Majesty Gunnerat." After hearing what Aaron said, he understood the noble's purpose. He looked at the other companions at the same table, and like the other tables, they all made puzzled sounds at the same time. Not only build a statue for her, they also want the residents of Winter City to worship her every week, and specially set up a festival for her. What are these nobles going to do? When it comes to the end, many people present have already understood what these nobles are planning. That is, conferring the gods. Chapter 518, The Master of the Glacier. Deification. Whether it is the Io continent or other material planes, this is the ultimate goal of many creatures. After all, the power and desire they pursue throughout their lives will be added to them when he arrives in the kingdom of God and ascends to the throne of God. And the adventure team in front of them forced various cities to erect statues for their dead teammates and the dead heroes in the north, just for the sake of fame and to increase his status in people's hearts, so that the deification ceremony will not be hindered too much. After all, in this multiverse, deification does not require the approval of the gods, but the faith required is much higher. Of course, not many people know this information, except for adventurers. Most residents still look at this matter with high respect. Therefore, when the nobles announced that they would build a statue for the dead human hero, almost no residents of Winter City objected, and some even proposed to use her name to celebrate the day when Winter City welcomes the sun. The eternal night has lasted too long, and the shadow has covered this land for too long. So long that many people have forgotten what it feels like to bask in the warm sunlight in a leisurely afternoon. All they can feel is the endless cold wind. This news needs to be told to the Lord quickly. Aaron and others had almost no suspense. After hearing this news, their speculations in their hearts had already made their trip to the north end quickly. After all, it seemed that there was no point for them to come here. The dark day in the north was about to pass, and the light would return to this land. What else were they investigating? The suspected message that someone was trying to use the faith of the northern residents to deify them was enough for them to return to the Temple of Grace to report. Compared to the priests and the bishop, they would be quite satisfied with their trip this time. The contribution points might be just when Aaron and others were daydreaming. On the other side, the highest mountain in the north, accompanied by the roar that could shake the mountain, dozens of nearby mountains began to collapse and fall almost at the same time. The snow peaks that had stood for thousands or even tens of thousands of years were like children's building blocks, tottering, and in the shattered ice and gravel, the dragon roar could be heard, followed by an angry male voice. The voice was short, but everyone could hear how angry the creature who said this was. The tone was gnashing of teeth, and he wished to grind it to ashes. Gunnerat. Dragon language, you are crazy. Common language/dragon language, obviously. He was already incoherent, and his language was not smooth. As the snow peak collapsed, The snow fog in the sky gradually dissipated, and the figure of the person who spoke gradually emerged from the collapsed snow peak, or flew up. First, there was a pair of white dragons, each with a nose tip to tail tip of nearly 50 meters, and the whole body was composed of bone white and light blue scales. Obviously, according to the age level of the dragon clan, it was an ancient white dragon, a dragon that could live to this age level. Even a white dragon was enough to make everyone tremble with fear. But the expression of the white dragon in front of him was extremely angry, and the human-like ice blue vertical pupils were covered with madness. After all, any dragon that saw its nest that had been worked hard for thousands of years destroyed would probably be even worse than this, and would probably have the urge to tear it apart. At this time, a female voice with a sneer came from the other end. Yes, I've been crazy for a long time. I've been crazy for centuries. More than 100,000 days and nights. Do you know what I was thinking? The silver dragon named Gunnerat walked gracefully from the bottom of a collapsed mountain, gradually climbing up, until finally, he stopped walking after looking at the ancient white dragon hanging in the air, and the humanized silver dragon face showed a weird smile. At that time, I was thinking that no matter how many years have passed, as long as I am alive, the flame of revenge will not be extinguished, until your dragon soul rolls back to the kingdom of God of your dirty hell cousin. No matter what means, I will not hesitate. When saying this, the silver dragon, which is smaller than the white dragon, showed an especially charming smile on his face, which makes people easily think of a girl with a mischievous smile. But this sentence can make the dragon shudder. How is it? Meeting again after hundreds of years of separation. How do you feel about the first delicious dessert I prepared for you? My master Nikonos, the only ruler of the frozen tundra and the glacier. It must be very comforting to see the loyal expressions of your people. When the silver dragon said this, it couldn't help laughing wildly, and its teeth finally showed, full of blood, as if soaked in scarlet paint. This is the blood of the white dragon. She loves cleanliness very much, and she has never been like this before, wanting these filthy things to stick to her body, as if this would release her centuries of resentment. Crazy. You're crazy. Gunnerat. Nikonos looked down at the silver dragon standing on the top of the mountain ridge, his expression still angry, but recalling the scene he just saw in the nest. Even though he was the undisputed ruler of the white dragon kingdom, he was still a little scared. Hundreds of frozen heads of white dragons before death were placed in the center of his treasure house. From newly born dragonlets to the legendary white dragon Vondry, who had slept in the same nest with him not long ago. He saw the expressions of each of them before death very clearly, and the piled up seemed like a huge wall of sorrow. These were all his people, and his bloodline. The fear accompanied by boundless grief caused a slight crack in his heart that seemed to have no emotions for a long time. Looking at the increasingly crazy silver dragon in front of him, Nikonos naturally wanted to tear it into pieces. But no matter how much he gritted his teeth, he couldn't change the fact that he had no way to deal with it now. In the brief fight just now, he already knew a lot, including the silver dragon in front of him. I don't know how it inherited the divinity of the winter girl Auril. The authority of the goddess of winter not only allowed this successor to control the wind and snow, but also to obtain a very high level of spellcaster level en route. The grace of divinity made its combat power surpass itself. Moreover, this is its home ground. Nikonos knew that if he wanted to kill it, it would be useless to rely on a dragon alone. He had to ask for reinforcements. Nikonos, who had lived for thousands of years, naturally understood what it meant to keep the Green Mountains and not worry about firewood. But even so, Nikonos still did not forget to say harsh words to the silver dragon. Gunnerat, don't be happy too soon. You are so arrogant. You killed so many of my people. The five-colored dragon clan will not let you go. There will be no place for you in Bahamut in the future. Gunnerat, you will die without a burial place. Don't worry. Your bones and flesh will be pressed into the iceberg by me personally, and your soul will be annihilated into nothingness in the freezing. Death is coming. Gunnerat, cherish your few remaining days. After Nikonos finished speaking, he ruthlessly flapped his dragon wings and left the ice peak where he had lived for hundreds of years. The silver dragon also did not stop him in an unusual contrast, but laughed loudly at the figure of the white dragon leaving. Don't worry, Master. The second dessert will be here soon. I won't let you wait impatiently. Chapter 519, The First Sun in the North. The sweet laughter of the silver dragon in the distance made Nikonos' back, which had never felt cold, feel the coldness brought by the wind and snow in the north for the first time. He had to admit that the silver dragon Gunnerat was the first time he had encountered such a difficult and complicated opponent in thousands of years. It did not expect that a silver dragon that was once in its prime could threaten itself hundreds of years later. Perhaps it should not have been kind or greedy, and wanted to instigate the silver dragon to bring more metal dragons to its nest. It was still too confident. The group of dragons in the Golden Dragon King court were not included. A series of associations made Nikonos' thinking divergent, and the vast north under the dragon wings became smaller and smaller, until it was thousands of meters high, and everything on the ground was covered by clouds. Just now, the silver dragon used the divinity of winter and drove the wind and snow, making the stars invisible to the naked eye in the night sky of the north. But Nikonos didn't care about these. His current goal was to go to the nearest temple of Tiamat and inform the nearby old dragons through the connection there. Originally, there was a temple of Tiamat near his lair, but unfortunately it had been destroyed by the silver dragon in the collapse of the mountain just now. Moreover, he had seen the heads of the priests and guards in the temple in the white dragon head in the lair just now. They must have been annihilated. Even if he dug out the temple, there would be no dragons around him. So he had to fly to the temple of Tiamat on the northern border as soon as possible. If his memory was correct, it should not be far from his lair. It would take about half a day to fly at full speed, if the teleportation had not deviated with the collapse of the material plane magic network. It might have used the spell attached to the strange object. After all, it is no small matter that a metal dragon has obtained the authority of the Winter Maiden, even though strange things have happened in the past few years since the Twilight Years. First, the Hell began to purchase a large number of human souls from various planes, and Avernus, as the first layer, was strangely abandoned. Later, the gods lost contact with the mortal world, and even the evil dragon god no longer asked for the necessary annual sacrifices from his son Ming. But this incident is enough to be the weight of the evil dragon god incarnation coming to the world. The divinity of a saint is controlled by the silver dragon, and it is the authority of ice. The risk behind this may mean that the altar of the Metal Dragon clan will have another god. This is definitely not what the five-colored dragons want to see. After all, it is annoying enough to be surrounded by those self-proclaimed righteous guys. Now that the gods of the north have one more god who has ill will towards them, I believe that many dragon nests will have to migrate southward or live alone overseas. This is something that they cannot accept for their determination to restore the glory of the five-colored dragons. Nikonos looked back at the increasingly distant mountain outlines. He knew that he had left the great glaciers of the north and had officially set foot on the frozen tundra. He had grown up on this land during his youth and adolescence, fighting with winter wolves, orcs, and adventurers. His nest now still contains the spoils of his first kill of an elf wizard, a 200-year-old female elf corpse. Unfortunately, they should have been destroyed by that crazy mother. Thinking of this, Nikonos wished he could fly to the temple of Tiamat right now, so that he could gather those guys together to deal with the female dragon together. Although Nikonos knew the location of their nest, it would be easier to use the temple of Tiamat as a hub or to ensure communication. Otherwise those old guys would probably be suspicious and suspicious again. This is also the most time-saving way for Nikonos, who is eager for revenge now. And while Nikonos was flying, a ray of orange light gradually rose from the eastern curtain covering the sky, as if the moment when the stove in winter was lit, it warmed people's hearts. This also symbolizes that the eternal night that lasted for 3 years in the north finally came to an end unwillingly, and a new round of sunrise is about to come. When Nikonos flew over the mortal city, accompanied by the first ray of golden light shooting towards the ice and snow kingdom that stood in the cold wind as if it would never collapse. The city was filled with roars and screams that were higher than the roars of hundreds of dragons. Violent cheers came from the streets and alleys of the city. After all, they had not seen the sun for too long. The rising sun symbolizes new life, and also symbolizes that the cycle of day and night will return to this land, and people will no longer have to suffer from the cold wind on weekdays. However, at this time, a huge white shadow suddenly swooped down from the dark blue night. Nikonos, who was oppressed by the silver dragon, finally couldn't help his anger after seeing the carnival of humans. Death will be my second gift to you. In the center of a huge hall, an illusory silver oval mirror 10 people high and 20 people long reflects the scene of Nikonos attacking the human city. The owner of the silver mirror is lying leisurely in a huge pile of silver coins, looking at the crazy attack of the white dragon in the mirror. The cries of the city's humans are also heard from the wind and snow of the winter's wrath. But this elegant silver dragon who just had a harmonious meeting with the white dragon didn't care at all. Or since accepting the divinity, her emotions have gradually become less volatile, infinitely close to ice, and many things can no longer attract her attention. The death of living beings is one of them. Now it just wants to watch with its own eyes how this white dragon steps towards despair step by step, and finally become a burning firewood in the abyss of despair, using its bones and blood to fill an important chip for itself to ascend to the throne of God. Thinking of this, the silver dragon couldn't help but reveal a pure smile from the heart. Boundless sea. A shaky black ship was sailing hard on the sea. The previous pattern of the dragon lich pulling the boat had disappeared. Now 5 or 6 iron golems were holding simple oars made of logs, working hard to send the boat back to the original position. No human figures could be seen on the deck of the ship. Only the golems were mechanically swinging the oars according to the master orders. 3 years. Gavin, a young believer who once followed the dragon witch dragon speaker, was now sitting in the second-floor cabin of the black ship, looking at the unchanging scenery outside the window and sighing. On the pillar beside him, there were long and short axe marks. Obviously, this was his calculation method. Every time the hourglass in the room dripped once, it was counted as half a day, and twice it was counted. Back and forth, thousands of marks were engraved on this Chonglong whose age had doubled. On. How long will it take to leave this damn ocean? His patience had already disappeared with the turning of the hourglass. But he also knew that he could do nothing but wait on the boat. Those who offended this ocean, or offended time, had already paid the price. He stroked the black dragon mask on his waist. The cold touch like obsidian made his inner confusion disappear a little, and he also regained a little calm. Hold on for a while. Gavin. Hold on and go back. You can become a new dragon speaker. This time, they returned with a full load of exploration. The last piece of fragment had been obtained, and they also obtained many strange things. The only pity was that they not only lost the artifact given to them by the Immortal Queen, but also let several dragon speakers in the church meet the Immortal Queen in advance. However, the great Immortal Queens will remember their contributions to the dragons, and their souls will return to the dragons, forever and ever. Just as Gavin stared at the last drop of quicksand in the hourglass, ready to put a rest to today's flowers, a black outline on the sea surface made his face suddenly change. He immediately stood up and leaned half of his body out of the window. And then he saw a ball of sargassum floating in the seawater. God of immortality. They are back. Instantly, Gavin couldn't help but run to the cabin on the 3rd floor to tell his remaining companions about his discovery. Chapter 520 The Boiling Sea. Gordon, who was still in deep sleep, was not aware of the movement on the sea. His nearly 60-meter-long body coiled on the seabed, combined with the thick volcanic rock condensed on his scales, looked like an active volcano. The high-heat red light from his scales opening and closing with his breathing gave a ray of light to the endless and dark seabed. But the molten fire field that overflowed when he was in deep sleep had already made earth-shaking changes to the surroundings. With the sleeping point as the center of the circle, the temperature of the seawater in the entire sea area was on average dozens of degrees higher than before Gordon came. And the further down he went, the higher the water temperature. And the marine ecology that originally lived in this sea area gradually changed. Originally rare carnivorous marine creatures were everywhere here, including sharks, shrew octopuses, sea wolves, and even a 20-meter-long adult dragon turtle. But only they could survive under this dragon majesty. They have adapted to the high temperature around them, and even their scales have turned black or orange-red, and their bodies have changed to some extent. Even the tentacles of octopuses have grown scales, and sharks have grown horns. These strange and deformed sea beasts all gathered and swam near this huge molten dragon, waiting for the meat pieces in the dragon body to be exhaled every day when it was sleeping. Every time a piece of meat was exhaled, it indicated that a feast was about to begin. Look! As the huge black dragon, the upper and lower jaws with a length and width of nearly 10 meters opened and closed slightly. A series of bubbles were exhaled, and 5 or 6 pieces of burnt black meat the size of boulders were exhaled with the exhalation. The meat pieces slowly left the sea water under the effect of the exhalation, and then gradually approached the southwest with the water flow. All the sharks seemed to smell the blood in the seawater, and swarmed away instantly. The giant dragon turtle that was lying on another sand dune on the seabed also stood up slowly. The huge octopus on the coral reef, which was 20 to 30 meters long, also waved its tentacles, as if it had smelled the signal of dinner. The meat, which weighed hundreds of kilograms in total, disappeared in less than 30 seconds, leaving only a few baleen killer whales that swallowed seawater in big gulps and tried to filter the seawater residue to quench their thirst. On the sea, the Dragon Witch cult ship that found traces of vines also returned to this sea area under the guidance of memory. But if the discovery of vines was a surprise, then this sea area now gave them a different kind of fear. How could it become like this? The young Gavin looked at the sea surface outside the deck, which was emitting wisps of white mist, with a very strange expression. Or curiosity. It's really here. Are you sure we didn't come back in the wrong place? We did start here, sir. The only remaining navigator on the ship wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the hand-drawn sea chart in his hand had been smeared into a mess. Although there were no reference points on the sea, as an experienced sailor, he could still judge his position by the direction of the ocean currents and waves and the stars above his head. Although the demiplane only had the singularity of positive energy flashing. As for why it has become like this, I don't know. This is the first time I have seen such a strange ocean. Don't be afraid of you laughing. I haven't taken a hot spring in the sea yet. The navigator's geographical explanation was quite clear, but it still lost its original posture in the face of the sharply warm sea water. No matter what, we have to be careful in the last section of the journey. Gavin, who had just reported the news of returning to the starting point to other Dragon speakers, did not want any accidents to disturb their return to the Storm Islands. After all, the mission had been successfully completed, and no one wanted anything to happen before the night turned to dawn. Yes, the navigator naturally nodded in response. Having lived for so long, he naturally understood that the best thing to do about strange things was to stay away from them. But as soon as he nodded, the hull shook violently, as if something hit the bottom of the ship. There is something in the sea, the navigator said hurriedly with his hands open to balance. But without him saying anything, Gavin also felt the power of the owner of the movement, and his face suddenly darkened. It seemed that twists and turns were inevitable. If the creature in the sea hit it 3 or 5 more times, the ship would probably fall apart. So, Gavin shouted loudly to the end of the corridor, under the deck without hesitation. Lord Tavernsey, something is destroying our ship in the sea. As the caster, he was also muttering something, and a spear made of shadows instantly gathered and formed on his left hand. At the same time, the crow pet on his shoulder had already rushed towards the sea surface at a high speed. With the crow's vision, the shadow spear kept turning its position, trying to accurately shoot the giant beast that tried to attack the ship. After a while, accompanied by a huge dragon roar, a skeleton black dragon more than 20 meters long also rose into the air. Originally, the deep eye sockets that were flesh and blood, but now only bones can be seen, ignited by the orchid-colored flames, indicating that this dragon is unusual. The Dragon Lich retains all the habits of the dragon, including wisdom and memory. My name is Tavernsey Cress-Faintrelli. Human, please call me by my full name next time. We are not that familiar with each other. Kill the things in the sea first, so that Lord Tavernsey, I will have time to read your full name. Gavin, who got the mask of the previous black dragon, Dragon Speaker, said helplessly. One of the costs of transforming into a Dragon Lich is that the mind and age of the transformed dragon will remain at the stage of being alive. In other words, if the dragon is a young dragon and is transformed into a Dragon Lich, then its mind will never be improved. The black dragon in front of him was a lucky dragon that was deceived by the Dragon Witch cult and transformed into a Dragon Lich at the adolescent stage. Unfortunately, his self-awareness was too strong. If it were not for the urgent mission this time, and the few Dragon Liches available nearby, it would definitely not be allowed to board the ship. Seeing Gavin give in, the skeleton black dragon raised its head, spun above the boat, and then dived into the sea with a dive, creating a huge splash. Then, there was a silent battle under the water. Soon, blood rose from the sea level, and soon the black dragon showed a particularly ferocious smile, and revealed its bare head without scales. Just a humpback whale. But it made me feel the vigorous vitality. I miss it so much. The black dragon was talking to himself. But Gavin was attracted by the floating whale body, because the physical characteristics of this humpback whale were completely different from what people knew outside. Not only were there black scales hidden under the fish skin, but there was also a thick layer of black armor on the head. The blood flowing out was not ordinary red, but a sick orange red. The fatal wound on the jaw of the body continued to emit boiling white smoke. If the black dragon hadn't said it, he would have even thought it was another kind of whale. Come on up. Lord Tabansy Clay's faint lie. Your power is witnessed by the whole ocean. Since the matter was resolved, Gavin did not hesitate to praise him and urge the black dragon to board the ship. There was still some distance from the exit, and there might be other accidents on the way, so they had to hurry up. If they stayed here, they might attract other strange things. And the black dragon lich also knew the mission of this trip. So he just muttered, why not let it soak in this vigorous bath of life again? Let it reminisce the time when it still had flesh on its body, and its body still honestly left the sea surface, and threw out a wind-making spell to speed up the ship in this sea area. Sure enough, they had just sailed a few hundred meters away from the whale's body, and Gavin, standing at the stern, saw several huge shadows under the sea disturbing the rising fog on the sea surface. In the distance, he even saw a triangular fin shark that was 3 times larger than an ordinary shark riding the wind and waves to the scene of the accident. Huh? Fortunately, it's moving fast. Gavin was a little frightened, but before he could relax, a scream came from the bow, making him turn his head immediately. On the originally empty sea surface, a piece of land was slowly floating up, blocking the way for the Dragon Witch cult ship. This was a huge dragon turtle with a black body and bone spurs. Stop! You are not allowed to leave. The dragon turtle spoke loudly in the common language that he was not proficient in. Chapter 521 finally returning. As soon as the dragon turtle finished speaking, a devilish whisper followed, and a dark magic light also lit up from the small black sailboat, like a drop of ink in the water, quickly expanding and spreading until the sailboat was the boundary of the sea water with a radius of 100 meters. In an instant, the giant dragon turtle, which was originally as huge as a hill, came into contact with the black light, and its sharp beak like an eagle's beak let out a scream that shook the sky. At the same time, the hard upper limbs covered with scales that emerged from the water also underwent a change. The scales began to fall off, and the flesh began to wither, and this change would worsen with the passage of time. 7th ring spell. Law withering. On the 2-masted sailboat, a hunchbacked old man wrapped in a black cat from head to toe and holding a bone staff had stood on the deck at some point. At the front of the bow, facing the strong wind brought by the dragon turtle's roar. Motionless. Not everything can stop the dragon cult ship. The voice was not loud, but the entire sea area was clearly visible. Lord Atis. Gavin's voice trembled slightly. Or was excited. After all, the guy in front of him was the most powerful person on their ship. Except for the leading priest Stephen. Or the dragon. If Gordon was here at this time, he would find that the breath exuded by this old man was the dragon lich who fought with the Son of God that night in the pirate city. Although the old man did not turn around, Gavin's whole body was still stared at by a pair of dark green vertical pupils, like a poisonous snake that chose its prey in the dark. And he could not move at all. Lord Artis. This time Gavin took a deep breath and quickly reported the information he had just collected to it. We have arrived at the origin of this half-plane. Now we only need to use magic to find the weakest entrance, and we can return to the main material plane with the things that my lord wants. I didn't want to disturb you, but this sea area has obviously undergone unknown changes. Gavin said it very seriously. After all, the giant dragon turtle that was violently tumbling in pain on the sea surface not far away was suffering from the torture of the person in front of him. He didn't want to offend him because of a little thing. Although his status on the surface is at least the dragon speaker of the Dragon Witch cult, he is a core member of the cult. But in front of this giant dragon in front of him, weakness is the original sin. Although it is impossible to kill him, it is still very easy to use magic to torture him as a punishment. Who said he is weak? Gavin's answer is impeccable, and he soon got a slight nod of approval from Artis. You did a good job. It's what I should do. Lord Atis. Artis's words seemed to be a great encouragement, which made Gavin's spirit and energy rise a lot. After all, it seemed that Atis had a good attitude towards him. When he returned to the main material plane, he would use the power of his family, and maybe use the power of money, to get the friendship of this giant dragon. Lord, save me. Dragon language, The dragon turtle on the sea felt that the power in its body was gradually fading away with the spread of blood. It had already felt a fatal crisis. This spell was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. No matter how many pieces of rotten flesh and blood it took the initiative to dig out, it was useless. It seemed that the withered power had flowed through the blood and spread throughout the body that originally exuded abundant power everywhere. Although the dragon turtle didn't know what the voice was talking about, Atis still responded with a cold and solemn dragon language. No one can save you, bastard. Dragon language, fierce momentum, legendary ancient dragon. At this moment, the dragon power that Atis had been hiding was revealed. As if behind this hunchbacked old man, there was a giant dragon shadow that was bigger than the ship roaring across the sky. The pressure in the blood directly subdued the dragon turtle that was still churning, and other dragon-vein creatures waiting for an opportunity under the sea. And they seemed to be motionless. But 2 seconds later, Atis knew that he was wrong. Because the sea surface that was originally surging with waves was also very calm at this moment. If it weren't for the blood that the dragon turtle had just shed that was still spreading on the sea surface, people would even mistakenly think that nothing had happened just now. Its aura is powerful, but it cannot affect the entire sea area and even stop the wind and waves, unless its nest is nearby. When it is in the pirate city of Isophi, it can affect the local weather and terrain. Could it be that the mastermind has come out? Is it the group of lingering metal dragons? Or that knight, Gurney, thinking of that beautiful figure, Atis, who originally thought that he had no feelings for her, still felt a pain in his heart. Even if he protected her well, she still became the son of God. Fate. When you are in it, it really seems that there are thousands of choices. But in the end it only gives it one way. Damn it! The unwillingness grew and spread in his heart, but soon stopped with the appearance of another breath. This is, feeling the strange, yet violent and fiery atmosphere. Even Gavin, who had been standing by, could feel the burning in the air. Because if they were at the temperate seashore, that was neither cold nor hot just now, they seemed to be instantly transported to a tropical beach that was as hot as summer. The only sailor pointed to the sea not far away and said in panic, "Lord Gavin, the seawater, it's boiling." Gavin and Addis looked at it almost at the same time. Sure enough, a faint mist had spread over the sea not far away. At the same time, a series of tiny bubbles rose from the bottom of the sea, and more, as if something had broken out of its shell. The originally calm sea surface began to surge again, but this time it was far more terrifying than the noise made by the dragon turtle just now. Countless whirlpools, accompanied by boiling seawater, were rising wantonly in this sea area. Gavin and others could clearly realize it. They were surrounded. Countless whirlpools surrounded them. It's ridiculous. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail, he still doesn't show up, and only knows these little tricks? It's better too. Addis looked at the movement in this sea area with disdain, but he swallowed his words before he finished speaking, because everyone could clearly feel it with the roar. They flew up. Although the ship was protected by a magic shield and was not blown up, everyone understood that this was not a spell at all, but a natural disaster when they saw the violent shock waves rising under the sea. Lord Gavin, is there an underwater volcano here? The experienced sailor hugged the mast and asked tremblingly. Gavin, who was also holding another mast, showed confusion. He didn't know, but their doubts soon dissipated with the appearance of a giant outline in the fog. And there was also a faint sigh. You are finally back. It seemed that the owner of the words was a little awkward when speaking, but no one smiled, because the owner of the words was a black dragon with dark golden vertical pupils, as tall as a mountain. Addis, who had returned to his true form as a dragon lich, looked like a child in front of it. Chapter 522: The Coming of the Evil Dragon. Gordon woke up very early, when the sailboat of the Dragon Witch cult just entered the sea area that belonged to it. Its dormant consciousness began to gradually recover, and its control over the outside world became stronger and stronger, until the formation of the nest effect, and its body had completely separated from the seabed land where it had been placed for several years. It may not be correct to describe it as several years. Gordon clearly felt that his consciousness had passed for decades, but the environment outside his body, whether it was the corrosion of rocks or the flow of sand, was obviously inconsistent with the feeling of consciousness. However, Gordon could only attribute it to the peculiarity of the half-plane of the boundless sea. After all, the root of this plane is the nest of the legendary Dragantine dragon in the multiverse. which is said to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. If it were not for an accidental intrusion, Gordon would probably have no chance to touch this magical plane, let alone sleep in this plane located in the gap of time until now. Gordon looked at his current physical condition and the various new abilities that fed back to his consciousness, which made him feel extremely proud of the actions he took to set up a sleeping plan here a long time ago, and affirmed his own vision. Perhaps it was because of the speed of time, or perhaps it was because of his own talent. This adult sleep made Gordon's body far exceed the limit that the ancient molten dragon in the memory of the dragon heritage could reach. With a net body of 60 meters long and a slender black dragon tail that was not much shorter than the body, its body had reached nearly 100 meters. What a concept! Many villages on the Io continent are only a little more than 100 meters long, and the height of the walls of many cities and city-states is not even 10 meters. Even the walls of the largest city in the north, Winter City, are only more than 20 meters high. In other words, Gordon can now easily step over the steps like an adult, and step on the wall of size that is said to make the northern orcs sigh. Those ancient red dragons, who were famous for their huge size, would probably think that Io's mercy was so great after seeing it. If an adult molten dragon wanted to grow to this size, only those legendary dragon species could compete with it. Your Majesty, why did you wait for us here? If necessary, I will convey your kindness to my lord. The green dragon Lich Atis looked at the huge monster rising from the sea level in front of him, and lost his nerve feedback. The exposed bone spurs felt the overwhelming pressure that made the dragon suffocate and made it breathless. Oh, by the way, I forgot that the Lich does not need to breathe. Anyway, its soul fire trembled slightly in front of this black terrifying dragon, flickering like a candle in the wind, and it was extinguished with a light puff. Therefore, Atis was very cautious in his choice of words. He told the people on the boat not to act rashly and made his voice as loud as possible, especially emphasizing the name of his master. In his opinion, even if the dragon in front of him was not as good as Tiamat, the mother of dragons, it was definitely not something he could deal with now. After all, the growth of a dragon is not just about growing in height, but also growing in brains. Among many dragon species, the easiest way to distinguish which one is the leader or elder is to judge by the size of the dragon. The black dragon with magma flowing on its scales was long, and the shock brought by just one look was enough to dispel Atis's insignificant attempt. However, Gotham no longer wanted to pay attention to the noisy words of the dragon in front of him, which was only 1/5 of his size. Moreover, the dragon in front of him was a dragon lich of the dragon worship cult that had long abandoned life, even though Tiamat was behind it. Gotham's original intention of coming here was to prevent the dragon worship cult from obtaining the artifact that could shatter the stars, the spine of the world, Miniad. Now that the dragon cult has returned, it is clear that the artifact fragments have been obtained. Gordon will not argue with it. The only answer is the raging fire burning on the scales of the heart. Boom! The lava breath that is enough to instantly evaporate several meters high, and 100 meters of sea water surged out of Gordon's throat. The hot white light seemed to ignite the sky of the entire demi-plane. Dazzling and powerful, the figure of the dragon lich Atis could not last more than 3 seconds in the white light, and then disappeared completely with the continuous blooming of high-temperature white light. The black sailboat was even worse than Atis, and it disappeared in the vast high temperature in almost 1 second. However, there was no joy on Gordon's face, but a trace of disdain. He saw his dragon claws gently fiddled, and the lava wall that was the only one in the molten dragon bloodline that could interfere with space rose from all over the sea. In the high-temperature space, the lava wall instantly turned into 4 high walls, directly blocking the sea area with hundreds of meters around Gordon. The shocking red giant screen directly separated the world, leaving only the small square space with boiling white steam. The dragon lich and the black sailboat that had disappeared suddenly appeared from the high temperature. Their faces were particularly ugly. At least Atis's dragon face, whose expression could no longer be seen, was struggling to fly in another direction with Gordon on its back. After the dimensional jump failed, it knew that it might have encountered the biggest crisis in history this time. So it could only pray that the strange molten dragon in front of it, which was suspected to be the incarnation of a god, could pay more attention to the other sailboat full of dragon witch cultists. As for how to complete Tiamat Oracle, it was no longer within its consideration. After all, before accepting the mission, Tiamat did not tell it that the mission target this time included the intervention of demigods, or even the incarnation of gods and saints. The Son of God in the previous misty port made it very uncomfortable. If it were not for the appearance of the colored prince, it would have run away in advance. This is not to say that Atis is afraid of death, but, for the sake of the beautiful figure in his heart, he must live. Obsession cracked his originally firm heart, and made it have emotions that should not belong to it. This also led to the fact that no matter how the high-level members of the dragon, which cult on the black sailboat called behind, the dragon had no desire to turn back, leaving them alone to face the black and red dragon surrounded by steaming mist, and surrounded by a firm red fire curtain. Damn it. Cowards will be punished afterward. And I said this stupid dragon is unreliable. On the deck, a dragon speaker with a red dragon mask on his waist stood on the deck, looking at Atis, who gradually disappeared in the mist and flew towards the high wall with an ugly face, and couldn't help but get angry. The other few, including Gavin, who only had a black dragon mask and had not yet become a real dragon speaker, also stood on the side of the deck, and their faces were not good. It's not that Atis is so powerful, or that he will be defeated one by the giant dragon in front of him. It's that if there is a last glimmer of hope for a comeback here, then Atis's existence is indispensable. After all, even if they can summon Tiamat clone to come, they must have a giant dragon carrier. The clone without a carrier is too easy to be defeated. Milan, stop talking nonsense. There's no time. Get ready to call my lord. We must not lose this place. At least before our souls completely return to my lord kingdom. We must not give up. So, before Gordon was ready to completely smash the black sailing ship in front of him, a pressure that made Gordon blood tremble surged from this ship that was not much bigger than its scales. The mother of evil dragons, Tiamat, came. Chapter 523, The Dragon of Grace. Coming? So soon? Gordon looked carefully and found that he had taken it for granted. It was just a slight leak of the prelude to the ceremony. But this was enough to show the strength of the lady, who was not well known among the dragons. At least Gordon felt desperate in his heart. If he really had to fight her, even if his small body surpassed the ancient dragon, he might not be able to withstand a breath from her. Tens of thousands of years ago, Tiamat led the colored dragons to fight the protracted Dragonfall War with Bahamut's metal dragons. Although it was only weaker in divine power, no one would doubt that its power and Bahamut's power would be inferior to those powerful gods in the universe. After all, divine power is nothing more than an extension of power. The Dragon Clan has been declining since the First Era. The protagonists on the stage of the times have changed from elves to humans. But there is still no light of dawn. However, it has not affected the increase of the dragon-owned power. The creator's preference makes the dragon power increase with age. The longest-lived ordinary dragon is the Golden Dragon, which is about 2,200 years old. No matter which plane the ancient Golden Dragon is in, its power is unquestionable. Even the gods dare not underestimate it. Not to mention that it is in the main material plane where the gods can only send down their clones. Therefore, judging the strength of gods simply by the amount of divine power is a very funny thing for dragons. However, as the breath increased, Gordon's face became more solemn. The scales on his face were almost wrinkled, and his eyelids were wide open, because he found that he seemed unable to stop this ceremony. When the 5 dragon head masks containing the power of Tiamat fit together in the middle, forming a 2-3 shape, the masks and their owner seemed to become a shadow of this plane. And no matter the lava of Gordon or the gushing waves, they were not damaged at all. Just like Gordon's astral projection. Oh no! To be more precise, it was like the legendary magic of the illusion department Mirror Flower Water Moon. The truth and falsehood of the world depended on a thought. Soon, the voices of the 5 dragon speakers gradually came out from the boiling waves. The world is overturned. Everything we do is to save the foolish creatures. It is futile to smash the throne of the powerless. The dead dragons will completely rule the world, and their power will last until the end of the world. So we swear here that the 5 colors are eternal and the evil scales are immortal. The hundreds of words of the dragon worship oath became clearer and clearer under the waves of the steaming sea. And the breath of Tiamat became thicker and thicker, until the steam in front of Godin seemed to condense without wind. First the torso, and finally the head. A cloud-like, 5-headed dragon with clear outlines quietly appeared in the sky of this half-plane. But Godin looked at the cloud-like dragon and seemed to see God in the praises of the believers beside his ears. The world is the body, and the stars are the eyes. 5 ferocious dragon heads of different colors stretched across the vast sky, with their necks hidden under the clouds. Seemingly real and illusory. Countless giant dragons that were almost the same size as Attis were circling around the 5 dragon heads, and occasionally making heart-wrenching roars. Of course, in the ears of the colorful dragons, they might be hymns to the mother of evil dragons. Gordon abandoned his senses and the dangerous signals brought by his blood, because he knew very well that now was very different from the past. Now was the Saints' catastrophe. The year of turbulence. Demons and devils had already started a feast on the main material plane. Tiamat's saint incarnation had also come to the world. So the one who appeared here now was most likely a backup plan left by the mother of the dragon before the Saints' catastrophe. In general, it was strong but certainly not as strong as the clone, and was also restricted by the god of gods. Otherwise, what would Tiamat, who was in full state and had no influence, do in facing the gods who had once destroyed the dragon system and were now in decline? No matter how he thought about it, Io would not be so stupid as to let the gods on Earth be killed by Tiamat. Sure enough, as the aura gradually grew, Gordon's eyes were even affected by the aura, and he saw hundreds of millions of cloud peaks, countless 5-colored dragons flying in the vast sky, and the 5 huge dragon heads that almost filled the remaining space in the sky. A sense of fear once again emerged in the depths of Gordon's heart. The urge to worship swept through his whole body, as if it should be so, and he should accept worship. However, in less than 2 seconds, this urge disappeared without a trace, replaced by a rage from deeper in the blood. Why was he angry? Gordon didn't know, but he knew clearly that he seemed to be facing the most difficult choice in history. Run or fight. If he left now, he could use the rift to leave the dustless sea directly. This aura would take some time to stabilize, and it would definitely not be able to stop him. But was he really willing? Although he had achieved some success here, he had never forgotten the original intention of going out to sea for peace. Anyone who destroyed the harmonious atmosphere was his mortal enemy. Even Tiamat was no exception. It just wanted to spend the rest of its time with Nina quietly. It didn't really care about the Saints' catastrophe or the world, and had always been observing the world as a bystander. But the prophecy scroll of the celestial envoy had the authenticity given to it by the dragon blood. So Gordon had to take it to heart. Stopping Tiamat's plan became his primary task. Thinking of this, Gordon no longer weighed the pros and cons, but his mind was full of the past. From the dark and smelly sewers to the vast blue ocean, from the lush and green fairy wilderness to the vast desert with yellow sand all over the sky and red soil for thousands of miles. There is the pride of leaving the cage, the joy of adventure and harvest, and the ripples in the heart when reuniting after a long separation. These are the feelings it wants to keep, and they are also the proof of its real existence in this world. Perhaps it is these that it is attached to. The dark golden vertical pupils of the black dragon with a length of 100 meters seem to have recovered from the state of depression, and the gaps between the scales occasionally begin to bloom with a few flames. The whole body seems to be wrapped in limestone, and a slight shake will sprinkle bursts of gravel. At this time, the air and mist suddenly choked, and the sea water seemed to be still. The waves were suspended in the air, and could not return to the ocean. The world seemed to be filled with gray, and only the 5-color halo was filled in front of it. Gordon's heart sank suddenly, because it understood. The ceremony was completed. In less than 2 seconds, it seemed that the vast sound from the deepest part of the universe came out from the halo. Majestic and sacred, but it seemed that this sound was only a few feet away from it. Ethereal and peaceful. Tiamat's first words made the scales on Gordon's body tense up, and his tail stretched straight. Alduin, the Dragon of Grace? Chapter 524. The End of the Journey. Over the endless sea. Alduin. Tiamat's voice was magnificent and cleansing. Gordon didn't know how much of what he had done was known by the evil dragon goddess in front of him, but he had no intention of escaping. He saw him nodding to the white dragon head that had just made a sound, which was considered to be a response to Tiamat's question. I have seen you in the past. Gordon Alduin Targaryen. Tiamat's second sentence fell from the blue dragon mouth. Hearing this, Gordon's violently beating heart was full of beats, as if it was an old-fashioned chain that had forgotten to be lubricated. But the jam was only for a moment, since he had already made plans to face it. He didn't intend to be timid and submissive. I have also seen you. The supreme queen of the Color Dragon clan. The god of greed. The queen of darkness. The words in his mouth were also poured out in the format of dragon language. But what Gordon didn't expect was that after hearing this, Tiamat Black Dragon Head, which was the same color as it, rarely showed a smile. And the green dragon head said the third sentence. Alduin, are you here to destroy my plan? Tiamat's homely words made Godin's originally vigilant heart even more vigilant, especially since it was a green dragon known for its lies. The green dragon mouth is full of lies. But just as it thought of this thought in its heart, the red dragon head's muffled voice came out. Although I have 5 heads, I have 1 heart and 1 thought. And 1 thought is 1 body. And there is no difference between each other. Tiamat seemed to see that Godin was hesitant to speak, and said again, the scales on your face betray you. It's not that I can see through your heart. I have seen countless dragon faces like yours. But to be honest, I rarely lie. The green dragon held its neck high, like a princess in a human court. Can we talk now? Godin felt that when Tiamat said this, he was like a kindergarten teacher who was patiently persuading a child who had just entered the kindergarten on the first day. He was a little helpless. After all, for it, the current situation was better for it to have a good fight. Or, just fight directly. Without martial ethics? The dark gold vertical pupils scanned Tiamat's body, which seemed to be made of clouds, with ill intentions, as if to see which position was easier to bite. But in the end, looking at Tiamat, waiting for its answer, Godin finally sighed and said, isn't this all in front of you? Mother of the evil dragons, I don't want your plan to ruin my life. The Slayer Star shouldn't be shattered at this time. When I leave this plane, I won't care when you want to do it. Godin looked at the black sailboat that appeared and disappeared below, with a ferocious dragon claw, looking like he couldn't talk. Is that so? Don't you really want to know the truth about the Slayer Star? Why should I smash it? Tiamat didn't seem surprised at all. Just moved the slightly stiff white dragon head and asked with interest. Not interested. The truth is always written by the victor. And I don't want to see your victory. No matter how the mother of the evil dragons tempted it to ask questions, Godin remained unmoved. But what Godin didn't expect was that even if it didn't ask, Tiamat in front of him didn't seem to care at all, and just spoke to himself. Don't worry. My phantom can still last for 3 hours. Even if you want to stop me, you have to wait 3 hours. Let me see. This story is a bit long. Does it start from the death of the Father God or the first Dragonfall War? 5 heads bigger than mountains pondered for a while, suddenly raised their heads and spoke again. After thinking about it, it's more convenient for you to see it yourself. It just so happens that there is a temple of Astrina here, so I don't have to make an extra trip. Astrina is the creator dragon god, and her control areas include trickery, travel, and luck. Although Godin doesn't know why Tiamat said there is a temple of Astrina in this demi-plane. He doesn't know whether the Time Dragon believes in her, but it is still very curious about what Tiamat wants to do next. If it can get the last piece of the artifact that shattered the stars without fighting, it would be the best. At present, it really has no way to deal with the phantom formed by this cloud, and it has no way to open the protective cover of the black sailboat below, so it can only take 1 step at a time. However, what Godin did not expect was that Tiamat chose this way to let it enter another world. Boom. Roar. Ah. 5 heads made different dragon roars, singing in unison, as if there were thousands of dragon roars exploding in Godin's ears. And then under the horizon, there was also a dragon roar that was more bizarre than Tiamat, with a clear and pleasant sound, and it was different from Tiamat's style at first glance. If the former is a gangster, then the latter is a delicate girl, and Godin just fell into the roars all over the mountains and plains. The sound seemed to have traveled through time, and was more substantial. Godin couldn't help but narrow his vertical pupils, and enjoy the spiritual pleasure, until the smell of blood came to its nose. It suddenly opened its eyes, and then it was completely stunned, because the plane in front of it was not the plane it had stayed in before, but a completely unfamiliar yet familiar place. The blood-red sky, the setting sun that had not yet completely set, the brilliance of the blazing sun, and the blood color intertwined at one end of the sky. In the center of the east of the battlefield, a fortress that seemed to be composed of mountains was hovering, and the platinum-colored high walls were hovering in the air, extending to the end of the sight. The giant dragon with a metallic luster took off from the top of the wall. On the ground, 1,000 spell stone pillars on the fortress wall built by the hideous bone spur tower in the distance pierced straight into the sky, emitting endless blood-red rays, burning the entire sky red. The metal dragons belonging to the good camp, and the colorful dragons of the evil camp, as well as the gem dragons acting as fence-sitters filled the sky. thousands of giant dragons, and their tens of thousands of vassal servants, dragon descendants and dragon-vane vassals, fought in the crowded sky. Brilliant spells streaked across the sky. Various dragon breaths fell on his head. The dead servants fell like rain, and the dragons that fell to the ground roared and spread their wings. The Battle of Dragonfall. It came to the Battle of Dragonfall. Gordon watched the dragons fall in front of him, and the dragon blood flowing from the wounds moistened the earth with scarlet light. Although he didn't know what Tiamat wanted him to see, Gordon decided to wait and see. And soon, he saw something quite familiar. That was the divine emblem that existed in the dragon heritage. And there were many of them, whether it was Landis or Tamara, or the god of destruction Karagos. However, Gordon searched the battlefield and couldn't find the emblems of Bahamut and Tiamat. Could it be that it hasn't been born yet? That's not right. Whether it's historical memory or inheritance, it has told the dragons of many planes that Tiamat is the mother of evil dragons and Bahamut is the father of good dragons. Why can't I find any trace of it? Just when Gordon was confused, time seemed to be deliberately manipulated by someone, and its speed doubled. As time accelerated, it gradually gained local knowledge. This is not the Dragonfall War, but a battle that took place tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the beliefs of Tiamat and Bahamut had not yet followed the alien slaves to the Io continent, and the battles were just common fights, which came almost once every hundreds of years. It was far less tragic than the Dragonfall War. That was a terrifying war in which the survival rate of those who were selected was nearly 10%. Every dragon that survived was a future overlord. The more famous dragon beliefs in the local area are still Io, which has the same pronunciation as the creator, and his messenger, Astraina, and other dragon gods. The end of the dragon age originated from the arrival of the elves. Giants and dragons lived in peace, but due to some misunderstandings, the two sides went to war, and the giants were driven off the stage of the era. However, it was unexpected that the decline of the dragons began when the elves began to secretly learn dragon magic. From the stolen spells, the elves learned the weaknesses of the dragons. Their minds would be affected by a comet rotating around the celestial body, and they would go crazy. The elves, who are known for their wisdom, naturally thought of amplifying this effect, so that the dragons would go completely crazy, and the range of the area originally affected by the comet's passage would be increased to the whole world. This took the elves many years to prepare, but it was really insignificant for the lifespan of the dragons. Therefore, before the dragons had enjoyed the afterglow of the current century, the Slayer Star had made every mountain and every inch of territory full of dragons flying, and now there is little dragon smoke. This also led to most dragons expelling the young dragons from their nests after they grew into teenagers. Although they were worried about their treasures, it was also a kind of protection engraved in their blood. Time was still turning, and the divine god could receive a lot of information left in this time, including the first time that Tiamat and Bahamut came with the arrival of human slaves, which he sensed at the first time. So, in the following time, God spent a lot of energy paying attention to these two dragon gods, who were destined to laugh at the entire Io continent in the future. Thus, he knew many secrets at the first time. For example, due to the arrival of Tiamat and Bahamut, the custom provoked by the Dragonfall War, which encouraged mutual extinction, was once spurned by the local dragons of Io, and the faith of the two dragon gods was abandoned for a period of time. In addition, the reason why the Dragon Madness mystery lock is so effective is that the elves specially caught a dragon king and sealed it in. But at that time, they used golden dragons. The elves regarded golden dragons as the kings of dragons. As a result, before the king-killing star flew back, the dragon inside died, and the golden dragon became a consumable. Later, the elves thought of a permanent solution, which was to put a god in. So, Godin, who was wandering in the long river of history, looked at Bahamut, when the dragon, as huge as a mountain and with platinum scales, was put into the king-killing star by the help of the elven main god Corellon and other subordinate gods. The whole dragon was in trouble. That period of time happened to be the period of weakness, when Bahamut lost the local dragon faith in the Io continent. No wonder the Dragon Madness mystery chain is not used, and the effect of the king-killing star is getting stronger and stronger. This is the reason why the head dragon god is used as a sacrifice. After Bahamut was imprisoned in the king-killing star, the original dragon society began to change in the long history with the advent of the king-killing star, until the last Dragon Madness. First, a rebellious elect of the goddess of magic, with the help of Tiamat, used the Dragon Madness mystery chain to kill local dragons and transform them into dragon liches. The original leader of the Metal Dragon clan planned to call all metal dragons to sleep to survive this long Dragon Madness mystery chain. After all, what does the human affairs have to do with the dragons? But he was persuaded by other metal dragon leaders, the leader of which was a platinum dragon named Simo, who was the successor of the metal dragons. Sure enough, not long after, the metal dragon leader became crazy due to the increasing influence of the Dragon Madness, lost basic judgment and morality. Not only did he not listen to correct opinions, but also executed any dragon who questioned his decision. It was for this reason that Shima had to challenge the leader, and he had been patient in the duel, and finally killed it out of desperation. If the order of the metal dragon leader was followed, all the metal dragons of Io would fall into a deep sleep, and would be killed by the dragon mad. Shima, who killed the leader, was the dragon who saved the metal dragon clan. Seeing this, Gordon had understood the direction of history, and also roughly understood what Tiamat wanted it to see. Or was it telling it something? Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. After all, Bahamut, who is known for his lawful goodness, seems to have done despicable things in terms of faith, and has successively killed several groups of dragon legions loyal to other dragon gods. The main forces of the Metal Dragon King Court and the Silver Dragon Justice Claw Knights were sent into the trap of the elves and were annihilated. This is why the Silver Dragon Knights, who now guard the Dragon God, not only gave up adhering to the original Silver Dragon Code, but also mixed multiple metal dragons. And the leaders and backbones of the Knights of the Claw of Justice were all Bahamut's elects, vassals, and Platinum Knights. The mouthpieces that control the metal dragons are all in his hands. So far, the name of the Lord of the North Wind has resounded throughout the multiverse, and all newly born metal dragons have worked hard to worship and become dragons like Bahamut. This group of stupid false gods only think that Bahamut and I are incompatible, but they don't know that we are one. His evil, his good? They can never imagine how much a giant dragon that has accumulated hatred for tens of thousands of years desires the flesh and blood of its enemies. Now, partner, can this truth make you give up that idea? At some point, Tiamat, who tore the curtain of history, appeared and stared at the molten dragon in front of him. Its language is full of temptation and confidence. After all, it believes that no dragon can resist this temptation. As long as I let him out, the Dragon Madness mystery chain will no longer affect dragons. We will devour the gods together, and then this world will be ours. Io has left this world. I feel it. So please get out of the way. Okay? The day when dragons will reign over this world again won't be too far away. But what surprised Tiamat a little was that the molten dragon in front of him seemed to be stuck in the same stagnation as before, without any answer, as if it was still stuck in the virtual world just now. Tiamat stopped pestering him. Time was running out, and he didn't want to continue pestering the strange dragon in front of him unless it was necessary. If his clone hadn't been dragged by those hateful guys who use kindness as a slogan, he would have tried the taste of the molten dragon no matter what. Soon, the black sailboat left the demi-plane, bringing back the treasures, leaving only the newly awakened dragon alone. Tiamat also disappeared. It had just used the last of its divine power to open the door of the Boundless Sea demi-plane at the closest position to the Jinbei coast. Even if the dragon regretted it later, it would be too late, and Gordon stayed in the Boundless Sea completely. Of course, its consciousness was clear, but it could not respond now, because if the breath of Tiamat just now made it feel oppressive, then the oppression brought to it by the person in front of it was indeed unprecedentedly strong. The air seemed to be frozen, and it returned to the time when it was still immortal, and it couldn't even push down a building. Sir Astorina? Looking at the brass dragon bathed in the glory of divinity in front of him, Gordon understood that the brass dragon in front of him must be the Astorina mentioned by Tiamat just now. The creator dragon god, the messenger of Io, the traveler's friend. Many titles. The brass dragon didn't waste time talking to Gordon, but pulled him into another space just like before. There, Gordon seemed to be in a vast desert. Looking out, the horizon was full of golden sand dunes, so that the sky seemed to be a continuation of the sand on the ground. There were several rotten stone pillars standing on the nearby soil, or sand, full of traces of wind and sand erosion. Gordon followed the brass dragon and continued forward. Soon, the brass dragon took him to the destination. It was the ruins of a temple that had collapsed for the most part. He could only recall the prosperity and glory of the temple in the past from the few remaining stone pillars that still needed to be looked up, and the half-walled rock wall that was still magnificent. There is an equally dilapidated stone platform in the center of the ruins. But Gordon can still find the identity of the owner of this temple from the rock wall of the temple. The eternal colorful metal disc symbolizes the mural of a group of dragons bowing their heads, plus the guidance of Astrina, the creator of dragons. Undoubtedly, Io is a powerful existence with many titles such as the Dragon of Harmony, the Eternal Wheel, the Devourer of Shadows, the Nine-Faced Dragon God, and the Creator of Dragons. Io is still alive. This was Gordon's first thought. Why is Io looking for me? This was the second thought. But before the third thought came up, an unprecedented huge pressure suddenly descended on this temple of Io. When the ancient and desolate breath passed by, Gordon seemed to see the endless plains being born and annihilated in the torrent of time. And a moment lasted for thousands of years. Golden, my child. A magnificent voice sounded in Gordon's consciousness. But this time it was no longer full of Aya, but with an ancient and vicissitudes of life. As if it were his father or elder. Gordon understood instantly that this was Io's will. The Molten Dragon was one of the races created by Io. How can I help you, Lord Io? Words that would never be said in front of Tiamat were now said so easily by Gordon. And Io did not hide it, saying that Gordon was the only dragon that could not predict the future. It was not satisfied with what Tiamat and Bahamut did, so it wanted Gordon to stop them. In order to make Gordon successful, Io gave it the characteristic talent of existing as an eternal giant wheel, which was also a characteristic that the legendary Time Dragon could not obtain. Time Master. The effect is that you can call up your own timeline at will, and use its power to fight it. It's a pity that it can only be used once. And why did Io want Gordon to stop the plans of Tiamat, Bahamut and other dragons? Because it is afraid that other races of gods such as Corellon covet the dragon domain and its beliefs. And the only way for the priesthood to be stolen by other gods. Gordon made a promise and left the boundless sea soon after. Unexpectedly, when leaving the Storm Islands, he ran into a dragon-slaying operation that was about to end. This was the Mage Association that was hunting a molten dragon. Gordon also knew that molten dragon, which was the mother of this body. So, when the Mage Association was about to defeat the ancient molten dragon in front of them, a terrifying dragon that was several times larger than the molten dragon in front of them came. Gordon easily saved his mother, but the mother in front of him sensed the blood connection, which made him almost become his mother, father, or even grandfather. When the molten dragon knew that Gordon was the offspring hatched from the egg she lost, his expression was particularly solemn. Gordon had something important to do, so after recognizing his relatives, he left the Storm Islands and headed for Rita Valley. But he didn't expect to run into the evil silver dragon preparing to be deified in the north. And his subordinates were making a scene in Rita Valley. They planned to tear down the Golden Temple and raise the silver dragon to the throne. So, when the silver dragon subordinates shouted to demolish the temple and replace it with the god they believed in, a 100-meter-long dragon fell from the sky and crushed the silver dragon statue directly. The silver dragon rushed over with a feeling in his heart, but was torn apart by the awakened Gordon. And his weak divinity was also inherited by Gordon. After that, Gordon and Nina had a good time together, until the arrival of the King Killer Star. The dragon madness curse caused all dragons to fall into a severe mental illness, and Gordon and Nina were no exception. But soon the tremor disappeared with the roar of heaven and earth, and the King Killer Star was shattered, and the sealed Bahamut appeared on the world ridge. And together with Tiamat, he planned to merge, prepared to devour all the gods who turned into saints, leaving no one behind, just like before in the previous universe. But this time, they met an opponent, and Gordon, who borrowed the power of the Lord of Future Gift, stopped them. But the monster fused by Tiamat and Bahamut was another aspect of Io in another universe, and it was particularly difficult to kill. In the end, it was Nina who became a twin god with Gordon in the future timeline, using the characteristics of the unique field to completely absorb the combination of Tiamat and Bahamut, and transform it into a new life gift for all believers of the Dragon of Favor. At the very end, Gordon asked Nina in the future if he had to pay any price like other believers to get her help. Nina, the Phantom in the future, smiled slightly and made a request that Gordon could not refuse. Mr. Gordon, I want all your love. All